Sign the mic. I don't get mad over the mic, so
that was my bad, boy. Sorry.
Hello.
Like, did I just throw? Or did I just troll? Like, you know, like in my head, that's basically what I thought. You know, did we just troll as a team? Like, what happened?
I think we lost some of the.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello.
This is something that
So late? The game hasn't
really
begun. This is a sick piece, though. This is actually sick. I've just been watching like a little bit of this. This is a great piece of content.
That was happening in the moment. You know, I was a little bit sad because it was about to go overtime because we were about to be broke for the next round. So I was like, oh.
10 hours late? Well, yeah, fair enough, fair enough. I did say that I was going to be here 10 hours ago to do China, didn't I? But, alas, that did not happen.
I think
By the time I woke up a little bit late, but the Wolves Trace game was late itself as well. But it was like round 7 of Wolves Trace on map 1, and I was like, by the time I get out of bed, like the first half is over and I can't be asked. So I just took today as a lazy day. Well, not a lazy day. I did like, you know, adult stuff. I like did shopping and washing and that kind of thing.
A 4v2, a 4v1, Chocobo!
Yeah, the America's content has actually been fire so far. I hope they are able to sustain it over the course of the stage and they haven't just... But I think my theory is that it's probably because we've had a longer break. Just after Bangkok, they've had more time to cook. But like, this is sick.
It's not for me.
I think it shows that it's possible to make this kind of content.
I looked over to my left, Trent. He was just heartbroken. Jonah was just...
I don't watch F1 unless I'm watching it with my wife.
Then I looked across the way to T1. Stacks ran at Buzz, hugged him like he's his kid, you know? I was like, damn, that's a good feeling right there.
I mean, Jorg's had that feeling before. The G2 players, the rest of them. I mean, I guess at Ascension, kind of.
I think we've done that already and we've come to terms with it.
Leaf hasn't at all.
You're not always going to win every event you play, every game you play.
But yeah.
And sometimes it comes to the slimness of margins. Going that deep and not making it sometimes.
Now that I've seen this, if I don't get a documentary before every day of games, I'm going to stop watching this esport. Dude, this is sick though. This is like... This is like Drive to Survive kind of shit. This is fucking awesome.
Kind of going back to
I hope
we're gonna be back regardless.
That this happens more often throughout the year, and I hope that people respond to this
if we want it really bad,
super heavily. But like, this is fire.
They're gonna give it to us, and I'm not letting go of it. Like I'm snatching the trophy this time, forcefully.
That whole event, what an incredible
Dude, that is dope.
Can you grab Kurt, TMV, Sliggy, and Brent to do a live Blackchat special about Valorant while storm chasing? That stream would be amazing.
Why on earth while storm chasing? Why would we do that while storm chasing? Sunyon4, thank you for the 7 months. And Onion101, thank you for the 39 months. Cabin Trip, thank you for the new Prime sub as well. YouTube chat isn't showing. It will eventually connect. It just takes a while for some reason. But like, it will connect. It eventually finds it.
But you know it's going to be a motivation for this team. They had the second place curse.
I am logged into the correct account.
Because they got confused by all the roster moves and thought it was the off-season.
Why? That's a great bit. That's a plus two. Plus two.
This team was basically defining the meta, at least here in America, is doing
so many new teams
as well, right? Very early adopters of the Tejo. Jogs playing the Euro on basically every single map as well, and working so much with Josh RT to make sure
streaming on
he's
the
one of the
Valon
best
channel,
Euros in the game.
Yeah, I am.
Absolutely. And when you're talking
eventually the YouTube chat will link.
They needed that star duelist
But
to push them over the top.
the program I'm using sometimes has hiccups in it.
And as a player, when the lights are the brightest, he goes insane. 2 of the best series he's ever played are winning champs with EG and barely losing, but having a phenomenal series.
Yeah, Jorg does play
T1
best when the pressure's on.
If
Plays best under the big lights.
I think he might have stolen the MVP award away from Trent, who is like the best player, bar none, for G2 all tournament long.
Possibly.
Joe was just that good in that final to almost push them over the line, and it really shows why they picked that guy up.
But yeah,
he thrives on stages.
G2 had 3 tournament points, 3 championship points
teams that typically
which they lost all three, one on split, two on Pearl.
But something tells me, Ender, that
and then,
G2 team, right?
strangely enough, T1 had 3 tournament points as well. And they ended up converting on the third. Crazy close final. I've never seen a final as close as that. Am I drinking already? I'm drinking water. I'm supping water.
Comes from a guy like Valon, who is leading this team so well in server, but also like it was so cool watching him.
No shit, they converted on the third. Oh yeah, but they could have converted on the fourth or fifth or something, you know, if they'd had more.
He is up on stage, like hyping up the crowd, getting so invested into it. Like
yeah, I think it was the best finals. Because like each map was much more competitive than Loud Fnatic. Loud Fnatic just had the crazy comeback on map 5.
IGL had to say following the loss to T1 in Bangkok in the grand finals. So actually check that out.
Silver lining for me, I think that was some of the best resilience I've ever seen out of my team, honestly. And we played really well, but it wasn't enough. And I told them earlier, like, life of a competitor is the hardest thing ever, man. Like, you go through the lowest lows, and you also reach the highest highs with the team you have. And you know, there's no life without losses in everything you do. So, you know, I told them, like, what's a life of only winning? We never wanted that. And so silver lining, I think, you know, there's still more tournaments. We got experience here, and this will only motivate us to get better.
He's such a fucking boss, man. He's such a fucking boss. Valon is actually my goat, man. Valon is actually my goat, bro. Why did you also call it hair and makeup? What are you talking about, Alex? Well, you want me to? That's the name of the department.
We talk about him all the time. The guy's incredible.
Absolutely.
Should I still call it wardrobe even if my clothes don't come out of a wardrobe? But that's just the name of the department.
He debuted with the core of this team with the
He looks stressed, yeah, because that was just after we lost the grand final.
But it's just continued to grow. That maturity we always talk about.
Dog Seal, thank you for the 10 months.
Individually, I think he's one of the best fragging
Jorgamo Bright Lights Merchant. He could never keep up those performances in a Mickey Mouse off-season Red Bull event. Yeah, I mean, Jorgamo is one of those players where you're like, but could he get it done on a rainy night in Stoke? You know? He can perform when it comes to the big matches, but can he get it done on a rainy fucking night in Stoke?
As an individual, as a leader, he does.
That's the question.
When we worked with him, I remember doing those deaths with him in like 2022.
I did lie this morning about watching Wolves. I woke up a little bit late. I could have still done it. Could have still done most of it, but I lied.
So cool to see him now having these opportunities to be on a stage like that, to get closer to that. But I know that's only going to motivate him more to get another America's Trophy here in Stage 1, go into Toronto. And
that was the narrative for Messi not being the GOAT for a long time. True. Messi couldn't get it done on a rainy night in Stoke.
I'm here with kickoff champ Valon ahead of match 1 of today. And Valon,
how likely is it that we'll see a 13-0 tonight?
I don't think that's likely. I think G2 will still lose some stuff here and there.
I mean, it's a tragic loss for sure, but
like they know that they're coming into this game and are gonna win it.
Kind of gives us more
motivation
to come back to Americas, win again, go to Toronto, and try to get another shot.
Like, I know he's saying they have a lot of motivation, but they're gonna fucking own today. They don't need to be like bringing out their A+ game.
So how does it feel to know
no way Dryad has a box outdoors? Okay, I'm gonna give you a secret. You can move the box.
Yeah,
so
I would say, like, we've been in this position before. Like, we've been at the top before where everyone's looking at us. So it's
was the Loud match yesterday a wash after map 1? No, it wasn't. Map 1 and 2 was shit, and then map 3 was like a crazy comeback. It was a weird series. It was a weird series. Salam Kazi, thank you for the 25 months. Appreciate it.
You got Furia. Now, look, the best way to describe this team in 2020.
She won easily. Also, Wolves shat on Trace as well. Yeah, I need to rewatch some of those games. I don't think I'm going to bother watching the XLG All Gamers game again. But I definitely want to watch the Wolves Trace game and the DFM Global. And T1 losing a map to Zeta. Do I care about that as much, though? I guess I don't really care about that. Like, even if G2 today win 2-1, I don't care that much. You know what I mean? Because I still know that G2 are very good.
absolutely
Wait, that's really funny from Wyatt.
Tough showing, and I expect so much more from them going forward.
Got nothing. Hey, all those things I said, they were right. I'm dumb. No, but the thing is, though, is that, you know, what's
Don't watch DFM Global? I will be watching DFM Global.
It just seems to be like a thing that always seems to be.
Was it not good?
Surely they're gonna have the.
Surely it was like a decent game, wasn't it?
They're not gonna have any more.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, because
Prize, I think, actually should be better than MW. I think this should be a good thing. If I was on the desk right now, I'd be selling this as like cope for Furia. Like, guys, it's not that bad.
Do well, buddy, and take care of yourself and do what you need to do. But outside of that, Mimi, I mean, that is another blow for this Furia team.
But this is their best player, arguably, on the roster. Now not able to join the
beloved player in the region as well.
Yeah, I mean, by far the most popular player.
I mean, like, okay, maybe you could argue best player on the team in terms of like overall what he's done over the course of his career, but not on his new role of playing Breach or Sova. Like, dude, Prize is going to play better. Prize is actually going to use his utility. He's going to use his signature abilities. He's going to use his flashes. It's going to be better. It has to be better.
So much you can take, I think, individually from his performances there. It's rough. You know, he played against the Furia sub squad and ended up dropping to them in that tournament.
Global DFM was a global esports beatdown. They shat on DFM Lotus, shat on Pearl as well, and then threw some rounds for DFM.
I'm feeling too much negativity here, and I want to look to the one man.
He's also no longer on 2G, so he might be able to shoot back. Maybe, if he has a bit more confidence, but I don't know why he would necessarily.
I would simply ask, especially with Prize, you give him a bit of grace, leniency, and don't rate him based on kickoff, because that was a total team failure. When you go back to Ascension, where 2G went on the run to get into VCT,
a Polaroid, thank you for the prime.
Like a solid player at the time, and was definitely.
What are the chances of Furia winning?
Thank you.
I'm shooting a bail.
Hey,
15%. 10 to 15%.
But let's actually go ahead and check in with the longest
something like that.
Here's Khalil.
They win somewhere between 1 out of 10 and 1 out of.
I'm here with Khalil ahead of the third match of stage 1, and Khalil, we've
7
seen you
times.
in this team for quite
somewhere,
some time, and you've
somewhere,
seen many
something like
iterations
that.
of this roster. So can you tell me, what does Prize bring to the table for the stage 1?
Acredito que ele traz bastante confiança pro time todo. Ele é player exemplar.
I don't believe they win in 1 out of 10 games. You don't think 1 out of 10 games G2 are just like not giving it their all, coming straight off Masters Bangkok, and they've taken a bit of a break that you guys don't know about, and they come in really rusty, and Furia have been working on shit? You can't imagine 1 out of 10 worlds where something like that has happened. Like, you got to remember that you don't know all of what goes on behind the scenes. Sometimes there's some crazy shit that people just don't know about. I'm not saying there is, but like,
thank you so much. I'm excited to see this roster.
you got to hold space in your heart for the unknown.
Appreciate that, Drya. Now,
you can't assume you know everything. There's got to be some percentage of unknowns here.
The youth want. Wait, actually, what do the youth want, guys?
TikTok.
I'm pushing 30.
I'll tell you what they want.
Even if G2 play the worst and lowest of their floor, it's higher than Furia's peak ceiling. I don't think that's true. That would imply they can never win. Like, what is this?
Nice little glove here.
Why are they? Oh, that.
Now we have some new cards.
Wait, a Rafa card. Nice. How much is that worth?
Rookie cards, and there's one special.
There's a holographic in there.
Awesome, and that is coming in an 80 score. Next up, Cortesia.
Cortesia? I mean, Cortesia should be higher than 82 if Rafa's on an 80. Rossi coming in on an 84.
I know, right?
7.
Then we have
Shinom. Who's done the rating? Who's done the ratings?
And the rare is. Oh,
You gotta put that in the top loader. Put it in the top loader.
Shred that shit. Shred that shit.
89. I only gets an 89.
It's tragic. Tragic.
89. I think that's solid.
That's awesome.
Kind of fair.
Dude, who are the rest of the rookies? There's got to be more rookies than this. I mean, these are just the people playing today. Wow, yeah, actually, that's the Batman FaZe jersey. Challengers NA LCQ 2021.
good.
Hey, and actually, I do want to give a special shout out real fast to Sentinels because they're also doing some cards. So if you're in the arena right now, you can actually go to the Sentinels booth and pick up these awesome trading cards.
We're doing marketing for Sentinels right now?
You want to rip it? Go for it. Yeah. Okay. So I saw
Dude, I accidentally ripped the card.
Like, hey, you want to take one? Hey, I know that guy, the 89 from the thing. You're from the card.
We were not being told we were being pulled up. I'm mid-sip. I'm mid-sip here.
Mimi's
we're talking about this.
Hey, you know what? That's funny, guys.
89 for sure. For sure.
You don't think you're hitting 90?
No one touched me. It wasn't even close.
You want to play with Furia? Unless they were at 90.
You know what? They could use a player like me on their team.
Furia could use a player like Baby Bay. Dude, that's funny as hell. That's funny as hell. They just cut him off mid-talk as well.
Baby Bay later on, but we got some new cards here. Mimi, from our friends at Sentinels.
We got the Zekin.
Oh,
we got
Cubert and his friend.
What's his friend's name?
Riot's shuffling pairs a little bit. Not a huge amount, but a little bit this season. Yeah.
Talented.
Very nice.
Yes.
Indeed.
I am casting this stage, but not until week 3.
That's a bang, yeah.
Okay.
Sen City shirt, yeah.
Ooh, okay. Nice.
And Hollow 10. All right, that's pretty cool.
Can we get this emote https://show?
I'm selling this. If you're in the venue, come find me.
Can't take these animals anywhere. Yeah, I swear. All right, let's take a look at talent predictions. What do we all think is going to pick up some dubs here today?
I don't co-stream Pacific. I don't think we're going to get value out of the Meteor emote, but it's a good emote. It is a good emote, but I just don't think I'm going to be able to get the value from that. All right, my predictions today were G2, and then I think I predicted LEV, didn't I?
We really are on the same. You really are knowers.
I can't remember. What did I predict? Plat chat. I think it was LEV.
I don't know what to say. I've been arguing for this for 2 days straight. It's good. This is
I think I predicted LEV,
Look,
but I think that one's a coin flip.
But if this is off
Because like the last time they played against each other, it was pretty much a coin flip as well.
99.
Off-season Rossi was popping. He was playing nuts. Taki, thank you for the 19 months.
All that matters is that he's here and he's playing now.
Thank you very much for resubbing.
Right? Of course, we'll see him later on today. But folks, I think it's time to get this show started, shall we? Because we got some great matches.
Did Riot finally have enough of your commie ass? Maybe.
Taking on Furia. G2, of course, being the runners-up.
What is that card? Oh, I missed the unveiling. Who was the holographic in the Sentinels packet? Was it a 10s one? Was it actually a holographic 10s? Wow. Crazy pull. Crazy pull. Boom, 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 boom. My LEV cope is that Rossi's going to start IGLing and King can frag again. I mean, King is already fragging. And he was fragging last season really well as well. But like, I don't want to see King on duel list.
We played against each other in Ascension when he was on Union.
Oh shit, yeah.
I ended up taking a 2-1 victory over him, but it was a really close match to send us into the grand final.
I forgot that they had IGL'd against each other.
I'm excited to get another match versus him. I know he probably is as well. He wants his revenge, but I'm much better than the Ascension version of myself. So he's going to be up for a challenge.
I am not going to put olive oil on my head if Furia wins today. No. Why don't you do that? That sounds like a really fun thing for you to do, and then send us a picture of it.
Sinergia e a sensação que eu tenho é que vai ser tudo de boa e a gente vai conseguir performar.
I really think this version of Furia is going to look better. I swear to God. I think it's going to look better.
And of course, G2 coming out here with a lot of hype. That second place finish in Bangkok, but also being the America's winners.
Me trying to listen for anybody excited about G2 when they're coming back, having one last stage and got second at Masters? Polite golf claps in the fucking audience? What's it going to take for people to support this team? I mean, the song. Yeah, the song is rough. The song is rough.
This is a nice match for them to just...
What is that? That was foul.
That is so goofy. That is so goofy. God damn. That's a great one. Alice, thank you very much for the 1 year. It makes me mad that your sub sound is Jet's ace voice line, something you've never heard in your entire life.
for the squad without a doubt. But you
Salty Waffle, thank you for the 13 months. And Climber here, thank you for the Prime as well. Hot take, Valon is the best IGL to not win an international. And it's been the most consistent IGL over the course of the game. Over the course of the game? I think maybe you're forgetting some of the downswing. Like when they won in North America, they didn't manage to keep that up for the rest of the year. I don't think they attended champs that year, did they? But
and we didn't really even talk about Heat.
I think he needs another year. I think he needs at least the whole of this year playing in Tier 1 before we can talk about that. But I don't think it's a crazy take. Best IGL to not win an international. Well, Paper Eggs don't have an IGL, so fair play. And the other one would be like Boo, I guess. Which, fair enough, I do rate Valon above Boo. Who else are we even thinking for this?
They floated both of them. They left Icebox and Ascent open. They're willing to play either, and Ascent is what Furia picks into.
Who else are we even thinking? Isn't it just Valon and Boo?
Historically, Furia pretty good at Ascent.
Historically, though, G2 with
Oh, Sadak has it. No, Sadak's won an international. He won champs. But the question, if it had said won a Masters, then fair enough, that would have been Sadak. But the question said international.
Here's my question. Going into
So it's just
G2
Mako? Dude, but Mako wasn't IGLing until very recently. Mako is not on the same level as Boo, and Valon's above Boo. So yeah, I agree.
He said on stream, I'm not playing in matches though. So
What?
I'm going to
You're typing finesse 10 different times, super count, and he did win an international. Finesse won at Reykjavik.
Maybe. If there was a map to play it, I think Waylay is viable on Ascent.
Motherbard, thank you for the 29 months. Yeah, Stank's already won.
I believe he said on his stream as well, the only map that he doesn't like it on right now is Haven. But everything else, he's cool with it.
Dude, they're having a proper hug like they've won the game already before they get started. What's going on over there in the camp? Like, I'm liking it, but yeah, I know the Twitch chat is going crazy right now.
G2 wants to make a statement. I think G2
It's the program that I'm using.
not to
You know what, actually, as well, I can
any stretch of the imagination, but I think anything less than like a 13-5, 13-6 for G2 would be like something where they want to dominate.
I mean, even if you just consider like the history of what happened last year with like Sentinels that went on to
So, all right, chat, you get to choose. Do you want YouTube chat, but the Twitch chat is kind of broken and only updates every like 10 seconds because my program's busted? Or do you want Twitch chat only, no YouTube chat, but it actually works? I mean, look at the difference. I mean, I think, unfortunately, YouTube viewers, you're just getting owned here. I'm sorry, YouTube viewers, but I think you're getting owned. I'm so sorry. Like, look at how different this is in terms of quality. I'm not saying it's your fault. It's not your fault, but like, the program I'm using doesn't work. Wait, what is this? Oh, they're playing the... Wait, is the first map Lotus? Because this is just the EDG comp.
Which makes it a little better. Yeah. And Clove has the worst smoke duration in the game, right? You have
I'm sorry, YouTube viewers, but like...
Speed up when you use your C.
Yeah.
I mean...
You've lost this battle.
This is a weird one to see a Clove pick.
And then also you have the
I'm so sorry, but you've lost that battle.
But lacking the Taeho, which traditionally you have the Death Ball with the Breach Taeho Neon.
Keep both, please, both sides. No, I can't do that. I can't do that. I'm so sorry, YouTube viewers. Now, is it Lotus to begin? That is great.
Maybe Brand, you know, that little duo that's kicking off here. But let's get this game
started,
man.
it is Lotus then, right?
Furia.
First
teams
map.
Very opposite expectations, I think, for themselves heading into stage 1. G2 coming off the back of being finalists at Bangkok, one of our mass event.
So we've got basically Furia playing the EDG comp. So how does the EDG comp work? The EDG comp, Death Balls. So it's Death Ball. It sets up the Clove especially on the pistol round, because they're going to be buying Pick Me Up, and they're going to be buying the Frenzy, probably. And that is a really powerful combo. And then the other thing to be cautious of too, when you're playing against them, is that you can get flanked easily. And Leaf loves flanking on this map. So pay attention to Leaf, pay attention to his flank timings, and see if you can catch it.
Oh, they haven't dropped this since America's Stage 2 Finals last year. And they also played against EDG, who ran this composition in Thailand. So, I mean, maybe Furia saw something. I do like where they're leaning towards with these role swaps. I mean,
this Viper Wall is so good for doing delayed reclears of rubble. If you try to run a delayed reclear without this Viper Wall, it is tough, because in order to be safe, you have to be holding like here, 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 and you're really far away. Whereas that Viper Wall, you can just hold it out in the open, because you're covered. Alright, they're grouping up on C, and already both initiators are over towards the BC side. Clove to block the sightline.
Yeah, and this is the benefit of G2's compositions and the chemistry that they have on these
Leaf
retakes.
looking like he wants to go for some kind of flank play, but he might just tap the door.
And with no one dropping early, Furia
Jonah doesn't have help here.
Smoke in the face of Jonah P.
He's getting Jorg over there.
G2 are comfortable here into this spot, trying to play this retake now.
I wouldn't even say that this is last year's comp, to be honest. This is just EDG's comp.
Needs to win that fight out, and he does just that. Okay, dominant positions here from Furia. They claim to the site.
Nice, nice.
VCT Twitter account posted a Stage 1 player poll, which among other things included polls for each role, and King had 5 votes, tying third for best duelist, implying he's been scrimming on it.
Furia on the attacking side. I like the way that they approached the entire round, playing a nice contact style on C, sniffing out where the retake was being played, but it was the post
I'm not
for me
big
that
on
was
that.
so interesting because everybody was playing in. Yeah, Khalil was holding the flank by himself, but they're clearly here to try to disrupt. I wonder now for G2.
I mean, King's good on duelist, but I just think that team has better options.
The entire site with all our utilities, that's what makes Teo and the Breach so powerful combined, but everyone is geared up towards A. It's going to be a brawl.
Dumno, thank you for the new tier 1 sub. And KiwiWee, thank you for the 3 months too. This is not for you, Egg, it's for the mods. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate it.
G2, when they play this composition,
how would VCT Twitter know about scrims? No, you don't understand. They polled the players. They asked all of the players, like they asked these people, who the best duelist is, and 5 of them voted for King. Now, why the fuck would the players be voting for King as the best duelist if he's playing Smokes?
No one is looking here quite yet.
No Sentinel.
So the implication is that that's a leak from scrims, and he is actually playing duelist, which was something that was theorized because, you know, Natank was playing it on one map, and then Demon 1 didn't look that comfortable on it, so.
Still in the danger zone though. His team just
yeah, but he has played duelist in the past. That team's got like it had 4 people that could play duelist. Now with Rossi, I guess it's more like 3, but
any type of damage now
he's got to be better than Demon 1 and Raze. Yeah, I think he is. Yeah, but that's not really the point. The point is whether the team works better with King on. Like your IGL is then going to be playing duelist. And he hasn't played duelist in years. And Demon 1 doesn't really play like Viper and stuff, which King was playing too, so they've got a lot of weird role stuff on that team. A lot of weird role stuff.
Yeah.
Alright, let's focus it again for the pistol. G2 just failed a C retake, so
but like you did say earlier,
got killed on the flank. Important duel that happened over this way. A couple of duels that happened as they tried to get in that went the way of Furia.
I'd be very interested
Leaf's going for the Outlaw up against 2 light armors.
Because they did save 4 of those rifles in the round.
Looking to take an early peek over towards C. This is going to be a B hit. Normally you'll see initiators pulling back and getting ready to defend this. Trent has stun, but just goes for the spam instead.
Stuns ricocheting this way and that. It's a bit of a handshake, and it's getting these G2 players straight back in for an attempt. Potentially to flood straight back in. That's Price.
1 for 1, but Price gets good value out of the stinger there. Good teamwork from Furia.
They're drenching the sight in it on top of it.
Chat saying it's stupid to give Furia a 10% chance of victory.
With the Outlaw. Make someone of this one.
You guys must be fucking quivering right now.
Here from these Furia players, be able to get that open sight, access to the A.
Leaf did get an upgrade into this as well, so he can slowly creep in. I mean, he has been clutch in the past for this G2 squad.
3-round Thatcher over here. I'm just saying, man. If they can win a few rounds, they can, in some percentage of the time, win a map. Okay.
From on high.
A little bit labored there from Rafa.
God almighty, what a beginning for
This is
Furia.
Bren and Baby Bay. The B duo. The triple Bs.
You couldn't ask for anything better, and
Bren
they
and
caught
Baby
G2
Bay.
off guard. That's going to be the name of the game if they want to get a map win or even a series win against this G2 roster. That pace, that full pace towards that.
We're basically doing like the. Do you remember the old? Do you remember the old hit TV show Wife Swap? Which was definitely not a good idea at all to do that on TV. Not just to do that at all. But yeah, we're essentially doing our own version of that.
There's a translated interview, so maybe some pieces getting missed in it. But talking about how like he was kind of
Wife Swap is a ludicrous idea for a TV program.
On the FPS fundamentals, less so like utility combos, and that was receiving the ire from a decent chunk of the community for good reasons. But I'm not seeing that here.
I have casted with Doug before, actually. When Bala was unavailable one day last year, or the year before, actually, I think.
Yeah, like I said, haven't dropped it since last year.
Yeah, I think it was in 2023 when Bala was ill one time. I casted with Doug.
Really this full force forward. We're peaking everything. They're actually playing as a more cohesive unit than what we've seen in the past. And good idea.
Slightly concerned here about Rafa's IGLing. We're getting down to 50 seconds. They do have somebody inserted over towards here, so they can take all of this space for free. But look, there's 3 players ready to defend. Good info here. Like, Valon's basically just telling the rest of his team to stack this side and relying on the flood. So this could still get really bad for Furia.
Jorgamo who's tested, challenged, the one who has to step all the way up is Decay down to just
good shot. Great shot from Havoc. High-low. They get 1, 2. Do they pivot B? Because if they do, Leaf is here and he has the snake bite. 10 seconds and they're walking into Leaf. If Leaf denies this, the round is... Oh, wait. No. I thought the round was going to be over because Trent was going to be able to stay alive, but Trent died, so Leaf couldn't actually even swing for that.
But it's a round nevertheless.
Down to the wire,
weird one. Weird one.
Seconds left. I mean,
Advert?
Leaf, I mean, he was smart. He kind of had a read on that. He understands.
I forgot to run ads. I forgot to run adverts. Wait there. Sorry.
At this point, we should see a timeout, surely, Brent, from the side of G2. Calm things down a little bit.
Can people still see that when they're having an advert?
Look like we're gonna get that. Oh, we are. Yeah. There it is.
Look at that perfectly timed. Perfectly timed tactical timeout.
Not wanting to let things
perfectly timed tac timeout.
The first match back
they can't see. I thought Twitch did the thing. Now I don't know because I have Twitch Turbo or whatever it's called. But I thought Twitch did that thing where the stream goes into like the corner and then they run the advert like down here. Isn't that a thing that they did? That only appears sometimes.
G2 should be the top of their group entirely, so you would think confidence would be sky high, but when you have that upset of expectations, where Furia
not on mobile, yeah.
To lose everyone's
oh, it does. That is every time on PC.
Honestly, the pressure is completely
literally losing to Furia. Yeah, they're washed. Get them out. Make them walk the plank. I think we should kill them. Yeah, they're losing the first 4 rounds. They lost the pistol. They lost the bonus. Like, relax, buddy.
And how do you stop Heat, who's just been having a heater of a game so far? He's 6-1 on the globe.
Zap Xanax, thank you for the 2 months. And Narcissan V, thank you for the prime as well.
Some great entries, creating a lot of space, but the push and pull from the side
take
of
him
Furia,
out back.
It's looked phenomenal.
Okay,
we haven't seen a level like this.
It looks like the chat is working.
Yeah, it's still
again.
very early on. We have to keep it in mind. Lotus is tend to be favored on the attacking side, but the way that they've been maneuvering around this utility, I mean, it's forcing G2 to have to take these early engagements, and they're stuck.
Very early, very quick, over towards Leaf. Does the snake bite get forced out?
That push and pull line you were talking
Not
about,
yet. Not yet. Look at this teleport as well. This is active for the first 30 seconds of the round, so still got like another 10 seconds left. Oh, it actually ran out because he had to place it early on.
Furia, they just do not care at all. They're just full sending on that C site, using that breach.
They're in. They are in.
All that space.
So, G2 going to go for a flank.
Going to get the plan to get an ult online on top of it.
Crucial people. Juggernaut gets one. They have to clear heat though.
Heat off to the side of the corner, not expecting that, and the dodge and a juke off the flash away.
But he reses.
But not dead yet. He's straight back at it with the ult, but he needs some help and bailout still.
Good stun, good stun. Jonah super aware of the second player. Incredibly well done by Jonah P, but Valon is also getting stuck out on the other side of things.
Opposite sides of the map, and lovely movement with the aim. Valon realizes he got to call it quits.
They're out there. They're out there. Furia had 2 players ready to defend against that flank, and they just got in through C. They picked the perfect timing as this gate crash was about to go down. You see that gate crash? Just as it disappeared, they committed to the C hit. If they were a little bit earlier, then Leaf would have been able to stall them with the snake bite, and then teleport would have come through. And if they were too much later, then the flank would have begun, and maybe Jogamo would have been able to get the teleport going back over in that direction again. Picked the perfect timing to go for the C exec.
Outside voice. Yeah, we spoke about it earlier. The outside voice that comes in and just makes everybody stay on the same page.
There's big shoes to fill. Trying to replace MW0 in terms of that mechanical ability, but
the utility has looked great so far.
It has, yeah. They've been doing well to clear.
I bought those.
Another C-mount default. This time, they're just going to all back up, maybe re-clear some of that space at A. But look, off of that pressure alone, you're already seeing a little bit of rotations, a little bit of 80 strafing from the side of G2. Jonah P.
Nice.
In that baby door area now, just going back towards Trent.
Mm-hmm.
But you just don't have the weapon. No, just don't have the weapons behind it.
A cheeky peek maybe as well, but the util's going to be pushing them back and away. Forcing the respect out of them. Time did become an issue in one of the prior rounds of Furia when they were taking it this cautiously, and G2 are willing to show a bit of disrespect. You can see them already pushing out a C mound. Yeah, why not? You're on a half buy. Yeah, risks need to be taken.
They're slowly surrounding them right now. I mean, if Furia doesn't speed up here and actually take the site, it could be worse for wear, but
be dangerous. That's nice. Sharp by Khalil. Gets a handle off onto the flag as well. Cutting up into the corner. Jonah P just can't quite get the second he was looking for.
30 seconds.
So 2v4 and just crosshair placement not on point. He eager to take that engagement. It's beautiful in the moment from Trent. He almost makes magic out of it.
Yeah, Trent's been the only one on the side of G2 that hasn't really looked flat so far. I feel like it's a very, very slow start. I mean, not even having much opportunity to get aim duels in. It just seems like everyone's caught off guard, getting peeked into, or just not really clearing corners from the side of G2. Furia, they came ready to play today.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone looks like they want it really bad.
Cute double kill from
Trent. You can just tell by the way that they've been maneuvering around the map. That aim is on point. I'm just not quite sure what G2 can really do. They've tried everything, it seems like.
Jog pulling out the operator.
Straight away, I mean, they put the
and he's not really gate crash very far away there. That's not a good use of double gate crash, but okay. Trent gets a kill.
Of course.
This lurk up, they're already aware of, and they're droning it out.
Proactivity now in front B.
They're getting a good feel for the timing here of Furia. They're just very late in the half.
This A mount default, but
this is where the ults can end up becoming enormous, like fade ult, breach ult. Oh my god. Dude, Heat and Havoc in particular are looking sharp today.
Now, tap of the door as well after that kill. I mean, G2 have no idea what Furia are cooking up right now, and he is a human drone in this moment. Oh my goodness.
Wait, but they're still holding for the A re-hit. Oh, that was so close.
Across the map here, because, like I said, G2 are just being locked out.
These players are going to start to get really antsy right now, because this walk-up could be happening, this walk-up could be happening.
TV with a spike in hand. This is Khalil getting himself onto the side.
Good read that this Omen ult just means they're hitting C.
Could be a playmaker. Needs to catch this kill here with him versus Prize, and Prize just takes his head clean off.
Unlucky timing for Valon. He was hoping Prize was a little slower. Prize still has what? That's the breach ult combo with it. Shit, I didn't even realize that was going to end up with kills. A double kill out of that. You know, they could still lose this round as well, though. There's a haunt, there's an aftershock, there's like... There is very good reason to think that Furia can still win this round.
few misses in sight. Trent's on for a 4-piece, potentially the ace round to the corner.
Oh my god.
Prize has just taken out Jorgamo. No surprises, and Trent's left to do it all. Stick of a half is necessary.
Yeah, they've won. Oh my god. Good plant position.
This newcomer into
Prize is popping. Prize is popping.
Essentially, not even by
you guys wrote Furia off too much. I wrote Furia off too much, and I was still higher on them than you lot.
Because he had a visa essentially, and he's pulling off stuff like this.
It's unbelievable. Even with that entry, okay, we thought it was through a smoke. He got a glimpse of him right before.
He did just catch a glimpse. Wow. Dude, that breach alt tail combo is nasty. I thought it would push them out. What the fuck is going on? The Furia players are hitting today. Especially Heat and Havoc, I would say. And then the other players are still popping and winning important duels. How did EDG lose Lotus? I mean, it's a good comp. It is a good comp. We knew that. EDG were winning a lot on Lotus. It's difficult to play against.
This is it. You got to dig deep if you want to bring this one back. This is your map pick. You're world beaters on this map. You even took out T1 in Thailand.
But yeah, they're losing a lot of important duels. And also, G2 are leaving C too weak. They're leaving Leaf to just cover C on his own, and he's getting caught. Or he's leaving C empty, and then G2 have to play full retake, and then the Furia players are set up on good angles and hitting the shots.
Everyone thought that. Exactly. Get back into stage 1, and for Furia, they're just looking to get
Leaf being 2 and 7 is not really what you want from a guy that's covering C completely alone. And also, the calling from Rafa has been very good around this gate crash. Look at this gate crash. Okay, so he popped it out. So what are we looking at? We're looking at like 135 on the clock, something like that, and then it's sorry, not 135, 105 on the clock, and it disappears. Dude, frying.
Miraculous. It's beautiful. And yes, it was the weak goodbye by G2.
But yeah, this is eco round.
This is pure confidence on display now.
I mean, just bullying G2. Straight up bullying them. But the utility behind these fights from Furia has been so impressive, though, for a team that, you know, kind of relied on a lot of contact style and just aim dueling at kickoff.
Last player standing.
They've done their due diligence, and
they certainly have.
Yeah, they look extremely prepared here.
Yeah, 8-0 against G2.
I mean, this is one of the reasons why I was predicting some of the Bangkok teams to lose.
Still at the top, 10-4. Prize, the newcomer.
But I didn't think G2 or T1 would lose because their opening matches were against teams that had performed really badly.
And then the trading is on point.
But I do think, for example, 100 Thieves are going to have an advantage over Sentinels for this reason. There's just so much more tape, so much more time to change what you're doing compared to your opponents. But I didn't think it would happen in this game. Paranoia comes out and Havoc gets caught. This is a rubble fight that's going a little bit better. The counter stun though was really nice there from Rafa. Stunned out like this, forced Valon back and isolated Jonah P.
They're the ones hurting at the end of the day. It's a player disadvantage now for them.
And Trent and Valon have got a pop here. Fuel's going to go down in like 3.
What he can do. All's going to be dropping soon enough. Pause called for.
I mean, this is just an aim duel that's going to decide this round. If Valon or Trent can hit something first, then they've got a chance.
A little too antsy though and walk into the crosshairs of Furia. That is the disadvantage. But they have nobody checking front B, so Trent, he's got to do this back and forth.
Drone sees 3, I think. But Valon's stuck. So Trent's going to try to pull aggression. The wall just went up there. Actually, like, almost at the worst time. Because Valon, if it was like half a second later, Valon might have been able to get one and get out. Now Valon has to hold the smoke. I think you just have to hold the smoke. You have to hope they burn all of their util at the beginning of the round, and they don't have anything to get through this. I don't think they'll be keeping track 100% of the fact that, like, do they have, you know, all of their flashes, all of their prowlers and stuff, because it was a bit chaotic at the beginning of the round, but you just got to bank on it. Leaf's got a really important kill on the flank. He could teleport back up as well here. But this should be the first round.
28 seconds remaining in attempt to clear this guy. Pesky problem. The Valon is. This is desperation and there's no time left.
Trent just has to live.
Trent all just needs to play his life and it's a round.
Yeah, it's over. That, even that round though, so close. And Furia had a player advantage as well.
It's all because of Valon, honestly. The way
But
that he
yeah, they ran out of attacking util to be able to get through smokes.
Omen TPing in the back of sight, getting all the way to
No
drop.
13-0. I think
much time on that clock.
if I had to guess, I think what's probably going to happen is G2 are going to warm up a bit in this game and then play a lot better in like map 2.
Maybe now confidence getting back into
But
their hands. I mean,
we'll
he's
see.
even shocked that they won the round, which is craziness. But yeah,
But
Valon,
I'm anticipating a
stepping up
fake comeback.
for G2 right when they needed it the most. If they can string back a couple more rounds together, give themselves a shot.
That's often the way that these kind of things go. Look at the gate crash again. 140. They are really trying to punish Leaf. They are so aware of how Leaf operates. Ulting when you're 10 HP is really bold. Do any of these players have shorties that they can just jump in and start spamming with? So look, 110, the gate crash has disappeared. But C has been reinforced with the Viper's Pit, so you don't need to worry about it as much this round.
Awkward, but still G2 maintaining control.
Oh, now there's an important kill, because Heat's been able to do a lot on this lurk, and Prize has done a lot on this lurk as well. So, okay. This round's over. This round's over. They're getting the hang of it here. G2 are figuring out roughly what's going on. Like, they're aware of this kind of lurk timing.
Attack side Lotus, you know, you have the double controller, you can, you know, manipulate rotations like Valon likes to do.
Can you turn up the casters a tiny bit? No, they're literally on full volume. For some reason, America's is quieter than the other regions, I think. But the mics sound better. I didn't think about that, but yesterday the mics sounded fucked up. And today, the mics sound really good.
So util for util was won this time around for G2. Furia taking their first time out, maybe just trying to cut out some of that momentum that G2 is starting to accumulate, because that was a clean round that they
You got a sound
won.
extension?
At this
No.
point, it feels like to me, though, that G2 have got a bit of a read in terms of how Furia want to play.
Yes.
Like you said earlier, I mean, they're catching the heat lurks as well.
Will Egg watch Paper X? It's too early in the morning for me. Like, the most likely thing is that today the second match is still going to be quite long, and I'm going to estimate it ends at like 2 a.m. my time today, and then the match begins at 8 a.m. The DRX Paper X game. I ain't fucking waking up for that shit. It's not happening.
I mean,
if this game ends quickly, which it doesn't look like it's going to, because what, you think Furia are going to get a quick 2-0? Nah. The second game's going to be a close one as well. We're going late tonight. It might even be 3 a.m.
10-2 on their attack. They come back on a scent defense, win it out. I mean, they have grit. That's for certain. And now let's see if there's a change of pace from the side of Furia.
I'm not casting Americas this week just because that's how the schedule worked out.
Maybe some faint utility towards
They wanted
C.
Bren because they just wanted like one extra person to work the desk, basically.
Slowing down the pace. Still
And
showing the
do,
power at
I
C,
think
though,
only
trying to
one
get
cast with
Heat to
Doug.
Get all that free space.
With
Maybe
Baby
you can
Bay.
take a 1v1 as the main pack of players.
And then
take this fight against Trent.
I'm getting there in week 3 and 4.
Feeder Trent, he's under a lot of pressure. Can't quite win that fight out as well. Dodging and juking most of the
Good spam. Good spam. 2 immediate picks off both of the players playing on rubble. And that's not the normal way that they would play as well. G2 would not normally hold their Tejo here. But this spot was great anticipation.
And run down that clock. So a good adaptation from Furia.
Havoc's playing really well on Duelist.
And this retake for G2, it's gonna be so hard. So much is
Thought this was possible from him, but he had so many nerve problems. He was like mad nerves when he got onto stage last year. This is that same B timing. Wow, he's on 2 HP.
You got to try and remove some of these problems, but it's a rapid go ahead. G2.
I'm surprised they weren't aware of that. B lurk though. Leaf gets a kill because he didn't finish the kill. Wait, Jorg is sticking. Jorg is sticking. Okay, it's over. Almost though.
Through and true Furia. They went out that round on round 11.
Round in the half.
Just the numbers game at that point.
Green
for Furia.
Kitten,
I mean,
thank you for the new tier 1 sub.
He almost did some whiffing right there, but it's just too tough. Too many angles
And
to look at. When
Flumpel Stiltsky, thank you for the 21 months as well.
In that smoke, you know you're gonna connect on somebody. And just not ready.
Was Wyatt right the whole time?
I mean, G2 have been
You mean in terms of Furia being a great team?
rounds here on their defensive side, so why not take some pop shots there? You might get lucky, and they did
Who
just
knows?
that. You get the numbers advantage.
Don't think so,
That's
though.
the issue. A is the focus.
I think they're going to be pretty inconsistent. I think they're sometimes going to look like a good playoffs team, and then sometimes they're going to look like shit.
How do you choose to refight this one? It's been slowed down.
That's kind of how Fury's always been.
Hold on. Forget about a util, guns in hand, just try and make the most of it.
Oh, now that is extremely good aim resetting from Valon there.
I love the reactive utility as well from Jonah P right there. That fault line coming through.
Yeah, that fault line was...
But this is what we know G2 to be. Multiple steps.
Dude, am I losing my mind? I thought that was an attacking fault line. I didn't even realize.
Of Trent there on the
I thought that was supposed to go onto Valon.
I mean, a 2v5 would be ridiculous to close out the half. Such a tough ask. Heat. See if anybody gives him a 1v1.
Yeah, it's looking unlikely.
I don't think this is going to be an ace, is it? Ace to end the half. Why not? Give it to Valon.
But yeah, Valon, the IGL, he's been stepping up.
Oh, you guys have got Valon in your fantasy. Yeah, he got an extra point for the 4K.
At one point. Now he's 11 and 11 on
Does he get an extra 2 points for the ace? Wait a second. Wait a second. The ace. The ace. The ace. Everybody with Valon on their fantasy team screaming and punching the air right now.
iBuyPower on socials and using hashtag #UnlockYourAce.
I mean, Valon.
Yeah, that was Jonah P's fault line.
Other than the IGL,
nice. Very cool.
Now, G2, they still have a chance, but a lot is going to be riding on that pistol round. And Furia, with the way that they've been looking mechanically in this series so far.
Hot take, Wolves will not drop a game in stage 1.
They come into this one well prepped as well. It's at round 13.
That is a scorching hot take. A scorching hot take. Wolves beat Trace 2-0 today, but like, they're gonna be...
You know, at Verizon, we'll pay off your phone, and you'll get iPhone 16.
They're gonna be playing up
That's
against...
a value of up to $1,600.
I mean, to be honest, if they can beat
Only
Trace,
at
though...
Verizon.
Trace are playing like crap right now, though. They're still gonna come up against other difficult opponents. They're gonna be coming up against... Billy is gonna be pretty difficult for them. They lost to Nova already recently. They're going to be playing against EDG, obviously, the big bosses. Like, dude, they're not going to go undefeated stage 1. They will lose to XLG. I'm hoping they'll lose to XLG. But we'll see. We'll see. EDG are already in shambles. They're looking a little bit shambles. They're not full shambles, though. But they're looking a bit shambly. Wait, an ace is 6 points. Oh, because he's your IGL, you get double points for the ace. Is an ace really 3 points? And then doubled to 6? That's criminal. Oh, shit, I had Trent today. I forgot about that. I've got Trent in my team. Is he doing well? I mean, he's not doing as well as Valon.
Underway here, round 13 for this
I forgot
pistol
about
round.
that.
All
Trent got a
eyes
4K?
upon it
Yes!
because For a team like G2,
fuck yeah!
an abundance of experience that they've got. They've been in position.
I forgot I was rooting for him.
Down and out. For Furia, honestly, the impetus for them, I think, is going to be trying to lock up this pistol round. Make sure
Wolves
you don't give
already
any ins
diffing the
whatsoever to this
so-called
G2 squad.
number 2
Despite the
team in
scoreline
China
being
with the
9-3,
power of
there's a reason we're
Sifat,
layering
a
on this
player
much
with the
respect
IGLing
under the
of
name of Jet2.
FNS,
Yeah, you
the
have to
aim
put
of
the nail in the
Demon
coffin
1,
here if you
the
Fury. This
movement
pistol
of
round win
something,
is so
the
massive
utility
for them
usage
to
of
close
Jonah,
out their
the
first
moral
map
leadership of
of
Zelsis
this
and the
year's
personality
VCT.
and whimsy of Ardis. He is the
And
real
right now,
goat of
with this composition of
Valorant.
G2,
Right, so
they're gonna
Sufat
play this
Baby, the
slow
real
approach
goat
a
of
lot,
Valorant.
Try to understand where Furia are likely
So they've
to
pushed
use
3
that
players up.
utility, where
Reactive
that lead
Paranoia
might be.
available here, along with
Leaf.
a Prowler, and then potentially a Neon Slide. If Havoc had wanted to fight over it super aggro.
From the side of Furia. I mean,
Then on the other side, you have Stun to be able to slow this down, and
I
then
think you're going to see a fast speed up from the side of Furia to get a quick flank.
sometimes on these kind of pistol rounds, the Clove drops back and they play a high-low setup.
That C-mount control, but look, it looks like G2 are so scared of a trap play.
He doesn't have anyone with him.
Yeah, and you can see it, like the tap, the bait out.
They've got the wrong
As you
read on
mentioned,
what's going
very
on
worried
here.
about the potential of it with Furia's composition.
Okay, now they should
Spots
realize
it,
that
catches
they're
the
fighting
contact
A.
with the Prowler on top of it, so he knows there's at least 2 forward in that
And they're
position towards
reclearing.
A. Rubble, the call is made now by G2,
They are
making their way.
rewalking this.
Back over, creeping and crawling though, up behind the wall, and now an explosion of util to make sure they can clear up a rubble, take control.
The fast react actually would have found the clove.
Brent, Furia have done their homework right here. They baited out so much of that utility, and now they get to go second. Delaying even further. I mean,
These players are just staying completely respecting everything. Valon doesn't have a second smoke. This is going to remain unsmoked.
Definitely slows it down and catches a bullet into the head as part of the process, but Trent are going to be able to get a plant down.
Leaf holding for this. No Prowler available.
Take control of a bit of
1-for-1 is pretty decent, to be honest. Losing both breaches helps the team already in control of the site.
Is primed. Valon holding this one ready, and as soon as they see it,
good attack paranoia.
He bites, pounces straight onto his
nice, and they smoke this side off as well, just in case. And Leaf's been holding on blue room the whole time. And then Trent has this as well for heat.
Takes up control of this one, but with Trent being taken out, hold on. Main needs to be accounted for. Being cleaned up ever so slightly, but Price has got a hell of a task still yet to do.
Get that gate crash.
And he doesn't know what these players are at all.
Nice, okay. Pistol round. Fake comeback? Real comeback?
4G2. I got a little bit scared for G2.
I'm not even sure. This could be real. Could be real.
What does Clove do in this comp? Why run it over Viper or Taeho?
Well, you already have two initiators, so running the Taeho in this comp doesn't make too much sense because it's supposed to be like a death ball and fight kind of comp, and Taeho isn't really that. Taeho's more like flushing people out of spots. So it allows you to play quickly because you can place smokes down on like one area. Like say you double smoke A and you're looking like you want to go for an A hit, and then you're like, oh shit, we actually need to pivot. You can pivot fast instead of pivoting slow. Whereas most of the time the classic Lotus comps are going to be slow pivot kind of comps where you try not to use too much util until you're actually ready to commit to the hit. And what was the other one that you said? Viper? Because the Clove is also going to be part of the death ball. Like, the Clove is going to be almost the second person in a lot of these situations. You actually have two smokes that are able to take fights and duels. You saw the way, for example, that, well, I mean, on the attack side, I guess you could play the Viper like this, where they were looking up, but Heat's going to do some anchoring, some brawling, going to get aggressive.
A team like G2 out. You already know they're going to be cooking up all sorts of ideas for their bonus round on how to use the dimensional drift, get the most out of it for the next.
Oh yeah, which strat are they going to pick out of the big playbook that they have? I mean, it could be any single one of them. That's how deep their strat book runs.
No way Furia lose an 8-0 lead.
What a good default from G2. I mean, we set it up perfectly. They need to sniff out if
nothing's impossible.
And there was.
Like we were talking about before, what's the percentage chance that Furia loses an 8-0 lead against G2? It's more than, it's like more than 10%, right? It's somewhere probably between 10 and 15%. Maybe higher. Maybe it's more like 20% or something. I could see them losing an 8-0 lead, like a decent percentage of the time against a good squad.
I mean, you're running dry on what you
50% either they do or they don't. Fuck, you're so correct. You're so right, actually.
That we're talking about this as a concept when it's 9 to 5. You'd think we would be talking about, you know, Furia. Okay, well, G2's in a lot of trouble, but the trouble is the caliber of G2. We're going to go on a bit of a glazing sesh, aren't we? Because we've seen what this team can do in the past. They're composed.
What did he say?
They know
something
to win from spots like this.
Please.
Really
Didn't
quite
hear him
new
properly.
to it, honestly, in terms of being able to close
Joke's
out
got
maps.
dimensional drift. Are they going to actually take some heavy space here?
Gun round for Furia. Get ever so slightly closer.
Jorg is not trying to get in front of this stuff and then teleport out. He's still trying to play it with a bit of respect. He doesn't want to take an early duel there.
What does Clove bring to this comp that Brimstone wouldn't?
I do like the close one at the same time from the side of Furia, though.
The Brimstone wouldn't? The ability to heal, the ult that's really good for taking duels.
See if you can avoid it, but I think, yeah, just spotted by Jorgamo. It's hot on his heels.
Yeah, rechargeable smokes. Smokes that don't last as long, so you can use them for map control. Plenty of reasons to run the Clove over the brim here.
But Furia do have 5 alive, ready to set up now.
Yeah, smokes when you're dead. Tons of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, now we get to see Are Furia good
Like,
in
that's
the
one of the
retake?
reasons why hard anchoring with the Clove is not that bad, because you can still get good post-plant defensive smoke scope.
Towards a top leaf, my god. It's target practice. The door's opened up wide here, but a double face off through into the back of the site. Still, time is ticking, and guess what? Util
G2 are just such an... Oh my god, what is that double kill? What is that double kill? Unfortunately, he did get half. He did get half. It is winnable. It is winnable. It's not winnable anymore. That... it was still possible there for a moment.
Just too much utility. I mean, this is the benefit of running the Yoru.
Yeah, that's... G2 is so nerdy in the post-plant there with their timings that even though Havoc hits a sick double kill, it's still over.
And at the pace that Furia were doing that retake,
He did die at the end. Yeah. Dorkathon, welcome back. Welcome back, Dorkathon. One of the casualties of the Pokemon run.
That time delay, right? How long they took to actually get into that retake.
No, it was way too slow.
Nice, boys.
If you're Furia, you're going to have to do a fast flood.
What are they doing opening the door on me?
Who's the best G2 player? At the moment, I would say Trent. At the beginning of kickoff, Leaf. Over the last 2 years, honestly, maybe Jonah P. He was super good last year at international events, and to get them there, and he's still looking like one of the best initiators in the world.
Even those Teo missiles used by Trent right there.
They're a stacked roster.
Okay.
They're a stacked roster.
Yeah, he's pulling a stinger. Are you kidding me?
Jorg was the best at Bangkok. No, Jorg was the best in the finals of Bangkok. Trent was the best at Bangkok.
With the evening of numbers right there, it kind of feels like you're smothered 4G2. You kind of have to send it A. That's why you see rotations on the minimap right now from Furia.
To be honest, over the last 2 years, Jorg is probably the least high-performing player. But he's still amazing. Just respect to how good the other guys have been.
Smoke duration listed as a positive. Can you elaborate?
Yeah, like sometimes the short smoke duration is actually good for map control because it's like an area that you end up wanting to go through. So like here, for example, if you, I mean, it doesn't, to be honest, it's not that relevant on Lotus, frankly, but, I mean, there's no way that's doable for you, is it? Like, let's say you wanted to smoke with this, right? Normally, for control over towards A, you would want to smoke stairs. But let's say just to control rubble, you want to clove smoke. Bro, I need the minimap back up,
The fact that he's the sole
unfortunately.
guy running through main while everybody else is going through door is what gets him these free kills to get the trades on site that were necessary to close out this round. I mean, just protecting the spike planner as well in this moment. A huge step up.
Bring me back the mini-map.
Impactful rounds for Leaf. And it's the last time
They're trolling me,
out now
chat.
from the
They're
side
trolling
of
me. I
Furia.
need to do the
Nothing
thing that
really
Sean
worked for
does
them.
where he pulls a
Yeah,
Valor
they
plant.
found Valon in that moment, but that's kind of like a one-off kill, I feel like. I feel
Okay,
most
so
of
you
the
know
time,
how Lotus is structured, where
G2 would have been favored,
you have the
Valor would have been favored in
staircase
that
here,
exchange, so
right?
This is the comeback.
And then
I mean,
over
this is
here
tough
you have a
now for
box.
Furia. All of a sudden, you were up, what,
And
8-0
then
at one point, or 8-1?
the box goes like
The score
this
is now
into
9-7.
blue room, and this is like the door into B.
now in your
So
brain,
B is in that direction. These are the
just feel like
stairs,
you can't do anything
and this is
right.
the entrance into the A site. So it's like it's kind of like this.
Investment with the buy.
And then this
And
is
what can you really do, though? Are
tree.
you gonna,
This is the door.
try to change the
And this
pace,
is
try to just
rubble
full
back
run it
here.
down
Okay?
against G2?
So like
You can't really do that
this,
for Furia. They
if
have
you
protocols
smoke
in place for that.
here,
We've already seen
this
that.
would be the
That
most
was the
standard
Teo
spot.
missiles that I was talking about earlier
But
off the
as
top
you
of the
come
door.
in,
I mean,
they can
Trent
still
had a
be on
protocol
this
for
side,
the
this
top of
side.
the
They can be
door.
hiding this side, like that kind of thing.
I
What
mean,
you can do
come on.
instead is
Like,
as Clove. You can
what are we
smoke
talking about
here.
here?
Just take
This is
control of
high-level play
rubble,
from G2 on this
and you
attack
control
side to
this
call
sight
back
line over towards blue room, and then the Clove smoke is going to dissipate kind of pretty soon, so you're not worried, even if you're doing a fairly pacey round, about going through it. So there are some situations in which Clove smoke's being shorter is actually like quite a nice thing, at least compared to like a Brim or something that lasts forever, because you don't want to push through your own Brim smokes.
They were looking for that pull of Util.
But it's not that relevant on Lotus.
Forcing Furia to reveal their hands in a defensive
More
setup,
relevant
and
is the
guess
fact
what?
that
We're gonna
the
go
ult
other
and the
way.
post-death smokes are just...
Now all you really have
And the fact
to
that
use on that retake
you
is
do act more like a duelist
that
with your
Fade
heal.
ultimate, like you said, so a
Just
great
fit the
bait out
comp
of
better in
utility
terms of having
from the
another
side of
brawler.
G2, the Yoru and the Omen getting so much value there in that C area, and they want to double dip back into this.
Why not Viper though? Just because the Viper has to stay alive to get value. The Clove can die and still get value. Like, it's as simple as that. The comp wants somebody who can fight. And if you choose to use your Viper for that, they're going to die more often, and you're not going to get the value from their util more often.
45 seconds left. Leaves holding off to the side. They want to go back over towards A.
Like, could you run it with a Viper? Yeah, you just change the flavor of the composition back to being more like one like this.
I mean, everyone's still here stacked at C.
30 seconds, doors opened up. He's gone around, he's cleared the space here, so now, yeah, Furia are aware of this. Cover going out. Different kind of challenge now. It's all on Khalil. Doors open wide. That's going to be sending out that paranoia. He's the one who's going to put a stop to this one. There's only 17 seconds left. Salvos. Sliders and gaps to play in here.
Is Leaf swinging? No, he went back to stairs.
They can put a stop to this here and now, but it comes down to the shots. Comes down to that fire.
Nice from Leaf, though. Oh my god, very nice from Leaf. Oh my god. Leaf was hoping that the rest of his team would stay alive there. Oh my god, he's doing such a good round. That is a phenomenal round from Leaf.
Him versus Heat. Steps himself in. Decay kicking in. And he's got to try and sniff this guy out entirely, but Leaf is already back to safety. Drops his way back. So much to clear. It's a game of timings, and Heat is not favored. Time still ticking. Smoke.
What an interesting
blooms,
smoke.
Blossoms,
Does he have time? Yeah, he does. He's got plenty of time.
More than enough time to get it done.
Well, he's got like 3 seconds or something. 2.5? Oh no, nowhere near. What am I talking about? 1.7? Dude, I'm shit though.
This is why they're putting Heat on
nice
this
smoke
character,
though.
is because he can play like a duelist. He can clutch rounds out like this for
Dan
you.
FPS, thank you for the tier 1.
He's had so much impact in the last 3 rounds. But what more can he do? It has to be more players stepping up to the plate for him.
Yeah, unfortunately for Leaf, 2 of his players died right as he popped his ult. Like, those 2 getting sprayed down there, he was really needing Jorg to trade that.
So far.
The double kill was massive.
I didn't know he was this
big from Price. Come on, Price.
Play on 2G.
Dude, he's at the top of the scoreboard. That's the difference that confidence makes, by the way. Sometimes, I mean, it's obvious when you watch 2G, but the players are not bad. They're just so passive and playing like shit.
He's been playing so on the edge here at this B door. I mean, look at how aggressive he's playing. But another bait of utility from G2.
They're just allowing themselves to get run over.
Nobody taking any chip damage whatsoever. But already look at the mini-map. Players on Furia are moving towards that A side.
Big clutch from EDG. What a game for the upper finals in Bangkok.
Are they going to use that
yep, amazing upper grand finals.
Jorg straight in there, man.
Jorg's in.
Oh, he missed the call potentially, but
he's heard Heat behind. Okay, so he sees everyone. He sees 3. He sees 3 players. And Khalil dies. So you know you've got A for free here, but you know that they're pretty close to being able to flood defend. So you've got to defend this. Strange push into the smoke there from Havoc. Not even trying to go into it with a bit of pace. Just in case there's someone in there.
Too clean.
It's taken over.
Yeah.
All good though. I think this is a save, isn't it?
Want to try to get some exits, maybe, but
600, 150, still got full armor. 3v5 save.
I mean, if he saved that gun, maybe he could have
is
bolted
the play.
Takes the fight anyway.
Yeah, feeling a little bit too antsy there. I know he won that 1v1. He feels hot. He wants it. But he's gonna wish he would have had that in a future round. Maybe could have had something going for him. And G2, I mean,
no way G2 choke this, right?
For this. They've got that spike planted with
choke
so
this? They were 8-2 down. 8-0 down.
Doesn't look like they're actually going to meet.
How is it G2's game to choke?
Furia, but a good answer back. Another conversion.
We just be out here saying shit, huh? We just be making up sentences however we want.
And again, Leaf, he's at the top right now. 15 and 12 for him. He's been getting so many impactful 1v1 kills to open up.
So we're just falling for rage bait now? Every day. You sit in my spot and just have poo thrown at you by the anonymous blob that is the internet and try not to fall for the rage bait. There's so much of it. There's so much of it.
Because of what you said, he's getting too much value. They have to deny it now.
You are the most prolific rage baiter in the stream. That's rage bait. That's bait. That's bait. I'm the only sensible one here. Always honest.
Call for a fast pivot to try and
always reasonable.
Over towards C.
Yeah, that close smoke delayed that. And again, the layers to the approach of G2's attack. I mean, utility being held
passive
out.
gate crash indicates that they're going to try to clear this with Jorg and get out if if he needs to.
Flash into your face, Khalil in trouble. That's the suppression in through the back as well.
And they do get out.
Getting out of that one, but
Did they actually get good information there, though? They got info that they were fighting, but now the Neon's starting to rotate.
Rubble control didn't really go the way of G2.
G2 though didn't use much util. I mean, look how much utility they still have available. They have huge amounts of util still available. Small whiff from LEV.
He's finding these openings, isn't he? Yeah, he is. And shutting down LEV is a big one. He's been the major playmaker. Rolling Thunder now going to be used to cleave its way in through towards the A side, but Havoc is willing to fill in the gaps in the defense. But it's
big boy kill. That allows them to get the pivot. Valon loves calling this, by the way. Pressuring A into the pivot of B. He loves calling that.
It's all running out for them. Havoc doesn't know what to expect. Layers upon
Jonah
layers
is a rock.
here by G2. You think you've got them cornered, you think you've got them trapped.
What's the song that people would sing in Bible study class? It's like, you got to build your house on the rock, or like the man who built the house on the sand, and then his house came tumbling down.
And now, yeah, you have to retake.
It's like, does anyone know? Anyone know that one?
Hold on to this one for the next round.
For some reason in my head, all I can think of is he's got the whole world in his hands, but that's not the tune. It's something to do with building your house on the sand and building your house on the rock.
It will get down to the spike though in the end here. This is G2.
Yeah, G2 NB a lot, they do. But they normally NB through A, they don't NB just by going for B pops. No, sorry, we don't go to a private Christian elite white boys school. Fuck off. 50% of you are American, and that's a way more Christian country than some random, I mean, me, going to a working class random fucking state school in the UK. I am not learning my biblical knowledge from there.
They still have it here, and Ultimate's coming back.
The wise man built his man built his house upon the rock. Bum 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 built his house upon the rock. But the house stayed solid and firm.
They're still worried about the potential of a trap play. For good reason. This time though, Havoc is
stupid fucking man built his house upon the sand. It's that tune. It's that tune, but I can't remember the words. It's something like that. No way America is more Christian than the UK. Do you live under a rock? Are you having a fucking laugh? I mean, that is like, surely you know enough to know that, don't you? It is, admittedly, it is counterintuitive, because the king is the head of the Church of England. We literally have like a fucking Anglican church, right? So I can understand why it's a bit counterintuitive, but it's absolutely true. America was founded by people who thought England was getting too unreligious for them.
Try and make the most of it. Jorgamo just disrespected him, running him down, shorty in hand. It's an Armageddon in through the back of the
3v3. This would be such a huge round for Furia, but they can't deny the plant with the retake. Here comes Heat on the flank. Can they get something going? Open the door. No utility available for anyone on G2.
Rafa's alone up through heaven. His flanking players got to do the work.
That doesn't catch on Trent.
Down the fault line to try and help them out.
That looked like he was stood on it.
But still not catching it close to the corner. No swings in sight. Trent still locking it
Good
down.
shot from Jonah. That's fast reaction times. Losable though. Losable. What's the time? What's the time look like on the salvos? Salvos just come back online. Oh, it doesn't even matter. Valon gets 2. I was looking at the fucking util timer. Valon won the round already.
Valon definitely in control, closing that post plan out, but it was Jogamo.
He's right. I can't believe it. There's no way you can't believe that. Have you ever interacted with people from both countries?
It's ridiculous. Look at this. Wow. There's no reason he should be winning that.
I think actually the stats would even get more one-sided if you looked at like practicing Christians, as in go to church regularly or however else they want to define that.
A fight towards this A site. Money is terrible from the side of Furia. All G2 have to do.
Does Furia lose the 8-0 lead?
have full advantage.
Second wave of it.
And do they clear Khalil? They do. Great awareness. Nice from Havoc, but he ends up going down, and it's a 4v2 and nobody on A. So G2 are going to take the lead for the first time in the game.
Difficulty with it, as you mentioned at the beginning. Just scraps to work with on the side of Furia.
And even the little things, right? Like Jonah P.
God, I hate watching Teho so much.
One step closer
He's
to
such
that
a boring
the next
agent.
gun round.
I would rather we bring back Prime Chamber meta. Post-plant delay is actually less exciting than the coma ward in a hospice, bro.
Not much you can do right now from the side
I mean,
of Furia. Yeah, these smokes
strangely, the coma ward in a hospice might be an incredibly exciting place to work, because like if people are coming out of a coma, that shit has got to be like crazy exciting. But I understand your point.
Trying to make it just that much more winnable. Heats left to do it all again with just nothing to work with.
I don't think though that this meta's worse than peak chamber meta.
Oh my gosh, it was a long time coming, but they
I mean, the
finally did it
chamber
up.
was fun to watch, but at
the
least
way they went about it, just full composure.
I don't know.
Not letting things slip away, still playing
It
that
was
reactive
different.
style,
It was
still
different.
manipulating the rotations.
I will say though, I think this is better than
half.
double smokes Astro meta.
And that opens up a lot of opportunities now too. Get this map win.
I think that
G2.
was
I mean,
bad.
They haven't really.
I think
held
that
the
was
WP
bad.
Once off the start. I mean, if they ever decide
I think
to
this
change the
meta's
pace, you
pretty
imagine Furia
fun
would
still.
not be ready
There's
for that.
huge amounts of diversity in the comps. You getting mad about Teho? Only one of the teams is running it. They can't be that bad.
I know how to nerf Teho. Make it so you can shoot Teho missiles mid-air.
That would actually be sick. Alright, Khalil wins a super important duel. So even though Havoc goes down, it's a 4v4, and they don't lose rubble control, which would have been a disaster.
Now a little bit smaller for the side of G2. That's why you
Legitimately shooting the Teho missiles out of midair would be a very funny way of countering the post-plant
There was a
spam.
jump spot I saw on the mini-map as well.
Yeah, you used to be able to shoot sky flashes.
Seeing 3 members.
I think
He missed it.
Chamber meta was terrible
Did he?
because of how
It looked like he missed it.
to play around slash against the chamber. It was so boring to watch.
Yeah, and also the chamber would just play on a bunch of different like off angles, so it was tough to even counter it. This is going to come down to individuals. Oh, they're just going to A. That's what? What? They're teleporting over to A, and then Jonah just swings in and destroys Prize. That's crazy, and that's just wrapped up the round. Like, why is he even taking that duel?
He has no
Why
idea
is he
where these
fighting
members
that?
are. There was a guy that just got taken out at C.
Whatever. He fucking owned it.
Since it got to the
I don't
second
know.
half, I mean, G2 have been in complete control. Rafa's got to do a lot.
He knows where Jorg is.
First obstacle removed, 2 more remaining. There's a clone in your face as well, blinded up. He's got to know the rough positioning, but Jorgamore could be anywhere. Narrowly spotted out, just baiting these shots out, and guess what? Shorty in hand. Okay, it's getting funny with it. Getting funky.
I mean,
with it
Rafa would
before
have to
time.
stick. It's the easiest.
And that's
Yeah,
a true win
it's
con
over.
already. That circle shrinking. They know it. G2.
1,000 credits, 1,000 credits, 1,000 credits. He needs this weapon.
Amazing play from Valon this entire half. I mean, stepping up huge when his team needed him to start the comeback in the first place. But these trades, the shots that he hit, the reactionary play, understanding that somebody's stunned in that moment, taking full advantage.
I think that was important for them.
Impossible for Rafa to play a 1v3.
I guess not, looking at the util. Well, yeah, missing one Prowler. Whoops, what was that circle?
And they really haven't
Missing
had to
one
show
Prowler.
much
Anything
depth
else?
other than,
No.
okay, I'm gonna wait for
Light
Furia to
armor on
show their
everyone,
hand
but
and go next. Yeah.
it would be funny if Leaf just pulled out an Outlaw. Oh, Havoc was frying earlier. How does Jonah get one? Oh, and they get the clone. 2v2 though, 2v2. I'm rooting for Furia. Dude, I want him to get it to OT.
The safety there with it.
I don't want to see this team just collapse.
Crash all the way in and
You
through.
did such a good job of getting yourself up to 8-0.
Target acquired. Out into the open. 31 health here for Jordan.
He did not get caught by that. Health advantage still for Furia. What a bad duel to take, but he thought that the player had already gone through into tree. Go on, Khalil. Give us a reason to believe.
We've seen him do it before.
Give me a reason to believe.
Furia's shining star, getting tons of clutches on this controller roll. But it's just going to be so difficult with this doubled up approach.
He's taking forever.
have been something that they have been drilling for years.
This is a fucking geriatric attempt.
Pressure's on for Khalil. They've made all the noise in the world, and the time to strike is now.
Okay, tragic. Honestly, tragic. GG. GG. The result of this map was never in doubt. Would you agree with me though? I know you're just gonna gloat here, but would you agree with me that it was higher than a 5% chance? That was higher than 5%. Yeah, it was definitely higher than 5%.
You imagine your spirits are beat down a little bit.
Maybe
It felt like you
6.
were right there.
All the confidence they had right at the beginning.
Jesus Christ.
Just petered away out of the existence, really.
But we do have to highlight, I mean, some very good things that we've seen from the side of Furia, especially on that attacking side. I mean, they really set the tone. Yeah, and I'm excited.
Who's a better duelist in Stage 1, Zekken or Djuzzi? You mean kickoff? If you're only looking at kickoff, I guess you'd kind of have to say that Djuzzi had performed better, but I don't think that should be taken to mean that he's a better player. Borp16, thank you for the 100 bits.
Only came in for last round and saw 12 to 10. Do you think G2 just wanted to try a map they were at again?
You think that G2 wanted to try a map that they're ass at? G2 esports stats. Scroll down to Lotus. Yeah, no, this was a map that G2 are ass at. No, you're right. You're right. No, you're right. They were just fucking around.
Red Bull gives you wings.
MILF near you, thank you for the 100 bits.
Can you give us your thoughts on this clip in the break? It gives a lot of insight on MiBR dynamic Kappa.
Nah, what happened, if you're genuinely being serious, was that Furia had changed their comp. They'd also done some very heavy like anti on G2, so they had really good ideas of how G2's defensive protocols worked. They were also just, they looked like they were motivated to win at the beginning too, so they were like taking opportunities, being proactive, taking their timings, hitting their shots. They kind of caught G2 off guard, strung some really good rounds together and went up to 8-0 and then lost the map.
Do you think a cooldown increase of 10 to 15 seconds on most signature abilities would be healthy for the game?
So instead of 40 seconds, you're suggesting bringing it to 50 to 55 seconds. If you use one of these at the very beginning of the round, when there's 1 minute 40 on the clock, that would mean that you get it back at 0:45, something like that. And then if you used it on your exec, you wouldn't get it back at all for post plant, because post plant is 45 seconds long. Would that be better for the game? I'm not sure. I think you could definitely make an argument that increasing it to the point where you're unlikely... So, like, if you made it 55 seconds on the signature abilities, you would not get a signature ability back for post-plant. But which signature abilities do you even use for post-plant? Salvos, obviously. Stun, sometimes.
All good, all good. We got worried for a second. It was an 8-0.
I'm assuming you wouldn't make this change to smokes.
Disadvantages like this
because I think that would be... That would just mess
What are
tons
some
of
of the things
stuff
that you
up.
tell your team to make sure that you're able to recover it this way?
I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm not sure.
I didn't expect
Would it
them
be
to
better?
Come out punching like that, and I'm glad we got tested this early in this
I think
series.
retakes are already powerful in this game.
It's just about keeping
I
the
don't
boys'
think it would
confidence and just
be...
relying on the fundamentals. We were making a lot of mental errors, I would say, in the first 8 rounds.
I don't know.
And it's just making sure like we're sharp, and so.
I'm not sure.
something
I don't
like
have a good
without
answer
some
for you
pressure
there.
That like brings the boys into focus and start like really playing the game. So that was fun to watch. Hopefully we bring it to map 2.
Yeah, if they made Tejo's ability getting kills instead of being on a timer,
is there any chance that we're gonna see that?
That
You're gonna see Waylay.
would nerf.
Actually, okay.
They're playing Waylay on Ascent?
I hope it's real. Okay, we'll figure it out. Let's see.
They're playing Waylay on Ascent from Jorg.
Okay, the Waylay.
God damn.
We'll talk about that in a second. I want to talk about the first 8 rounds that Josh was mentioning there because it kind of is crazy how quickly a half can slip away when you're using critical buy rounds, critical shrine rounds.
Nah, because if you could deploy 3 sets of salvos at once, you'd put down 6 salvos. That'd be fucking mental at the start of a round.
Jonah P is they hold on to his utility. Like that stun, he'll hold on to that reactively, use that a minute into a round. Instead, in these early rounds, G2 were using that very early on. You can see sort of up here on your mini map, he's set up for a fault line going into the corner. That ability is already gone at the start of the round. And because Furia are seizing this space onto the B site so quickly, what it means is that G2 are without that critical ability for the retake. And they're going to come in flooding very heavily through Baby.
That's a nice
now,
arrow.
The rest of their team pretty
Good
far
arrow
back,
drawing.
So it's all up to those 3 players to win this fight. And the first fight they take is going to be with some Jonah P utility, right? He's got the Breach Blast, he tosses a flash on up
Oh, you
there,
mean
but a
3
great
individual
salvos
salvos?
means that this fight just ends up being a 1-for-1 for G2. And then we're at a situation where just a minute and 24 seconds into the round, Jonah P has 0 pieces of utility. From here on out, it is all gunplay, and this is where Furia
It might still be broken early round for some stuff. There might be some like edge cases where having 3 rockets is just fucking crazy. It just stops you from playing a spot at the beginning of the game. But in general, I don't mind that idea.
And look at the positioning on the minimap from Furia, right?
You just save all 3 for post-plant? Why don't we just save all of our util for post-plant?
Sprinting over into the seaside, right? Get a little bit fun.
Because surely we'll be able to get into a post-plant with 0 util.
What G2 was actually doing, right? Because they thrive in very controlled round states. They thrive when they can sort of set the pace, play planned retakes, and instead here, they go for 3 players moving in on the flank. And what this means is that the rest of their team is very weak, right? The map is getting flipped into them over towards their own spawn, and this 3 players going up on the flank here, well, they're not ready to clear away the Clove. Heat is lying in wait right here, gets the first kill, and even though he's eventually going to be traded out, he comes back on the res. And again, if you just look at how crazy the situation is on the minimap, you've got 3 isolated players of G2s. And again, G2 thrive when they're playing together. So, okay, they end up losing that round. It derps away from them, whatever.
It derps away from them.
It's now 5-0. They're going to be forced onto an eco in the next. It's now a 6-0. Not so good. So we come into round 7, again a buy round for them, and again they actually won early on. So it's a 3v2 situation. They're geared up, primed for a retake once the smoke goes down.
They were playing a lot of retake though. I think that's another really important point.
Is out here on this initial angle.
They were getting onto C all the time. Leaf couldn't
the problem is Trent is holding
figure out what the tells were.
On paper, that's not a terrible idea.
And like I said, they were getting past the gate crash.
Right? Jonah P is not. Trent needs to be out on this wide angle to deal with Rafa on the off angle to be able to trade out and win this fight, which he just isn't instantly able to do. This adds to time winding down. Jogmo still got the operator going for the slow peek again against the off angle, and it also slips away due to time. It goes to show that how quickly it can rack up an 8-0 scoreline when these close rounds, when these swing rounds, when these buy rounds slip away at the end. We'll hear what Furia's coach has to say now.
Here with Coach Feo ahead of map 2, and that first one you had a strong
That is going to be a heartbreaker though for the coaches of Furia, because all of the prep work.
Takes the lead, but also closes it out.
A gente escolheu o Ascent porque é mapa bem confortável nosso, desde sempre a gente é muito confortável. No Brasil a gente aplicava bastante eles. A gente está fazendo plano de jogo, executando bem. A gente saiu na frente no último mapa, a gente não conseguiu fechar, infelizmente. Acho que é mapa que a gente tem bastante experiência para conseguir contornar as coisas e saírem do controle. Então eu tô confiante para esse segundo mapa.
Yeah, we picked Accent because it's a map we are very comfortable to play in. We got the leadership in the first map, but we let it slip. So for this map, we are way more prepared for take the leadership and take to the end.
All right, best of luck.
Okay. I mean, Ascent does seem like the best pick because historically it's not been an amazing one for G2 and it has been a good one for Furia. So, you know, the historic stuff I think makes sense, but fucking Waylay.
Memory lane to like, I don't know, 5 minutes ago. And when Josh RT talked about Waylay, hello?
Bro, the Waylay.
Do you think we're being trolled, maybe?
I really hope not, and I'm inclined to believe him and be a trusting person.
The fucking production pressing the children.
You lie to me, Josh? Our relationship?
Wooing.
Forever. Just want to be very clear.
The children cheering fucking gets
He's
me.
had like 2 weeks since coming home from Masters Bangkok. Guess how many Waylay matches he's played?
Very silly.
Way too much.
Yeah, just a guess.
140. It gets 200.
Okay, 70. Not that. That's like
200?
That's how many hours in 2 weeks.
Yo, he's got to have that winner's mindset.
He's played 70 matches.
He is the best.
He's played 70 matches
in VCT Americas.
on
There's a new
Waylay
movement agent
in
this
ranked.
one. I would be more excited to watch debut Waylay
That is
than Ja.
absurd, isn't it? That is absurd.
Got a point. All right, folks. Map 2 is going to be coming up right after this while these two continue to bicker. We'll see you on the other side.
Okay. Me? I gotta mute that, otherwise I get DMCA'd. My previous stream got DMCA'd. Don't lie to us, Josh. Fucking hell, I thought that was like coming at me there for a second. Josh RT. You gotta specify. My previous co-stream yesterday for Americas got DMCA'd for one of these pieces of music and me looking at the dance of the, what was it called? The Passion Bird or whatever? When I was taking the piss out of TMV and watching that video of the bird dancing.
Here for Furia and G2, and it's going to be Ascend. Listen, we haven't seen Ascend.
What the hell was that bird called?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a
I can't remember.
a decade ago for some
Bird of
reason.
Paradise, yes, thank you, Flo.
Been in the pool for pretty much the entire
He's played
lifespan of the game and
125
existence of it,
competitive
but
games
these
this
two teams
act,
as well.
and 70
Furia, they're
of
gonna have
them
to
are
bounce
on
back after
Waylay.
that one. It feels odd to say, given how close it was on paper with the scoreline.
When did this
It
act
just made
begin?
a
Did this
string
act
around. I mean,
start
that
at the
has
end
got
of
to
Bangkok?
crumple your confidence of your Furia coming into it.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you only won one round on your defensive side, and it kind of feels like you could have stolen a crucial map win for G2.
I've also played
I mean,
70
now
games
you're
of
going on
Waylay.
your map
It's only
Ascent.
32
No
hours. It's not that
momentum.
insane.
At least you get to start on
When
the
did Bangkok
defensive
finish,
side,
though?
which, I mean, everybody
Bangkok
knows
finished.
is so
I flew
defensive
back on the
side. Even
3rd.
with the map change, it hasn't
So
really done that
he
much
could
that
have
I've
started playing on the
experienced in ranked.
4th.
You still know what you're
He
gonna
also
get on
has
top
full-time
for sure.
scrims.
Most people know how to play it as well.
And then he has a match on the 22nd. So from the 21st to the 4th, inclusive, is 18 days, and he's played 32 hours. I guess that's not that crazy. 2 hours a day of Waylay?
Oh yeah, he had 50 hours upon
That's
release.
not that
He was
crazy.
just non-stop grinding it on his streams. He
But
still is, as a matter of
he is
fact.
on the grind.
And I remember in an interview with him, with Pedro, he was talking about how like
I didn't
okay,
look at the rest of the comp.
if I wanna be able
I
to
should have
play
looked
this
at the rest of the
character, I
comp.
have to
They're
make
playing
a case to
Yoru
Josh.
though as well.
By Josh,
They're playing
I have to
Yoru
show him that,
Vice.
hey, this can actually be played. So
Okay, the
I'm very
Vice I
excited
feel
to
like
see
should
him
be
on this
really good
character.
on this map.
This is what makes
The
G2 such a
Yoru,
powerhouse team.
I'm
In Valorant,
interested
is the fact
to
that they have
see
really
what
good
value they're getting
adaptability.
out of
They're
it.
very
It feels
creative
like
with
getting
compositions
cross-map
as well,
teleports
sometimes creating
should
their
make
own
fast
metas.
hits
So, I mean,
super
let's
difficult
see
to
how
run.
things are gonna get here on this map of Ascent. I'm
And
very
it should
excited
allow you to
see
do flash
Josh
reclears
cook up
into
on this
A
Waylay.
main.
But
But it feels like
And
the
something else to
B
talk
setup.
about as well is the Vice picks from both sides. I mean, it just feels like Cypher
I'm
and
wondering how
Killjoy are
defense is going to
almost
hold on to B
unplayable
main.
in this current state of the game. But we do have a Yoru from
It
the side
is,
of
yeah.
Furia.
I mean, it's
So
bucket of trade in
Pushing
terms of
the
what we would come to
Yoru with an
expect
op onto
for
an
Ascent as a
aggressive
map.
angle
Furia as
in
well, opting
B
into something a little bit different.
with a gate
Obviously,
crash
all
could be
kinds
pretty
to
good.
on. Took him on the Waylay with the amount of hours he's been putting in as well.
All right, what's going on with this?
We'll see it soon
They're
enough
playing
here. It turns out
KO
investments,
KO Tejo.
absolutely everybody. G2.
Right, what is going on here? Close suppress. He's in. Straight on. I mean, the Sova was not even thinking about it. Prize was not thinking about the fact he's playing against a Waylay.
Straight back. And it's a bait and switch. The rest of his team nowhere near. An attempted a punish there.
Ah.
Comes the
That
succession there for
lead from Heat is pretty good. He realized that they'd all left, and he could just go for that and take the 1v1.
No time to breathe, no time to
What
even think
the
about what
fuck
hell
is
going
that
on
from
here.
Leaf?
He's leaping into the fray with a classic right clicks in hand.
This is already
Now
silly.
setting up for the post plant right now. 4 members alive. That door being closed. Trent barely escaping with his life.
There's been no slowdown.
They're weak, though. Trent and Jonah are weak.
Breaking the play here.
They have paranoia,
Going to be able to set themselves up into
but their
the
Omen's
now.
not in a good place to use it.
Doubled up into
I mean, I guess they could use it door, but
holding
they
it
don't have a
for
good timer for
damage
it.
done to a
That's going to break the door. Oh, it's already broken.
They got 8 HP to work with. Same could be said for a few of these
Oh.
Furia players. Jump in, right click.
That's so much damage. Khalil's on 12. Heat's on 26.
One more bullet will do it. Furia need to hit some shots and they need it now.
Oh my god. Surely G2 have won this. The health advantage is just so high.
Khalil from the side leaves it down. It's not 1v1. With the damage done, you got to think Valon's favor.
Yeah, even if Khalil got that kill, it was too late. It was over. Alright, so really interesting there. They throw an early KO suppress. They have post-plant salvos over towards door. Waylay double dash through to here. They can only really do that like twice a half though.
It's gonna be an absolute
maybe only once.
Today on this map of Ascent, but we already
I would imagine most of the time Waylay is gonna be doing like dives onto here.
Recalling backwards while an A fake was.
But I feel like he needs stuns to set up the Waylay. How is Trent gonna get his stun to support?
And it's gonna be difficult to.
I don't think the flashes are gonna be enough to follow up on. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. He's just stood in the salvos. Or past the salvos.
One way to do it. Doesn't work out.
He gets out too. Unreal.
I keep getting postcode lottery adverts.
Very aggressive angle taken here
resist,
from Heat as well.
brother, resist.
I was kind of having some questions in my brain, you know, how.
All right, Valon picks up the weapon.
He's on, you know, the Sentinel role again because
so they have 4 weapons. 4 players.
It looks like he's still playing
aggressive from Heat.
Taking forward positions.
You don't think they're going to set him up? He's just going to go in and dip out if it looks bad. The problem with that is, though, he double dashes in, he recalls. Now how do you get out through the choke? Just a right-click KO flash? It's just too easy to kill if Jorg doesn't. Oh my god. Havoc. What a fucking round from Havoc. Holy shit. Oh my god.
It was full disrespect. And the look on your face right now says it all. I mean,
Dusty Marble, thank you for the 14 months.
Look at this. This is the start that we see. The instant TP
the kill on Trent's lovely. And then the reset on Jonah. Pretty nice too.
Falling all the way back, buying
big
enough time for his team to
thrifty.
make it there, and that's a big
2 away
round
from
win.
ult. I'm not really sure how good the Yoru ult's going to be on
that is so hard to
this
do
map
against a team like G2
retake
so
though.
methodical in their approach.
Honestly, maybe you could do something crazy where like you get out into wine and then you're like, or you like dimensional drift all the way out into A main and then you're fighting them on the flank at the same time as your team's retaking. You might be able to do some funky shit.
Lucky to be alive. 4 bullets left as well, but that TP back, so Havoc's just getting out, and he's putting up and turning up the heat, man.
You could use recall as a first approach and then commit with the double dash later on. The problem is though, if you use recall as the first approach, you might just die before you react.
Fighting non-stop. They do not care that
Because the pros are super good, and if they're going to be holding some like close angles, and you just run in with your recall, you might be dead before you recall.
Yeah, it's not stopping. It's fighting everywhere at all fronts.
Is that auto blocky too free now for the attackers? This one on B? Maybe. I am wondering how the defenders are going to hold on to
It
this.
has worked so far. But you have to imagine on a gun round where when G2 have...
I'm also not a big fan of Waylay as the only duelist versa, but I'm willing to be wrong.
The benefit of winning eco rounds
I've yet to be persuaded, but we'll see. Alright, so Havoc is taking the op, and he's taking it into Cat.
I mean, that op is important.
So they're trying to hold on to B with this early knife. Now, normally the early knife is used on A. So if G2 realize that, they can start taking A main a lot earlier, or even doing some fast AXX. Crazy early peak, by the way, that I didn't talk about with the op.
Player advantage just by 1.
Should win them the round.
And for G2, you having to deal with B main aggression, mid aggression, and A main aggression.
What if Valon tries to play more aggressive like Mako does on their attack
I
side?
wonder at what point you're gonna see G2 maybe just clump up, use that KO knife up close.
What
and just
in
full
what
W.
what are you saying that in response
Defense is
to?
spread thin right here though, and G2 are calling the right side to hit. Rise.
Incredibly wide swing. Leaf. sense an opportunity to potentially punish Prize. Just up onto that angle. Shock dart. Don't know where the hell that
Hello.
was from,
Smoking to get yourself through to lane.
The smoke gets them in. G2 looking to pave away. Map of success, but his shots are hitting, rattling wide. Jonah P. It's an
Possible that Jonah could make this like close.
This many players, just so damn unlikely. 3-1 by Furia. No slowing down.
Not at all. We had questions that we needed to be answered. Are they going to start off kind of shaky because of how they lost the last map? So far, it's just been aggression on aggression.
It's looking good. That is a sick angle.
Really
and yeah, very Yoru specific.
I mean, that shows the mechanical talent of why Havoc is here. A player that started so rough in this league.
He was shite when he started as a rookie. He was so nervous, so bad.
Now he's sitting at 8-1 with his own Yoru ultimate online that he can use.
The glow up is amazing.
And a new setup here. KO is on cat.
G2 with mass pings in mid as well.
See, Giacomo has already used double dash and recall. 10 seconds into the round. That cannot be worth. There's just no way.
He's purely disrespecting him though as well. He's playing ahead of his util constantly.
He does not care, but with doing so, he baits out so much.
He's playing Counter-Strike for the rest of the round.
Proactivity in mid now from the side of Furia. Can they catch out Giacomo here?
They didn't see him on that little clear as well. And unfortunately, Havoc just took his gate crash right as the B hit comes through. Good timing on the call from Valon. And Giacomo kind of doing the Demon 1 play, where they insert Demon 1 around market, mid kind of area as the duelist. This one feels like it's out the playbook of EG.
Takes him out. Paranoia sweeping wide. Giacomo is a menace at this point. Thorn in their sides that they just cannot remove.
Rafa slowly clearing out LEV. He's the only win condition now for this retake.
Needs one more. Jorg back to multiple players. No swinging.
What he just did had nothing to do with playing
one-man army.
Waylay.
That was the plan from the start of the round. He was one of the only players that have a right.
He had really smart positioning and timing, and I love the macro idea, but it had like almost nothing to do with him playing Waylay.
There was a little bit of sound made on a reclear that gives Jaw the cue to all of a sudden wrap all the way around as the sight hits coming through. And although it was a
but I do really like that play.
From the side of G2, the utility, the Vice ultimate
reminds me a lot of EG.
Players. And momentum now shifts back into the hands of G2. Giacomo picking up that operator.
Teleport here, maybe to catch the Yoru. Yeah. Oh no, it caught the KO.
That aggression being punished.
I mean, that might just be random spam. Not sure if it was ahead of the smoke coming up, but there's that coverage and a flash forwards. Yeah, spotted it. Just the shoulder, TP back and away. It's from Havoc.
What? Oh shit. Dude, Jonah was trying to KO ult the Yoru. They were trying to find Havoc in mid because they thought he hadn't gate crashed yet. So they were KO ulting to try to catch him. Do you see that play? That was a really nice idea. But then they find Havoc anyway, just walking back into mid. Cool idea didn't work, but the boring idea did.
Yeah, but now they're just.
Or I guess not boring idea, but just like waiting for the other guy to do something.
Connecting on every single shot, and this is what I'm talking about. This operator to close it out. It's actually so smart with the way that.
That was a cool idea though.
These rounds, you can completely hold angles now, get the first kill, dip out. I mean, Havoc has no chance in that moment, and that KO ultimate it was used to try to catch out Havoc. If Havoc doesn't TP out earlier in the round, I mean, he's stuck in that corner.
Yeah, I think they thought that he hadn't TP'd out earlier.
Exactly.
That'd been why they offloaded it. It didn't matter though.
Yeah.
Jorga was still accounting for the re-peak.
They are kind of doing the walk into them 1-by-1 strat. They tried to do a coordinated mid take at the start of the round, and then they realized they lost mid, and they were just like, we will take timings.
Aggression has stopped working. Let's chill out a little bit and maybe play a site setup, Bren. Maybe. Because so far, G2, they've dealt with that storm.
Yeah, it's been caution. Exactly, caution to the wind by Furia. They've been taking risks. I mean, a lot of solo.
The recall is the rechargeable one, King of the Hip Hop. But you need 2 kills to recharge it. Does G2 have a new coach? No, still Josh RT.
G2 are finding those moments to slow it down.
Yeah, what great poise as well. Like that's not even off of a timeout. I mean, we saw something similar.
Yeah, they won the round by defaulting and holding
Josh
mid.
had to burn 2 timeouts to deal with that storm, right?
Yeah.
So the fact that Valon is able to adapt on the fly like that, I mean, that's such a great leadership skill. that he has. Now we have that Waylay Ultimate online.
Platchat doing a fantasy league and then getting punishments for the worst one would be a great segment. That would be pretty good. I think the others might not have made a team though. Me and TMV could do it between us, but I don't know if other people. Oh no, Sliggy made one, didn't he? So we could do with the three of us.
Yeah, give it to him for the retake. Maybe let him start off with a good gun. You know?
I get what you mean.
This guy, I mean, that 4K was.
Alright, so Knife goes back over to B main, and Heat tries to take an aggressive angle. So Heat has Flash to play off here as well. So you can use the Vice Flash for info in B main, which is great. Or you could use the Vice Flash to like set yourself up to get back on the angle. So I like the idea of running Vice on this side of the map. But it's also still tough to, like, it's still tough to stop them getting space in the same way that just spamming with an Odin was. You know, that was difficult to get through as an attacker. This is going to be a slow round. I think we need to start wondering about the time. I know it's on, there's still a minute on the clock, but when you have an attack side op, and they don't have a lot of space, like they don't have full B main control, they don't have any A main control, and Jorg's just kind of walking around with an op. I am a bit worried about the clock here.
It's making a lot of noise. Is the only one to do it.
Oh, Chobra made one as well. Nice.
That's Havoc with the ult. He's at his back.
Alright, they're going for a B exec.
G2 instead. They're going to be setting the sights now over towards this A side.
I like those salvos. Those are in a good position.
He could just slip past the gap and see if he can find an opening, but they're just being torn asunder.
Very.
What is that by LEV?
I mean, that's
a quick 180 and a bullet to the dome. Prize is no.
That's criminal, unfortunately, there. But
filthy shot.
What was Rafa doing? Why isn't Rafa sending flashes above for Heat to peek on? I might be mistaken, but I think Rafa just popped his ult and tried to run out through the smoke. Maybe with like an underhand flash or something.
It's like they just know.
I feel like you've got to be throwing flashes over the top for Heat to try to take the fight. Like, ask for a smoke on site. Like, ask for a flood smoke to get in, or ask for a smoke for Heat to play inside of. Dude, you see Jorgamo literally jumping around doing 360s? While he kills two of them with a classic.
It feels like we just started this map and we're already into round.
Let me have a look at what Rafa was doing. Show me in the retake.
What a complete swing of just momentum and a shift in play. Furia just
who's baiting whom there?
After an eco round win, just completely taking things in.
Oh, okay, that's. I mean, that's unlucky.
Basically running them down in spawn. Let's just keep it honest.
Oh my god. Unlucky spam onto Rafa. I mean, kind of unlucky, but also I think he should have been positioning himself a little further back and throwing flashes, but all good. And then, yeah, a ridiculous 180 kill onto Prize.
As we've been mentioning, Heat and Khalil have been just disrespecting A main, B main control, peeking into it alone.
You can see it now on the minimap. I mean, everyone's scared to peek these really deep angles now.
Yeah.
And yes, there's a little bit more aggression from the side of Furia in mid. They understand that that is a huge gap that has been being abused time and time again from G2.
Knife forced out over here just by a little bit of spam from Valon.
I mean, he's going to get overwhelmed. There's too much utility.
They're just trying to pull defenders over towards A and then exec B. That has been their broad game plan.
Cannot get suppressed in this spot. Luckily, the spy drone not going his way.
That's a nice idea, though. You see that? The op holds the line, and then you drone up, and if they swing to break the drone, you try to hit them with the operator. They didn't quite execute on it, but see what they're doing, see what they're cooking. Alright, and again, the macro is isolated Heat. This should just be game over. Heat is jumping inside a Waylay ult. Like, he's literally floating like he's on the fucking moon.
To choose to take that refract back here. Hunter's Fury from Prize has to be offloaded. Anything to try and slow them down and get Furia and in a win con. Anything inside.
Unfortunately, it looks like Furia don't really know what they're doing with their support of Heat anchoring B. I'm not happy with their B anchor ideas.
Just swinging everybody alone, holding market down himself. But
maybe they think they can flood, but they're just not ready for a team that actually holds it properly, like G2.
And I mean, Jogama won.
But they could be doing a lot better. Like the flashes, they have two characters that could be flashing them through smokes or throwing help flashes for heat. Khalil could be throwing a help smoke on site or a flood smoke on site. Like something. Do something.
Yeah, if he has to, he doesn't even have to in that moment.
Yeah.
Prize. He's getting hunted right now, and he gets one-tapped by Trent. Oh, my goodness.
Arise. Thank you for the 37 months.
The space that this attack site operator has been giving G2 has just made it so easy for them to just set up for that site execute.
They're so stacked on A. They literally have 3 players A and 1 in mid. They completely messed up the defense macro this round. And then they also messed up the flash.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, he knows those shots were nice. I mean, you could just tell Leaf, he's just been such a crucial part.
B executes are mega strong currently because the attackers have B main control more often.
That sentinel role, understanding that, I mean,
so like, if anything, you should be playing strong side B at the beginning instead of strong side A.
Take 1v1s anytime he wants, and he's always favored, it feels
but they're not.
Very intelligent player as well. He's willing to fill in.
Another thing they could do is put Havoc's gate crash on site somewhere so that he can, you know, flood in a gate crash here or here or, you know, something like that. And then he could still play mid.
Valon calling another great read. Nobody here. I mean, yeah, there's Vice utility to delay, but
Valon pulling out the classic, when they're on an eco, we go to the opposite site. Rifle rounds, we go B. Eco rounds, we go A.
Yep. He was being, I think, approached by 3 of the players, so he's going to be making that call. Sight opened up. The wall, though, slows them down to a degree. Door needs to be closed, so Trent's going to be...
Is there a story behind Jonah P and the Diamond Gun Buddy? Yeah, he bought the account. He's actually a Diamond player.
Onto the side. It's a 3v5 now. It's the best chance in a long while to Furia.
He fucking got his ass.
Here into this map, he can't let it slip just yet. Drawn open over the top there. Heat wall popped open and out, and has damage straight down and around. Dart revealing all.
Well, I gotta say, we shall not be going A again.
At this point, it's a 1v4. You're getting overwhelmed.
Yeah, save that operator.
When Trent did coaching, I hired him. His number one tip for me in Immortal 1 was to bait people more.
We saw that nice 3K that he had to close out one of the
Sure.
rounds.
I mean, I don't know how you play, though. Maybe you play like a fucking maniac.
On an island. Yeah, he kind of got overwhelmed. He got swarmed there. But then taking it a step further, Rafa taking that flank against Valon, not giving any space for G2 to kind of even the numbers in that moment. It was a pretty cool execute from the side
I love
of G2.
baiting.
I mean, if anybody was on site, that Tejo utility with the way
I have a lot more success when I don't try to help my teammates do dumb shit. When I play ranked, I have to remind myself not to help my teammates when they make mistakes. At least, like, disastrous mistakes. Because I always want to try to help them, and then I just fucking die myself as well.
Every time we've gotten that, we've gotten middle for free. The entire map has opened up. Hop shot heard from the side of Catwalk. That allows Leaf to take all that mid space himself. I mean, he has an operator in his own hands right now.
Valon has been playing alone in A. Oh, they cooked Khalil. How did Khalil give away his position? Double Guardian body shot into a classic right click, and then you get swung around the corner and one tapped. I'd be fucking fuming if I was Heat. I would be losing my goddamn mind.
Needs to buy time for the rest of his team to get into the fight. Buy time for this late lurk that's occurring. Rafa. Pressure now, bit of a clearance in through tree.
The thing is, though, all advice is very subjective, because when I watch silver players play, the number one advice I would give a silver player is, for God's sake, help your team. I feel like when you're at the silver level, there are way more people baiting than there are people fighting. Like, silver players will deadass just be holding a fucking random pixel on the floor while their teammate right next to them is taking a fight. I'm like, buddy, do you want to swing and maybe try to double face that opponent? I've got to make sure that this angle is completely covered, brother.
Things to be the way they are, right? Alarm bot in mid, Silver's got a dart, and the drone to clear out an opera in mid. The comp change-ups, it allows gaps, but it is different things to account.
Yeah, players below gold are scared, and then once you get like gold plus, people are swinging like fucking maniacs. But yeah, whenever I look at silver and below, they're normally just too timid.
even still, it feels back and forth.
Yeah, that round was a fast cat split. I mean, with Valon being the only person in A main, had Khalil not whiffed his first bullet.
All right, let's see.
There and he gets the kill.
Whoa,
okay.
what was
Stoke's
that?
still doing work.
What?
I think that's just a jump spot.
Is that a jump spot? Fucking hell. Heat is having a nightmare of a game.
Yeah.
He's having a nightmare game.
And now they just freeze because they know every single time Furia are down numbers.
By the way, Jorg has been playing a lot of attack side op here, right? As Waylay?
And you've got the read there, Dre.
G2 have downloaded Furia.
Why is he doing that more with Waylay? Because this would
put the squeeze down, apply that pressure.
Definitely be better on Jet, right?
Furia are the ones that have to make the moves.
If your plan was to do this much.
That dagger being used. G2 know that doesn't connect on anybody. That's why you see Valon doubling back. You might want to show a little bit more pressure here.
Am I missing something? What is the...
White face?
Okay.
Just ridiculous. Swings into it. Havoc's
Havoc
no more.
needed to hold a wider angle there, apparently.
Back to the wall. Calling for the rotate, though, again. This push and pull.
So Jorg used his recall there just to take a more aggressive line into mid.
G2 to be making a maneuver like this, but they've got util. Covering up the smoke, there'll be no repush. Jorg clears most of the way on top of it.
He can dash in.
Towers at his feet, but that's just his teammates.
It's looking a bit weird. It's looking weird the way that he's playing the Waylay.
But a perfect call from Valon. Like let's just say it how it is. I mean, the knife that Rafa threw in A main was false.
He is using his abilities and getting some value out of them.
Understands they're probably going to rotate towards that B. As soon as Leaf gets that entry, now they're definitely rotated towards B.
But
you have a free A site. It was a masterclass of a round, honnly.
Yeah, so far on the attack side, I'm not really seeing it. Maybe I haven't been paying enough attention to the saturate. Maybe he's actually doing a great job clearing angles with saturate that he wouldn't be able to do on Jet.
I mean, he cleared out all of hell with an op. Like,
I haven't really been paying attention to it.
Yeah, he's on a different level right now.
Yeah. I think the threat.
The ult does seem pretty good on this map. The real. But normally you don't pick a character just because the ult's better. Because you only get like 2 ults a half.
You can, and maybe that's why Furia, but most likely that's why Furia were approaching the early game with all that aggressive fighting. They didn't want to get executed on. Here's that shot. We get to watch over it, see how quick this was.
Oh, that is...
Stop.
Why is he spamming that though?
He's like, okay, well, I'm anticipating a peak. That's insane.
What's Heat's chance of winning that?
He done a lot better than I would in that moment.
Yeah.
I understand a jump peak to see if you can find where the opera is, but what's the purpose of spamming it? Your chances of getting the pick out of that are so low. I guess in Heat's head he's like, well, the chances of me dying are really low as well, but apparently not.
Yeah, because of how the previous rounds have went, I mean, the string of rounds you two have accumulated, you are able to use a double op in the beginning of this round.
Oh yeah, double op, Leaf on Jorg. Fuck off.
Out in the open.
Alright, flashes. Flashes. Rafa swings.
Valon's quick to take him out of the picture, wall baited out on top of it.
You could call for a smoke from your teammate and try to get out, or wait for a flash from Havoc, and then swing with the flash. It's so individual. Even when they're fighting together, it's individual.
It's like they just know where an op is posted up. You have to be so quick.
Havoc's caught now though, suppressed. Caught to the corner, shorty in hand.
Oh my fucking god. What was Jorgamo doing in the middle of all of that? How did Jorgamo not save Trent? That is a crazy round. A 7-5 half is actually... Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. Oh my god, he hit the headshot. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's so fucking good. Oh, that's disgusting. I just said a 7-5 half. I should have known it was never happening. Wait, that was a bonkers round. How does Jorg... Where did he go? He dashed in, and then he didn't turn around to help his team? I don't understand. What the fuck did he do? Wait, we're about to go in the half, so I've got time to go back. What the hell happened here?
But the wide swings from G2, it's like they just know where an op is posted up. You have to be so quick.
Havoc's caught now though, suppressed. Caught to the corner, shorty in.
Dash.
Face shotgun.
He just starts walking into the smoke. He literally just starts walking into the smoke. He doesn't give a shit about Havoc. And then he finally turns around and kills him with the shorty.
For a second, or was it Ocho?
I was not
Oh my
worried in the
god,
slightest,
that's
actually.
so
We've
wild.
seen G2 play Lotus plenty of times. Nothing new. I was not surprised.
That is
It
wild.
was a 10 to 11-1 half. Was not worried in the slightest. Yeah.
Yeah. He was like, yeah, my team's got that.
Because we heard
My
some
team's
hot
got
takes
that.
from
Don't
you.
worry
They were
about
not
it.
really hot takes because you were talking about Giacomo being one of the best duelists, or actually the best duelist. Now you're seeing him on Waylay. What are your thoughts?
I mean, like, are we surprised? He's just the GOAT. You know what I mean? I'm not surprised in the slightest. I mean, him on a Waylay, put him on anybody, he'll fry.
Anybody that can match him, not really,
Sure.
right?
No one. It's not possible.
And also, once you're co-streaming, where are the moments where you're kind of stressing out the most when you're seeing these overtimes? I mean, we think about what we saw internationally from them. When you're seeing these advantages, what's going through your head?
Well, honestly, I mean, I'm always just like, I always see G2, like, when they're playing, they're just like, they're always putting on a show regardless, like, nonetheless. Like, yeah, I'm stressing sometimes, but they also, like, always manage to pull through. It was pretty hard to...
I want to hear a co-streamer one time
stuff like that, but, hey,
talk about how shit their team is. I think it'd just be such a funny interview.
Once in a while, but they always win at the end, so it's all good. Thank you so much, Hammy. We're gonna send it back to you guys.
G2 are just in control, really. 8-4 finish with how rapid it was at the beginning of all of this. And, you know, we kind of started this map highlighting Jorg. He's putting in the hours onto the Waylay, putting in work. He's top frying for his team as well, 13-6.
There's a bit of a
I feel like
running joke
Sliggy
there
might do
where
that with Liquid.
Giacomo gets to finally bait
If
his
you
team,
interviewed him.
and he's been talking about
He'd be
this
like,
amongst
it's
the
looking
months
rough out
rather.
there.
I mean, we get to see what happens when that's the case. He's 13-6. He's sitting at the top. It must feel nice for him to be able to, you know, be the first guy and the second guy in this time around.
Escapes the Euro jail slightly. Normally he's the base at the end of the stick there. He's taking contact up through mid, and a lot of disrespect shown here by Furia. They've already vacuumed up control of market.
Different wall.
Yeah, but now is where the protocols of G2 come into effect. So you got the Thorns, you got the Flash here to delay even extra.
Only gets triggered if they're really committed to a hit. But they've walked fully past it.
Just spotting out Utila, including these players. The Flash is good with a connection. Okay, Crash. Back to safety for Havoc. Still alive here. Furia not leaving though, and backs are open wide here, but there's an instant trade-off as Leaf is dropped, and now trying to get themselves into the side.
Ah, look, wait a second. You can use a flash. Wait, the KO can flash other people through the smoke? Someone tell Furia immediately.
Rough on this flank though. He's gonna see 4
Is that a bug?
It's a double up as well. These players accounting for it. Rafa. Not long for this world, is he? And he dropped down just.
There are actually quite a few players who are weak.
I know where he is.
But alas, so is he.
Exactly what to watch for.
The different layers that we just saw in this pistol round from G2. I mean, Giacomo playing in mid aggressively, getting the info if anybody are running up, and then playing off of Leaf. But, I mean, Leaf in that moment to get proactive on lane and actually
Hot
go
take,
for that replay,
EDG will not qualify for Toronto.
Allows this to happen. The pop flash from
You don't think EDG are going to make top 3 in China when they've literally finished first place every single
All
time?
that time he's been putting in, it's paying off right here.
It's too hot for me. It's too hot for me. Could I see them finishing in like second or third? Yes. And that would be historic. That would be the first time they've ever finished second or third.
Oftentimes, the attacking
But
side will try to
not making it at all, finishing fourth or lower.
Forbid them from comboing abilities on a moral basis.
Don't see it. Don't see it.
Maybe retake on A.
Jonah B overstaying ever so slightly there and swinging.
That's not even comboing abilities. Using one flash and then running through with it is not comboing.
Accounted for, all propped up. Like there's a gaps to play in. Leaf was not expecting that.
Nice shot. This Paranoia is going to get a lot of value. Oh, goes blow for blow though. I mean, Spike is down here.
Salvos.
Oh, that did a lot of damage for Prize.
Great delay.
And damage done to him as well. He's been softened up to just 21 health. Prize would love a plant in this spot. Round win even better, but at this point, put in a slow squeeze onto these players. The post-plant positioning just not quite ideal. Heat still doing well, still double dash up and over. That's just for the info as well. Spotting it out, and I believe they have spotted it. Smoke propped up. Heat has escaped to the confines of hell. Yet
Good
still
positioning from Jorgamo.
This guy's the warden.
He's 17 and 7. He is frying. Anyone have Jorgamo on their fantasy roster?
So comfortable on this character. This is.
If you IGL Jorgamo,
so far.
he is he's fucking popping.
You thought for a second if they got that spike planted, maybe if the salvos.
He's so expensive.
Maybe they would.
How much was it?
On this retake. But as soon as those salvos come out and the plant is denied. Yeah, G2 are already in good position.
Is this Waylay being good or Joe being Joe? I think it's Joe being Joe.
Really nice shots into that round. It's just not enough.
But it's not like.
It will be the first gun round here, and if you look at the economy
has
of G2,
one kill.
I mean,
fucking what did I put you on my roster for? Pick it up. Pick it up, you fucking bum. I say to the best initiator in the world currently, pick it up, you fucking bum.
It's perfect. This is a set play we've seen with
Jesus Christ. You're 10-4 up. It's round 15. Get a second kill.
2 players drop down. These are weapons now that you've handed over to the
Jesus
opposition. G2. As weak as this bonus was, it doesn't matter. They work magic across the battlefield.
So filthy. We were talking about how Furia were taking the fight to G2. I mean, to see it the other way around, it's just insanity. And now it's a 4v2, 5v2 retake. Yeah, it's heroics.
Needs to be.
It needs to be heroics and Prize sprays down 3. What is this game, man? What is this game? What is this game?
Slightest of slip-ups
what is this game?
Just in terms of their spacing.
What the fuck,
man? Prize strikes back.
What? I don't think that was intentional. I think he just sprayed with a phantom into them.
This is unheard of. Oh my god.
Nah, there's no like the first and the third kill are probably
just controlling the spray.
Deliberate, but that second kill is not intended. Van 727, thank you for the prime. Thank you for the prime. Soccer bags, thank you for the 3 months as well.
Yet. G2, they have the grit. That's not going to affect them in any way.
That's just one small.
What is going on here? Why is the Waylay staring at the ceiling? Oh, setting up a saturate lineup to re-clear.
He chooses to disrespect it. That's just to get the kill. Picks it up, but guess what? Habit's right there.
Huh?
In through the fight, even wants to potentially take a refight on top of it. Needs to be
what the fuck am I watching?
He wants to try and take it. From behind, and there it
Dude,
is.
these rounds right from the beginning have been madness. Absolute madness. I feel like we entered the chaotic realm. We entered the Fey realm. As soon as Ascent had non-conventional compositions, just bonkers shit. Trent got a kill? Oh, hallelujah. Hallelujah.
What a change of pace from Furia.
So what they were going for there was a little bit like the Phoenix reclear of main, where you, so with a Phoenix, you like molly here, and then you flash around the corner, and you try to reclear them out. You do that with the KO as well, you can nade into that corner, and then flash around this corner. So they were trying to do something similar with the Saturate, I think. But they got pushed back by their own salvos? Strange. I don't really understand what was going on. Jorg was swinging through his own salvos and then was like picking up a gun and then recalled back into the Yoru. Very bizarre.
That Yoru teleport getting some good value. He's so fast. I mean, his reactions are insane. I mean, Havoc is having a phenomenal game as well. Let's see what Furia can cook up.
Are they going to do it again?
Maybe they don't want to invest it into this round, but
they're up against the weaker buy of G2, which might be the reason why. But honestly, do you want
God, I think it'd be so funny for Jorg to just send it with.
Any round you can
they didn't clear this. No, okay, he did now.
Clear the 2 of them, but as this has happened, I mean, flashed himself in the process, got the info. His team need help though. It's a rapid play by G2. They just took it straight to them. That's a kill up towards the top section of mid.
They have got 2 players really, really deep. But if these players die, those are just like free weapons. This is so fucking odd. These 2 people have just put themselves into no man's land.
This is mad. This is chaos.
This is so silly.
What is happening?
What the fuck are these rounds? Where are you sending that teleport? Where are you trying to teleport? Brother! What the fuck am I watching? What am I watching? What was the mid-rounding here?
Mechanical ability surely can't bail you out, and yes, Valon, he's hot on it, man.
These are stupid-ass rounds.
Once more.
I can't believe this game looked winnable for Furia, and they're doing this kind of shit. Like, that was 6-10. They were on an anti-eco. If they had got it to 7-10 and it was within 3, maybe they could have done something there. But what is that? What is that? That's one of the stupidest rounds on Ascent I've ever seen.
Plays from G2 on this defensive side, which is so uncharacteristic.
Dude, Khalil, you're re-peeking, buddy. You have the bomb.
I mean, I'll be honest with you, I don't think Khalil was the worst offender there. What on earth were Heat and Havoc up to?
What's that round? I mean, players in spawn.
Yeah, the whole of Furia took a collective tactical timeout to hit the crack pipe. Can we get a tactical crack pipe going here for Furia?
Sideshow does watch partying this game make you miss being with Bren and intimately casting together? I hope you two can make up soon. You two are really cute together.
Yeah, when Bren said that if T1 won, he would quit Valorant, what he meant was he would quit us.
They were flustered. So although it was really chaotic,
he never left Valorant. He just left us.
And something that's really interesting is what what he had said in an interview.
So sad.
He feels like Furia need to focus on having success.
Guys, can we get some more Valorant spam to relive the happy memories of our honeymoon?
In this stage, and so far, I mean, with what we just saw, they didn't.
Ocean, thank you for the 9 months.
I mean, that is a super.
Hello, Mr. Show. How friend leave bronze? They bad at the game. Well, your friend can leave bronze by looking up some basic mechanics tutorials, probably, like crosshair placement, how to swing without holding your like diagonal directional keys, slicing the pie type shit.
With how close these rounds have been. I mean,
that should really, I think, be enough to get you out of bronze.
Like, why are we not giving this man a rifle?
If you can just have decent crosshair placement and peek properly, you should be at least getting into silver, even if you're like taking the stupidest fights of all time.
Thinking that he's so confident with that gun. But a little bit of an oversight.
What is slicing the pie? It's how you work around an angle. Like,
I mean, being forced
I mean, to be honest, not exactly what Rafa was doing there, but
that's not something that you hear every single day.
It's like pre-aiming for a portion, then swinging into it, then pre-aiming for a portion, then swinging into it, and then you do it a bit faster, a bit smoother, so that you're not peeking around corners like diagonally while moving your mouse. Like you're always getting a little jiggle, so you're ready to take a fight. Anyway, look up a YouTube video. You'll be able to explain it a lot better than me, because you'll see the visual.
Spike into the hands of Khalil. He just wants to get open access to the A side to try and help his team out, and well, aim just not quite in control there for Trent. Still from on high. Leaf tapping away, man. He's already found the 2. Just couldn't quite claim the 3rd still.
Joe gets caught here though, right?
Made it just that much more winnable. If this mid kill goes the way of Joe, not quite.
See, this game could have been winnable if Furia had not just poured the glue all over everything in the previous round.
Once more.
That was a great round from Furia. That was great calling. I mean, after that pick comes out on Cat from Jonah P, you got a little bit.
It's chemo. Thank you for the 32 months.
The decision to go A in this moment is perfect.
Yeah.
And then setting up Heat to cut off the last remaining member. I mean, it was set
I
up
don't want to out
really
my husband, but last night he was so confident that this match would be complete G2 dominance. So I asked him what he would do if they lost.
Weird aggression that
and what did he answer, Alice?
Maybe that's going to be a recipe for success.
What did Brennan Hook answer with?
A gun run, actually. Just a pistol follow-up and a thrifty of their own.
Hey.
On this half, at least.
Alright, that's a bonkers kill.
Change of pace for G2.
He said he would quit Valorant. He's already done that bit. I don't believe him anymore.
Straight to the dome.
It's painful. Trent, control, still bullet to the dome. There's no follow-up. The rest of his team there, he's just trying to contain aggro control of it. Peek out wide, Leaf has already claimed it, and this is a Furia team that is being picked to 2 pieces. The tapestry unraveling.
Trent can't get a kill.
Main, and G2 inevitable at this point.
Surely he gets 5, right? Isn't that what you need? 5 kills to get 1 point in fantasy?
He's got a minute to work with, but it's going to be such an uphill battle, and you can't really
You
save
need
either.
10
It's just too much time.
for a single point?
It's a good moment right now for the IGL of
I
Furia
mean, he's fucked it, hasn't he?
come up with a game
He
plan for the
has
second round,
fucked it.
because your economy is not going to be looking that great. You're going to have to cook something special.
He's fucked it.
When the gunfight
There's
don't
no-
go your
there's
way
no
like that,
chance.
and now you know that there's an operator in play on the defensive side.
You get
as
4
well.
points though for a 2-0?
Very limited.
Yeah,
Looks
but
he will be
like,
trying to save.
come
I
on, I'm
wonder
picking
if
Trent.
he
I'm
goes for
expecting
the
him
hunt. I mean, their
to
economy
get some kills. He's
hasn't been that
probably
great
been the
either.
highest fragging player
Very
for
scrappy back
G2,
and
hasn't he?
forth
This
in
year?
This chaos that we've been witnessing.
He's going to go walkabouts for it.
Yeah. Who's, by the way, he's been having such a great map anchoring that A site specifically.
Definitely has. Heat's going to be able to hold on to the rifle for now, but the big prize, the ultimate one, is G2 getting that 12th round now.
And something I got to mention is that when you look at the alts online for G2, this is something that this team struggled with in their first year of VCT, was closing out games. Much like we
Yes,
were talking about
Trent
here
has the
before.
most kills
A good
for
recipe to
G2
success
this year.
that they've been having is
He's got the
okay,
highest
let's
kill per
start
round
saving
out
our
of
alts
anybody
when
on
we have a big
G2.
lead, when we're within 2 rounds of winning, and just guarantee either the tie or the win with them.
But Trent, Leaf, and
And that's
Jorgo
what
are
you're
all
seeing.
super, super
What Trent's
close.
even going to have is available online. There's no way that
And then he shits the bed like this
pressure
when
on
I've
Furia.
placed my faith in him
Stay
and put
alive
him
in
on
the
my fantasy
series.
team.
It's an opening game where,
How dare
listen,
you.
Again, cast our minds back. The expectations
I
were
need him
low
to
for
get
the
2
squad,
back-to-back
particularly behind
4Ks.
G2, but they've been in touching
I would say an
distance
ace, but
many
that's too much to
times,
ask for.
right?
But a
G2
4K,
mortal.
come on. 2 back-to-back 4Ks, you can do it for me, can't you,
This
Trent?
is
Wait, he's
potentially the
sending it.
killing blow.
He's sending it.
I love all this utility on the map for G2 right now. I mean, you have Vice utility all at A.
4K and then they lose round.
actually
Oh
playing on
yeah,
B
he
with
can't ace, because then they'd win.
Already manipulating.
Shit. Yeah, he needs to
the
4K
attacking
and then
side,
lose a
so wanna
clutch.
lean heavy
And then
towards
4K
that A.
again and lose a clutch.
Clear info being
He
used
is my
from the side
IGL.
of G2.
I was thinking about putting him as my IGL.
Doesn't get anything, but you know no one's close. No. Can now walk into that some of that space.
You sound like a gambler who needs his parlay to hit or your kids don't eat tonight. I put everything on him.
Past this one. Listen,
I thought it was a guarantee.
Leafs all the way off site, already
It had
playing
been
around,
read
there's no
5
plan.
times already. Surely it's
Possibility
time
Leafs
for
where
black,
they got the U-turns
right?
and we set up primed and ready for it. I'm seeing it. Yep, it's going through.
Little Timmy's never going to
Pressure
make it to
out
college now. I'm going to have to sell everything.
Holding the ankles.
The dog,
This is it.
the car, the wife.
40 seconds left roughly into this round.
It's over,
and
bros.
Furia scrambling for these options. G2. They know it, they can feel it. Leg shot connects, saturate in through the choke, and there's an ult for extra measure.
Come on,
Dismiss
Trent.
there with a dart.
Trent? Heaven?
Lines it up to anything here. Straight
bro, he
around
didn't
to
get the
Jenny.
4K.
20 seconds left. The
Why
spike is
did
in
Rafa
store,
just
man.
int the spawn at top heaven?
He's finishing
Why
this
did
match
Rafa
with
just
series
send
in
it?
style. He
This
knows what the players
was
are.
terrible
All
from
accounted
Furia.
for. Everyone's ready for
This
it.
attack side was
G2 take it away,
fucking
13
shite.
to 7.
Gluria was really back today.
Once Trent gets that first kill,
Map 1, Furia actually played some good
I mean, it
Valon.
was stalwart.
Map 2,
Nobody from the side of G2
glue.
moved.
Insane
They had so many
amounts of
protocols.
glue.
If that B split were to even happen, it's insane that you could see all that prep working. And what a unique composition that we just witnessed
The
today.
Furia
Jorgo with
overhype
Leaf
lasted
on that defensive
8
side. His
rounds.
anchoring is phenomenal.
This is the scary thing about G2 is
Maybe you guys were right. Maybe it was only a 5% chance.
when they've just come back from Bangkok. They've had less time to prep on the maps, knowing it's coming up, of course. But their focus has been on, trying to win that event. They've come into this
God,
without
man.
as much prep time. It was a good.
There's a
gambit
sideshow
from
fan in the
Furia to
audience
try
with a
and go into
sign.
one of the new maps in the map pool, expecting that G2 would have less practice on it, but it didn't.
I saw people in the
materialize
chat
like
posting
that.
about it, but I
G2
didn't
was
see
so
it.
well-versed.
By the
Especially as an underdog, you
go-to buddy,
wanna
and
try
he's
to get any type of
licking the
advantage you
gun.
want, but exactly what
I
you said,
do.
this is what makes
Honestly,
this
I
G2
like
squad
that.
so
I think
impressive
that's
is
a
the
good
fact
banner.
that they're probably the only team I've heard not complain about having to play 2 new maps, new agents. Valon doesn't care. He's so poised. He's so professional. And
Why
it's
is
all
everything
because of that
blue
mentor
now?
there
Where's
on
the
his screen,
mud?
Josh, the coach.
That was mud as
That
well, yeah.
relationship that they have together, I mean, it's
But it
really
wasn't mud because G2 didn't opt
Valon
into
turned
it.
into such a superstar on
Mud
this roster,
slicks
and I
onto
mean,
your opponent.
Valon,
Glue,
that's exactly his face the entire match on that
you just eat it all on your
he
own.
was getting it. He was really going in on those entries on that defensive side. That operator looked phenomenal as well. I mean, what great.
This is Trent's first negative series this entire
They put
year.
up a great
Did
fight
he
on that first
fucking
map,
know
though.
that I believed in him? Is he
think all
trying
things
to troll
considered, I
me?
think it's a step forward in the right direction. For
Is he
Furia,
doing
having
this
to play like one of the best teams.
personally to offend me?
Any silver line whatsoever. Of course, no one's expecting Furia, this team that's been just having
I
so
can't
many
believe
troubles
Havoc
over
got a
the course
knife
so
kill in
far
this.
year,
And it
to
wasn't
be,
just like
holding a candle
a
to
silly
something like
knife kill as well,
G2,
it actually
making
mattered.
it all the way deep.
He was holding a
Of
choke
course, the
point,
expectations aren't gonna be
shorted
there,
the guy and
but
then
the fact that they
finished him
were
off with
able
a
to make them
knife.
bleed
It
is
was
good signs
Trent
of
as well,
Furia.
wasn't it?
They're making the right moves.
Dude, Trent
Prize
died in
in
some
particular.
silly ways this game.
He's pulling off miracle moments. I think he really did look good.
I thought his utility was great too, honestly. And you could see the impact that had in a lot of these rounds. So, yeah, I mean, Furia, you had to play against.
At least you didn't have him as your IGL? No, I'll tell you I had as my IGL. Icy. And he's about to go fucking nuclear on 2G. He is about to go utterly bonkers against 2G.
It really felt like, okay, missed a bit of the
I'm not
lead
coping.
at the beginning
I'm not
of the
coping.
series, but as he got deeper, that grit was just absolutely insane. We're going to send it down onto the stage as well. Dryad is standing by for a Horizon post-match interview. It's the GOAT himself. It's
What chance would you give Leviathan to win if Demon 1 plays Smoke and King Duelist?
The myth, the legend, and the Waylay player. Can we hear it for Giacomo? Giacomo, it's good to have you back
He's
in the
just,
America
he is
stage.
such a fun
We got
guy.
to see Waylay for the first time, and I
Okay,
mean, we're in
so
we've seen the streams. We know
you're saying
what you've
if
been doing.
Lev's roster
what does it feel like? Tell me, why
is
does the idea of
King
playing Waylay on Ascent
Duelist.
come from?
I mean, I think it's just a better jet. You have some more util to isolate yourself. You
Then
can always get one and get out. I mean, that's like a cheat code. I mean, the ult is massive. It's like a breach ult, so you can cover a lot of lanes. You can do a lot of work that no jet couldn't do,
Initiator.
in my opinion.
But we gotta talk about the beginning as well, because it started a little stressful. It was an 8-0 going the way of Furia. What happens to make sure
Are
that
there
the
any
team is
maps
able
where
to come
Demon
back
1 would
and
be out of his
act like
comfort
nothing
zone?
happened?
We kind of just brushed off the
Lotus?
rounds that we knew that we should have won. They definitely
Playing
played
Omen
a really
Lotus?
great default, but my IGL is just insane. So like Valon just take cares of us throughout the rounds. He makes sure that we're playing together. If we're not playing together, you'll see the
Ascent?
mistakes. They'll get the lead on us, but you can see Valon bringing us back in and win that map for us. So yeah.
It feels like you're also used to handling a lot of pressure. Everybody.
The thing
has
is though,
their eyes
Ascent
on
he
you,
goes Jet,
especially
right?
You as a duelist, everybody's saying that you're the
Icebox
best.
he goes Jet
how
as
are you
well.
handling that as well? Do you take it step by step? Do you know that you're winning the stage? You're winning Toronto? What is the mentality for the team?
For my previous coach Potter, like she taught me just step by step. So I mean, I've taken that aspect and brought it to my own style of.
Is it
like,
only
game
Lotus
plan
and Split
ideas
where
throughout the
King
games
plays
because
Duelist?
You can't be overconfident with any of these teams because you can see like these guys are shooting today, but you know we were better team because we
Fracture.
came back as a team and played together. So
Lotus,
as long
Split,
as the
and
team
Fracture.
is playing together, we're unstoppable. Simple as that.
Lotus, Split, Fracture, King plays Duelist,
Those teams, those
Ascent,
next matches are gonna be
Icebox,
MiBR, Energy,
Abyss,
11 T9. What is the one that you're looking forward to the most?
I'm ready for
and
Icebox again.
Pearl,
Always.
he
That's my
plays
goat.
Jet?
That's my goat. So yeah, I'm ready to see. I know he's gonna play Waylay too.
Dude, I don't fucking know.
The best
I have
players are
no
playing Waylay
idea.
right now, so I'm excited to see what Icebox on stage with that.
So everybody that you see with the Waylay, those are the best players in Americas, that's for sure. Thank you so much, Giacomo.
Thank you.
And we'll send it back to you guys.
I still don't know what to think about Waylay. Like, Joe got a lot of kills, but I'm not convinced it was because of the Waylay. Maybe it was. Maybe I'm missing something big, but I don't know. Don't know. I'm yet to be convinced. Yeah, the LEV roles are so strange though, because they're going to play two completely different rosters essentially on the Jet maps and the Raze maps, but it might work because it's only Demon 1 and King swapping. They're not swapping anybody else's roles. They're only swapping Demon 1 and King. So that is pretty similar to the old EG system. But then also you're running solo Jet on Pearl. and you're not running any Yoru probably. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's a fucking 50-50. I think there's too many unknowns to be able to go with any confidence in either direction here. I think MiBR overperformed in kickoff, so I'm expecting them to get a little bit worse overall in stage 1. And LEV, I just don't know what to expect at all. They only beat Furia in the whole of kickoff. They did play a very close game against MiBR. It went to OT. But, like, I do not know what to expect. Don't know. Do not know. What's the chances that 2G win tomorrow? Who is their 5th? Who did they get to fill in for prize? Oh, Askia. Yeah, I forgot about that. Askia. Does he actually have a visa? Is he able to play? Could they win that game? Askia's a duelist player though, isn't he? So what are they doing? I don't think... I don't know. I think that one actually might be a like 10-15% chance again. Even though EG is way worse than G2. I just have so little faith in 2G. Is there a chance though that they've like picked it back up and their confidence is a lot better and so they come out and actually play a good game? Maybe they've got over the nerves and settled in. But I still a 20%. I'll give them a 20. But I don't really believe, be honest with you. I'm going to go take a piss, refill my water. If you haven't gone for a stretch and hydrated yourself, then this is your reminder to do so.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Eu acho que vai ser uma partida muito divertida contra o Demon 1. Faz um tempinho que a gente não joga contra. A gente jogou contra no kickoff e aí depois só no ano passado. Então vai ser bem legal jogar contra ele de novo.
I think you guys should expect insane things from Demon 1 this year. He has been playing absolutely insane on his new role.
New role.
No, he's on fire.
So is he playing full-time, Smokes?
O Demon é uma peça fundamental, jogador muito bom, já se provou também. Mas a gente tem um Aspas, né? Então, tipo, acho que não tem muito com o que se preocupar.
I think the first time I played against Icebox was when I was on T1 and we played them in Shanghai.
I just don't imagine
Obviously,
King is going to play
player,
Jet.
But he's just another player in the lobby.
But maybe if they
so
play...
I should be doing what I normally do, and that's just all it
Okay,
is.
so what maps are we worried about? Or at least thinking about? Split, Ascent, Icebox, and Pearl. What does Demon 1 play? Or what does King play? Let's ask that question. What does King play on these maps? If he played Yoru, he could play Yoru Split, he could play Yoru Ascent, he could play Yoru Pearl,
on the Leviathan bandwagon right now. I'm all for it.
What does he play on Icebox? Do you play Yoru on Icebox?
Going up against Icebox, who left him, is always a fun.
You actually could, you know.
Absolutely. The revenge
You
arc.
could.
Also, that was the last match that LEV played back in kickoff as well.
Tex
This
on Jet,
MiBR
King
team,
on
They
Sentinel.
started slow, but really picked up the pace.
That they did
But
make it to top
even though that
3
makes
in
sense,
kickoff,
people
I
have been
think that they
talking
played a
about
pretty
King playing
style of gameplay. They
Duelist.
didn't lean into a lot of the new meta stuff.
So
They were mostly playing
it
old
wouldn't
comps, but
make
they were putting
sense for them
Icebox on Jet
both to
on
be
almost
swapping
every
to
map, and he
Duelist.
was having an
Why not just
incredible
have?
performance culminating, getting a series kill record in
God,
one of
I'm
their
so
matches.
I don't
torn
know.
between wanting
I don't know.
2023 Demon 1 back because it would make America so much more interesting and wanting him to remain Diamond 1 because it's funny.
in the world. But Mimi, what's really fascinating about this is
It
that
is-
despite all that success you had at kickoff, they still made some changes.
It is a
All the
struggle.
talk going into
It
this
is a
roster was
struggle.
this is like Icebox's happy place. He got a couple rookies that Saucy recommended that he's happy with. He's finally playing with Noswer, who got dropped on
Dude,
Christmas
Verno
from
is
the
going to be
previous
just
opportunity.
so
He had
interesting
play
to
with
listen to.
Icebox, and now-
We gotta
and
hear
now
some
Icebox's
comms.
friend is
We've
dropped
got
yet
to hear
again,
some
and
comms
they
of this
picked up
team.
a guy who's
We
not
have to.
resilient.
Yeah, but I mean, this is interesting. Obviously, like bringing him into the team, but also when you think about what was happening during kickoff, right? Because originally Noswer was supposed to be the IGL for this team. He was IGLing in their first stage game, and then after that loss, they switched it up. It became Artsin taking on the reins over there. So yeah, big change.
And that's when they got good. It's when Artsin took over.
Inferno? What am I
run.
missing here? What the hell? What's the pun?
Assuming this is,
What's the pun? What's the
from their
joke?
point of view, a straight up upgrade for individual play and mechanics, which I would agree with when you're
Aspas
looking
already
at
said that the Verno doesn't
off-season
com rumor
stats on
is
your screen
untrue.
right now, but Verno
Well,
kickoff was
people were
sloppy.
talking about
There was some
Verno
messy play
not
from
coming
him.
enough
If we get off-season Verno,
on
though,
NRG.
maybe this can work out despite whatever communication issues will be coming
Him
up.
coming in
It is
MiBR's
odd, though, because his and
scrims
Noswer's
doesn't necessarily mean
performances
that
were both
he was coming
they were
enough on
underperformances in a similar
NRG.
way. Verno
Those-
was definitely not lights out
those
in
could be
kickoff, but the
unrelated, or he
off-season
might
performance
have
of this guy
changed
was
his
huge. I
behavior,
think all
but
the questions, though,
who knows?
Go back to comms.
We didn't get a
team
huge amount of
picking
information
up
out of the
a
NRG
dude
camp, so
who's
it is a
only
lot
ever
of
played on
rumors.
English-speaking teams. How the hell is that going to work out?
But yeah, people are talking about Verno being fluent in Spanish as well, which is
Spanish, so I don't know how this guy is going to pull it
His
off.
wife
But
is a Spanish teacher. He still doesn't speak English.
Exactly. That shows you how challenging it is. But for more on MiBR's roster change, Dryad had an opportunity to catch up with the legend Coach Fraud earlier on.
yeah. I mean that's true. There is no good evidence that he wasn't
MiBR
coming
has
properly in
made some pretty
NRG because the
significant
NRG
changes
players
since we
have just
last
been
saw them
like
here in America, and
vague about it.
Fraud to talk about them. Fraud, we saw this trade between Noswer and Verno. Can you tell us a little bit of the insight of why this happened?
Well, a little bit of part of we kind of needed to make the change. We felt like it just wasn't working as maybe how we envisioned, but at the same time, we always had interest in someone like Verno. We've rated him very highly, so it also kind of helped that he became available, and he was someone that we've been really eyeing for a long time. So, you know, it's just a really, really good player.
I mean, yeah, he was the best prospect out of Tier 2 Americas of last year.
And you talk about eyeing him for quite some time. What are some of the things
But he
that
just
Verno brings to the table?
doesn't fit the
He's just
team.
uber talented. I mean, the kid is for the last several
So
years.
that's
he's
gonna
been viewed
be
as one of the best players in America, at least one
interesting.
of the upcoming players ever since he's 16, 17 years old. So now that he's finally 18, able to compete in the franchising, I think he proved himself early on, especially in NRG's offseason, playing really well.
Yeah, he played
against,
amazingly in the
national
offseason as
competition.
well.
So for us, you know, having someone like that available is kind of seems like a no-brainer to just go after him, especially if we can make it happen.
One thing that we need to address though is that he is American.
Verno
and he's not
intentionally
Brazilian, so how
threw
is
to
the
get signed to
communication
MiBR.
like?
That
English,
is
Portuguese,
a
or what is it?
funny conspiracy
Yeah.
theory.
So he took a bunch of classes in Spanish when he was younger, like during school. So he's not a natural Spanish speaker, but at the same time, he does understand it a lot. So when it comes to stuff in the game, like when we talk about like 2 here, 3 here, numbers and stuff, it's exactly the same, the numbers in Portuguese as it is in Spanish. So he has a high level understanding of what we say, but also we speak English as well. Like all the players, Aspas, Art.
I thought
They
Shinom.
have fantastic English.
Yeah, he's
but
not
Shinom
mentioned.
is learning it day by day.
Oh,
but
Shinom is learning it.
Basically, we're just going to speak 2 or 3 languages all at once, and it's not going to be an issue because we all understand what each other is saying at the same time, and we don't foresee us having us lose rounds or matches based off of communication.
the full American stream, all 3 languages.
It's
we
a
bring
very
it all.
optimistic view. It can work. It can work.
Always excellent insight there from Coach Fraud. And one thing I do want to say is that
definitely
he's
can
kind of
work.
the difference maker in this situation. Because
But
when you turn to a lot of Brazilian teams, Latin
I
American
would
teams, the
say
coaches are
it is
typically
entirely possible
English
that
is
they
not their
will
first
lose
language.
rounds here or there
Straddle that line
because
between
of it.
all these different languages, knows Spanish, knows Portuguese, knows English, and can actually connect the
Now,
dots with these players.
also,
That being said,
he did not say that Verno was fluent in Spanish. He said Verno's taken some lessons and has a good degree of understanding. If he was fluent, he would have just said he was fluent in Spanish. And he's not a natural Spanish speaker. So he learned Spanish growing up, and he has a decent Spanish level.
I think no matter how confident they feel,
So-
the real test is when they're down in their first match and the pressure is really on.
God, this is gonna be.
well they
This
can
is
perform,
like
especially considering
FPX.
that, you know, with
It is
NRG,
actually
Bruno
quite
was
similar to
critiqued
FPX.
for maybe not calming as much as he should, being as proactive as he should.
The only
We've seen
big
NRG
difference with
continue.
FPX is,
So, big questions
at
there.
least Verno isn't
Those
IGLing.
questions we're gonna see answered. We saw these 2 teams facing off against
Actually,
each other during kickoff.
it's better than
The series
FPX
would
because
be
only
absolute
one of the
distance.
players
This
doesn't
absolute
speak
great
English super well.
overall, right? Demon 1 versus
Well, no,
Icebox
it's
on
like
the opposite
it's like
side.
double FPX, but in a better way. Like all of them apart from Verno speak Portuguese, and all of them apart from Shinam speak English. So there is a huge degree of crossover. But if Verno and Shinam are in a clutch together, that shit is gonna be electric to listen to the comms of. Shinam can speak English, but he's not as confident with it as the other players. I would imagine his English is pretty similar to like Verno's Spanish, if I had to guess.
Klingon and Pig Latin. But in any case, though, yeah, we got Icebox here, and I mean, look,
That
you're
is
talking about a team
really
that
interesting.
Icebox is not here, like contractually obligated to talk about Icebox, so who wants to take
Do you actually know Pig Latin,
a little bit.
Can you toss the next thing in Pig Latin?
yeah.
Just practice.
Guys, Wyatt wants to talk. Shut up. Go, Wyatt, please.
I mean, I suppose. I mean, what more can you say about
Read
this
the
dude?
fraud interview on
He's the
Reddit?
best in the game. He swapped over from the compression
Yeah, I don't
white
think I read
turtleneck to
that
the
one.
compression black turtleneck,
Which could be
new
that's
look
controversial.
for Icebox, and he was wearing glasses. It's a new him. But that
It's a
being said,
new him.
much like the old him,
Are Portuguese and Spanish the same? Some of the words, some of the important things are very transferable, but no, they are not the same language.
In that interview rang true that the best Jet players are playing Waylay.
Yeah.
If we get the random Osboss Waylay debut in match 1, I'm here for it.
Now give me all that in Klingon.
Verno graduated in Spanish.
His Leviathan roster had
Huh.
a good showing at kickoff.
When we were doing
despite
tryouts, he
losing
told me he
some
thought he
key
understood a lot of
players here as we
Portuguese.
switch over to their
We
opponents on
speak
the other
one
side of the
language,
field.
which is the language of Fraudial, which is Portugal and English all together, and fuck it. There's no problem.
To MiBR in the situation they find themselves in, bringing
But
in fresh
he
blood,
did,
little bit
like,
controversial.
the statement, our entire team speaks English, everyone understands English, I think is obfuscating the fact that Shinam is not as confident with it as the others. Like, we've had interviews with Shinam, and like, Artisan's English is fantastic. Aspas's English is improved enormously. And Cortesia's happy to do English interviews as well. Shinam is not as confident with it. But for Valorant, you don't need to be as... Like, in order to comment Valorant, you don't need to have conversational, confident language skills.
Like a glove. I really do. Just getting
How
right
can you
in
have
here,
Aspas
replacing
and
the tank
Verno, the
as
two
a second
biggest betas in the
initiator,
scene
so
on the
they
same
come
team?
together, they cover
It's
all
gonna be
of
like
the
watching two
initiator
C0
agents that you
MS
want to
going
be
on
playing
Safari
currently
tours
very
every
well.
round.
Rossi's played a ton of
It's
Breach,
insane
which
disrespect
then
again.
allows
Insane
King
disrespect.
to focus in on controller, play a lot of Omen, and that's a role where he individually gets to go off.
Yeah, he
I
shines.
really think that this
Yes,
roster
interviews
is
are
going to be
definitely
a well-oiled
more
machine.
difficult as well as just being different to comms. Comms, you're saying the same stuff a lot, and you can create almost like pigeon languages, like Fraud is talking about, because you're discussing the same things over and over again, and you can construct, you know, a lot of teams are going to com in kind of nonsense stuff anyway. It's not grammatically correct English, and they're using a lot of words like call-outs for places and call-outs for strats that are not descriptive. They're just names that are labels that contain the concept of whatever strat they've discussed already. So you can get around a lot of language barrier stuff, but I do think it's worth at least
I think really impressed on his stint with Cloud9 and then
taking a good look at. Because we've got some odd teams in Valorant right now.
Slotting in as the IGL of the roster.
In terms of comms.
Shrouded in questions even after the fact.
Yeah, which seems to have at least at the moment been a good decision from Cloud9 because of
PaperX actually does mix a lot of
it doesn't necessarily mean
slang from like, well, not just slang, like words from Singlish, Indo stuff in there as well.
Will just be the best situation for both of them, and I could absolutely see that as the future we're wading into.
All lived happily ever after.
C, thank you very much for the tier 3 sub. Thank you so much for the C. 1224 sub. 41 months of it.
Really tough move for
Appreciate it.
For him.
You brought us back to reality.
They played 3 matches. They lost to G2 MiBR. He's gone. But Rossi is a player that when you have the opportunity to take him, I don't blame the org for wanting to make that leap.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like what
Hot take, MiBR will be great and NRG will be bad because of the Aspas interview saying Verno's great. Bonkar leaving with Verno and NRG still looking very disappointing. Maybe. Maybe.
They were not having it. Because C9 were playing well. They were playing well. Right? And C9 had like the crazy offseason where a bunch of things were going down. But
dude,
yeah,
pulling out the fucking receipts of people getting pissed off about Rossi being dropped. And it's all just atting Cloud9.
It was crazy. I have never seen so much attention from the community, social media, etc. on Cloud9. But people were
well, except for when they cut Ye.
Oh my god, C9 were rage baiting by dropping him. That's crazy.
Content kings looking for the rage
finally cracked the code on how to get impressions in Valorant. They've done it.
This has been the MO of C9 for
I'm gonna cut Bren for rage bait. It's gonna get me so much engagement.
Hey, you know what Leviathan have a history of, though? Signing some big names and then winning. They got us.
Wasn't it a player decision to cut Rossi? Yeah, it was. They call it a unanimous decision.
They always sign the Champions MVP of last
between
year,
the
so I'm so
players and the
for
coach.
2026 Leviathan Kung Kung to.
All right. Well, while we stew on that for a moment here, let's hear what Rossi had to say to Dryad ahead of his America's debut.
Change your title to Cut Bren from my casting
Thank
viewer.
you guys, I'm here with Lev, Rossi, and Rossi.
No longer paying Bren a salary to carry me in play-by-play.
In the offseason, everybody was talking
No,
about
I didn't watch the Pacific
Rossi
matches.
and how good you were, so now they're in this Lev roster. What can
No,
we
yeah,
expect
anyway.
from you?
Oh,
I will do tomorrow.
Hopefully more of what I did like towards the end with C9. Just good things, and hopefully just more wins and just great things in general.
A lot of great wins. That's what we expect for sure for Lev. Good luck today.
I got a big offer on Football Manager for my starting goalkeeper. The thing is, I only have a 1-star goalkeeper as a reserve. What should I do? Ask TMV.
Maybe it could happen. It's going to be a difficult
I don't know, and I don't care.
MiBR and Leviathan have met before. And
Unanimous equals everyone except for Oxy and Amy. I know, it is. I think a lot of teams use the word unanimous and they don't know what it means. Because I swear, some of the time, the orgs are like, no, it was a unanimous decision. It's like, well, first of all, the player you cut didn't agree. So it wasn't the whole team. It was everybody else. But sure, even of the rest of you, sometimes it feels like there are people who are against it. I don't know. The C9 one in particular sounded so weird. Because Imi and Oxy did an interview and they were like, I tried to make it work, but eventually we got persuaded. Is that unanimous?
That's the thing, right?
Yeah, NRG said unanimous and then Bonkar left. Or got kicked. Or something.
And he's also the last remaining member of the original
That was
showing
a
up in
funny one.
2022 to Copenhagen, Denmark, and to Istanbul, Turkey, and playing really well back then. It's no longer the all LATAM team it once was, but he's still holding things down for this squad. He's developed into so much more of a leader since he was initially on this roster and proven to be so adept on a multitude of roles as well. It's great great to see him putting up these performances now, like 3-4 years on from when we first saw him doing the same damn thing.
Yeah, it really is impressive. And to see the players, you had noted, Mimi, that growth, not just as a leader, but as an individual in the server.
I want to fucking see this game begin. Oh my god, it feels like it has been a long time between these games.
We want to know a little bit more about how this whole thing worked out to begin with. So ahead of Leviathan's Stage 1 debut,
it has been a long time.
About how
it's been 20 minutes since the last game ended.
After I got come from C9, I had a couple offers from some teams, not Leviathan, and those quickly fell through just because it was such a short time, so I had to just wait after the kickoff. And Leviathan just wasn't happy with their performance, and that's all I know, truthfully. So they contacted me. They were like, hey, we want you to come here. And I asked, like, oh, do you want me to be like a player, IGL, anything like that? I said, I'm willing to do it, whatever. They said, oh, they want me to be the IGL. So I said, all right, sounds good. And that was it. I tried out for the, not really, I tried out for the team. They already knew they were.
Rossi's IGLing?
I mean, I'm a good player, and everyone knows that, so they just know that it's good, and they actually.
Okay, it's got to be King on Duelist. I mean, that has to be because King is moving to Duelist.
I don't know.
I guess so.
He's IGLing?
I guess so. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Did you hear that?
I heard that.
Did you hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
I mean, and they're also talking about like Demon One's new role, things like that. So it seems
okay,
like
it's got to be King Duelist then. Has to be King Duelist. So
It could also be a psyop.
King must be. King has got to be playing like Raisin Yoru, I think.
Well, guys, look. If there's one thing I know about, it's quality facial hair. So the question that I gotta ask everyone is, does a powerful stash help you win? Because I think Cortesia is making a case. All right?
Yes.
I'm making a case. Look at that stash. It's gorgeous. Look at those eyebrows. Absolutely bushy.
I won 3 ranked games in a row with Bren last night, so.
That's
the first 3 games you ever won with Bren?
I've been winning so much. I'm winning constantly.
Sideshows he was in team with Waylay?
We weren't playing with Sideshow.
Don't -2 me. Don't -2 me for doing the same thing as Cortesia. That's like the fucking HR meme. When Cortesia does it, ooh, thank you for the compliment. When I do it, HR.
And he had a bit of a rocky start at the beginning of kickoff as the MiBR. But when they made that leadership change,
ever since I grew this mustache, I've been winning so much. We're gonna win so much, folks. You're gonna get tired of winning.
On the promise that he
You're gonna get tired of winning.
Of being one of the best up-and-comers in Americas.
Did you hear what Golden Boy call you out for throwing on Waylay? I did not.
After kickoff,
a bright white mustache is so unusual.
He has a lot more to show still. I think he can continue to really elevate his play from there.
What about you, Ender? What do you think as you try to keep the mustache betwixt your lips and your nose?
So I can't really move my mouth.
We do want to let everyone know, by the way, part of the reason why Ender's wearing a ridiculous and bad-looking mustache is because we have a little bit of a delay on the stage here, and then once we get that all sorted, we'll be sending it out there, bring out the players, do the whole shebang. You know the deal, folks. You've watched this show a few times.
Okay, give me the scrandle. Give me the scrandle.
We're going to be doing just that. But for
Scrandle.com.
now, let's actually go back to one of the greatest of all time. Here we got Icebox to hear what he has
Jack
to
Daniels
say
pulled.
about his new team.
Definitely Jack Daniels. Wait a second. Verno interview? Dude, he's looking so sharp.
From what I saw,
he's looking great.
Really good player. He talks a lot in game and out game as well. The guy is just very good at the game, and he talks a lot. He communicates everything. He do some good mid-rounds calls, those stuff.
Dude,
out game he talks a lot as well, so I'm just very happy with him.
Dude, I'm sorry. That is so funny. Everything that he said was about him talking. He talks a lot in the game. He talks a lot out of the game. He mid-round calls. He's very vocal. He communicates everything. He talks a lot in the game. He talks a lot out of the game. Like, he's actually running his fucking PR campaign. Aspas has single-handedly turned the narrative around back onto NRG.
I will definitely say that whole
Jesus Christ.
Very interesting.
Incredible PR.
Both of the shots that we just played have illuminated us to facts we did not previously know.
We really did.
And I appreciate that.
Ender, I'm just not even going to...
I appreciate a good fact as well.
Okay, Scrandle. Scrandle. Hold it. What the fuck is that? Yogurt ice cream? What are both of these?
On the other side.
Brazilian yogurt ice cream might be okay. Fish pudding? with what looks like a raw piece of mackerel. What are they like? Germany doesn't get enough shit for its food, in my opinion. What is Germany doesn't get enough shit for its food. That is not a fish burger. That is a violation. I'm going to go with the thing on the left because I think people will be repulsed by the fish burger. Yes, 27% of people want the fucking raw wriggling mackerel. Whereas I think more people will want this version of the fried fish and chips. Fuck, people wanted the burger. I thought it was a shit picture of the burger. I didn't think people would want to go for it. Now, that doesn't look like the world's greatest biryani. I'm going to go with the fish and chips again. Okay, only just though. Only just. Bacon double cheeseburger or currywurst mit Pommes. Kind of close. Kind of close. I'm going to say people are burger pilled. No, they're not. I mean, it is cheaper and it's probably fucking delicious. So respect for that one. Germany redeeming themselves. Dude, every time there is a picture of American food, it's like enough for a family of 4. It's crazy. I mean, why does anybody need to order a £20 meal of 6 beef sliders, fucking deep fried cheese, onion rings, and fries on top of that? This is ludicrous. I genuinely think the fish and chips with tartar sauce would be nicer than the sliders. But I fear most people will have gone for the one on the left. I'm going to stick to what I would prefer, though, and go with the one on the right. I think that's just wrong. 90% of people wanting that is wrong. That is wrong. What is that cheeseburger?
Going on a vacation to London next week, what should I do?
I don't live in London. Do you want... What the hell has happened to that sausage roll? Did they cook newspaper onto it? What have they... Huh? I mean, neither of these look great. That looks like Bisto gravy with the world's shittest pie, but it's got to be that. 81%. Okay. Is that a sausage? That looks like a sea animal. That's a sausage. Klobasa sausage. That looks like some kind of... What the fuck is that? I mean, I'm clicking it just because I don't know what it is. £2.60 for some bread sauce in the sausage? I mean, I'm going for that. Oh, you're a fucking fool. You're going for a burger for 10 quid versus... Dude, you could buy 4 of those sausages. That meat and potato pie looks good. The peas don't look good, but the pie itself looks good. People are just wrong. I'm sorry, people are just wrong. People are simply fucking wrong. I can't help them. I can't help them.
Opponents, it's MiBR.
I can't help them. I'm going on a vacation to London next week. What should I do? I'll tell you what I like the most in London. Food. It's a very good food city. If you look up like good places to eat, you'll find some fantastic food. What else did I enjoy in London? Walking along the river. Walk the river. Walking along the Thames, popping in and out of pubs. Gotta go to a pub. Gotta go to many pubs. Pubs times 10. 10 minimum pubs. 10 minimum pubs. You gotta... Greenwich was actually lovely. If you can get over to Greenwich, that was lovely. Mercator... No, it wasn't called Mercator. What was it called? MM. Mayfair, Mercado Mayfair or something? Mercado Mayfair? Is that what it was called? Something like that? That's a cool place to get some food. What else? Oh, the British History Museum. Go to a museum. Bro, the UK has stolen so much shit from around the world and just put it into a museum. It's amazing.
There's a ton of options there.
You can
I feel like we're going to see more of the
you
same
can
from
see
MiBR,
so
I'm gonna
much
be
good
honest.
stuff.
They were doing that all kickoff.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be a map where that continues to be the case because, as you said, Icebox there.
Holy,
it's
I've just
historically been
realized
so
who
good,
slideshow
and it's not
reminds
broken
me of
yet.
Bro
There's
is
no
literally
repairs
Wallace from
necessary at
Wallace
the
and
moment.
Gromit with the Stalin's dash.
Running it,
Substitute Waylay.
I'm Wallace from Wallace and Gromit, but with a Stalin stash.
Y'all said that the best Jets are playing it, so
Any
Don't know about that.
You can sub in Waylay. You're giving up some of the offing for like a slightly better dive on attack.
All right, well.
King Yoru. Okay, so they are playing King Yoru. So King is going to be playing Yoru and Raze probably.
Yeah, taking the G2 comp here, but this
Demon 1 Omen. Is this the first time we've seen Demon 1
I
Omen?
remember from kickoff was like the one map Demon 1 was on the Brimstone. It was one of his best maps, like outperforming his duelist sometimes.
I'm so here.
Has he
for
played it
King
before?
not having the IGL. Rossi picks it up and he can just
Oh, he
go
played it
crazy
once on
duelist. I'm
NRG.
down for
Fucking
it. And
hell.
now
I
with
wiped that from my
MiBR
memory.
Finally going a bit more meta with the Tahoe breach.
Well, folks, let's see how
Dude, African food can be fantastic. I don't know what you're referring to, but there's a couple of Ethiopian places around. There's like one in Manchester that's good. There's one in Middlesbrough that's really good. There's probably a few in London that are good as well. But Ethiopian food rocks.
Versus Leviathan, and there's a lot of history for all these players here, but what's in front of us now? All this newness, new players, new squads, new agents for who's in the squad is going to be awesome to see.
It was not a cuisine that I was familiar with until I tried it like 10 years ago or something, and dude, it's so good. The bread they serve it with is like a sponge, and you're like just grabbing curry with the bread and fucking shoving it in your mouth. It's amazing.
Role is going on to Rossi at this point. There's been so many changes going into Leviathan's
But very different spongy bread.
A
It
very
was super
interesting
nice.
one that we have to look forward into watching the first map on Split. As for MiBR, though, we haven't had a chance to talk about
Injera? How am I pronouncing
and
that?
we will very soon
Whoa,
because
then
the
we are
action's
in the
already
game.
and the contact's already there.
Right out the gate. Just a few seconds into the round now. We are.
Yeah, Rossi is IGLing, and he's been completely flushed out by that. Can't really play that corner against the Breach Tail comp, but I think he got stuck there. He probably should have just fought with Tex and King.
To call each other over is MiBR. They can pretty much just walk in wherever they want now as a death ball.
Tried it as a walk down contact for Leviathan to start, and they were matched up by a lot of util.
Aspas and Verno completely refuting the baiting allegations in round 1. Aspas swings, Verno trades.
A 1-1 scenario on both sides, and one has to be risky. So thankfully, Comet is actually finding out that
it looks like King is now the duelist.
And Demon 1 could
Demon One's
potentially be
full
ready
smokes.
to stall for a bit because of this paranoia, or thanks to this paranoia, and maybe they could get something done.
Low-key French food is low-tier food.
Throw a smoke at least for a delay.
I understand where you're coming from, but I don't agree.
It'll be a good high ground here coming in for Calm. So if Demon 1 can stay alive a little bit longer, runs right.
Oh, okay.
They just delay enough, and
All
now
right.
it's going to be the drop in.
Cortesia's got it.
Cortesia does find Calm. They almost lose everyone. But it is going to be MiBR picking up round 1.
That is definitely a try and a half on that 2 versus 4 from Leviathan.
When I
Common
went to
Demon 1
Paris,
fighting each other again from the EG roster, so they
I
do
found
have that
that
chemistry to
you had
almost
to
pull
pay
this
quite a
through.
lot to get good food.
But towards the end, you know that this is going to be a very interesting
So if you wanted to
game
eat cheap,
between
it
these
was
two
much
teams.
better to
If
just
you're
get like
looking over
good
at this
fresh
series, you're
produce,
starting off
and
at
Paris
least with
did
Split, then
amazing
already
good
played
fresh
against each
produce.
other.
Like just going to a bakery and getting some bread and getting some cheese and getting some like fresh vegetables from any street corner was super easy and super good. But like if you wanted to go to a restaurant and get some good food, it was pretty pricey.
Trying to take control of middle once again.
But
Leviathan
Paris is
knows a little bit better to
amazing
fall
for
back
like
and just try to play the
small
lane they can.
bakeries and like small supermarkets that serve
They'll have
excellent
to lurk over
produce.
towards A, see if they can take heaven here from the side of MiBR. A nice push in by Icebox, just kind of seeming fearless as they insert.
And yeah, the pastries are fucking fantastic too, but like, can't be eating them all the time. Although, French people do be eating a lot of them.
Still gets it. So great retaliation, great understanding. Both sides needed to have a little bit of a
Stayed over
protocol
at a
there
French
once,
TF2
Venom
player's
was taken,
house
but
once for his
also
birthday.
They had to get out
And
safely.
they were bread
MiBR
maxing.
turned their
Bread
tide,
maxing gluten
turned their way
cells,
over
or
towards
whatever
the
that
heaven.
clip
This
is from
work still
Northern
huge
Lion.
From Cortesia, Lev's going to have to worry about that now for the rest of the match as they look to do just a little bit of scratch damage at the end of the round.
And it was delicious.
And a nice try at least for for Leviathan on the eco. Just try to
Carb-pilled bread cell. That's what he said. Yeah.
Icebox was able to dance
Carb-pilled bread
from
cell.
left and right on the different salvos that were exploding to stay alive and win that fight also on top of Rossi. So you definitely
What are LEV going for this round? They went for a mid-fight in round 1.
Having a strong understanding of how the Americas players try to develop here their fundamentals or the strategies or the macros to work the map.
Sending it over towards B, playing 3A at the beginning, so A is the strong side of the map at the start, but they have the gate crash to reinforce B and help Demon 1 if it's a fast B hit as well.
Walking up for contact might catch Tex off guard, but you know that Tex is still always good in these moments.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he is sending it. He is fucking sending it.
The team's not really able to follow up, but LEV is. They push back very hard.
That was unusually fast and aggressive without
an understanding of MiBR strat on this round.
That was such a fast rotate. There's already 5
actually like the B main players being ready or anything. That looked like overly aggressive and rushed from MiBR. That's the opposite of how I expect Icebox to be playing those spots.
What is your favorite fusion cuisine? Mine is Mexican and Italian.
For the second wave here, the fault line to come back potentially to try to re-hit. But you need
Mexican Italian fusion. I don't think I've ever tried it.
And trying to punish on an overextension, but King wins that fight from backside.
And that's going to be Rossi taking a little bit more pressure. Loses that one against Shenum, though. 5 HP.
I actually had Korean Mexican fusion, and that shit was so good.
Why is it that seemingly no matter how early someone inside the overlays are never ready?
He gives Calm a little bit of trouble in that instance. And there's the 3 just staring up.
What?
LEV
I don't understand what you mean.
back here on the bonus round, and they keep quite a few alive.
No matter how early someone is signed, the overlays are never ready. I don't know what you mean. If you go to South Korea, there are some like Korean Mexican fusion places, and holy Jesus Christ, they ripped. They were so good.
And you already had the fast stack up towards B, so a great call, a great read at the very beginning.
A great call indeed.
Rossi and Verno have LEV and MiBR.
There was a lot of action, and they were like, wait, we don't need to pressure.
Oh, I see. I don't know. To be honest, though, I don't care.
Salvo's fault line that does force the hand of just Icebox, and forward goes one. So they
both teams are sending it.
And Demon 1 goes down.
Demon 1 fucking sending it that round.
But still like a duelist, unfortunately couldn't get one. And didn't do that much damage onto MiBR. But that said, though, at least they have the
and then previous round, Aspas just jumped out B heaven as well.
On this side over A. So there's an opportunity to now push, gain a little bit more space, and you already see the insert of King.
That is a weird, set play there from LEV.
Unless he wants
Very
to say,
all in.
okay, there's a minute left.
Here's a full rotate coming through as well.
Should come back up. Maybe I should start falling back. But it doesn't seem to be the case.
Com droning.
Oh, what a risk.
Doesn't see anything.
So
so out in the open there from King. But it is buying time for these players to come through. Are they going to expect 2 players to be here already? Tex is weak.
Cortezia lurk here on the 1v1.
Always lurking. We saw it at A. Now we'll see it towards mid. How much
Cortezia wins.
Takes out Calm from the top side. Rossi
It's really hard to read that Cortezia lurk because there's a smoke up here. So it doesn't feel like they're going up mid at all. It feels like everybody's going through B main. And then he gets into B heaven and slips into the smoke, gets a freebie.
They get the pick onto King on B. Technically, you should know that it's an open site. You want to tempo up and rush, but they still wait.
So out in the open from King.
Give that perfect timing for Cortezia to come in from top mid and get that backstab onto Calm. So very, very nicely ironed out.
Both teams are just down to fight.
On the scaling coming out from MiBR.
The speed at which we see LEV just feeling comfortable to get into, MiBR get into sight and say, no, this is ours, is pretty incredible right now. Hello. King using that gate crash to get a lot of early info and attack on, but that's a far rotation back over. Is
the problem with taking super aggro angles like that, where you're forced to gate crash, is that the gate crash gets forced out at like 120, and then you don't have, you're like miles away from the action. So he is back in decent time. Bit late on the wall there from Tex.
You see everybody towards screens here for Leviathan.
What King be
taking
doing?
more of a
Begging
defensive
Tex to put the
position.
wall up, I think.
Because MiBR, it's the second time they've hit a site and really started to work the map again. We saw it on pistol round because of the chaos, but now we see it here on a gun round too.
In MiBR style, you can see that it's still rather explosive, just like it was when they were playing this Jet and Raze.
Demon just missed the
during
timing
kickoff, but
here.
This time it's just waiting off the refresh of util. A different approach,
Should
but
be
still
a fairly
quite
boring
aggressive
round.
with the tail and the breach. This time
I'm
the
silver
walk contact
2.
makes
How many
sense.
kills do you think I
You
could
don't
get
have
in a
any
pro
control
match?
left for
I don't
MiBR.
mean this to be
You're just gonna
rude,
play
but
like a pack.
legitimately 0 would be the
And
most
perfect.
likely.
If you read correctly into an open B site, it'll be a nice little plant.
If you
Now
were
for
playing with a
Leviathan,
really
you're just trying
good
to
team,
rotate
like a
across and
much better
seeing
team
that a
than
lot
your
of these
opponent,
players are already up and very close to
and
the
you
ults,
just did,
I wouldn't be
if you
opposed
just like
to
got told
Leviathan
to
wanting
hold
to
an
push in
angle
and look
and
for
they
some
walked
kills.
into you occasionally, then
Keep
maybe
the
you could
economy
get
low on the side of MiBR
one
and try to fight back,
or
but
2.
seems towards the end of the day, Leviathan will
But
try to just survive
mostly I would
for
expect
now
you to
and
get
just die to
0.
spike.
So Tex could get alt. They see that. Rossi gets closer, Demon 1, but you could also get Icebox 1 no matter what, depending on that push. Money's there for Icebox to buy.
Play shotguns and
Verno's still
smokes.
got a gun. They're
I
still gonna- like you
guarantee
said, they're still
if
gonna
you're
hang
in
out,
silver
though.
2,
Kills
and
would be
again,
nice
don't
to
mean
see,
this
but
to
they
be
start to
rude,
back off. Great mid-round calls by Verno.
but you are not smoking
Really
in the right time or the right
setting
places,
If
and you are getting
everything
your
is
ass
true in
spammed out of
videos
smokes
that we've
like
been
9
hearing,
times
now
out of
he
10.
does have the voice.
And the 10th time out of 10,
Repositioning for those
you're
who
missing the
really
judge kill
safe plays. Like you
and
said,
dying
walking
anyway.
Right around Lev with no problem, and they come out of that round with another win. 4-1 now for MiBR on the attack side split.
The thing is as well, we're moving into round number 6, and we're still a little bit further out from getting a good amount of ult cycles on the side of the defense, so they haven't been adding too much pressure or getting too many successful trades or fights to prevent MiBR in this
2
condition
pro
in their
teams play
doing
with a
in the very
random,
beginning.
and whichever team
It's
gets
always
the
very
random
slow
the most
contact. You don't really
kills.
see him trying to be fairly
Yeah, I know what you
explosive.
mean.
So I'd like to see
Whichever of
King
the
to be
randoms
a
gets the
little bit more
most
active, trying to
kills wins the
find that
game.
early space,
It's
but
not to do
TP
with
when they get
rounds
back
1.
into the other spot,
That would
because
be a
so
very
far
fun
for
content
MiBR,
idea,
you'll
actually.
notice
It's a
where
cool idea.
King is, they just kind of
Anyway,
go for it.
rifles
He's got it
back.
here. The gate crash
So,
towards B, checks
very
A.
similar setup. Huge emphasis on A main from Leviathan, leaving mid super open, and then just using the gate crash to reinforce B.
They could double flash this and fight.
Are they going to jump
At
spot
least
and see
because the
this?
gate crash has been perfect.
These
The
two
read's been
players
good
are
for
on
King.
a heavy,
There's the
heavy
first
lurk.
contact, but unfortunately, Demon 1 falls.
1-for-1.
King gets
Cosmic Divide
stunned.
goes in. You still have all the
Rossi
initiator
gets
utility
caught
to
though.
make sure the
Oh,
site
sorry,
hit
Rossi
feels good.
catches
Armageddon's
Aspas.
there for
Why is
Verno.
Aspas so deep
Well, they don't like how
out behind
quiet it
his
got
own
so
wall?
quick, actually.
Yeah.
They back off. So male
That
room
feels
can
like a
start
weird
to
swing
sit.
from
You still have a
Aspas.
double lurk from the rookies here of both Cortesia and Shenum trying to close that gap. Splitting up the defense too.
Nice from Verno, very good. But King's holding it
Off
down.
position. They couldn't follow up quickly on the Armageddon. King's gonna
All
go
right,
ahead and
big
get a
round from King.
4K
Why did
acknowledge
Aspas
that
go
there was
through
no
the wall
BA.
like
King
that?
stays B and cleans up house.
So that's what we're talking about. Trying to find the early information, using a little bit of util. 4-1 setups at the very beginning for Leviathan. Demon 1 has that responsibility to just anchor up the B side, trying to listen for noise and try to delay if he can. That's why he's actually a little bit more aggressive on the peak from the new box, so that he could actually flash back and also throw smokes to allow the rotate to happen.
We don't get to
So
see the
despite
Aspas
him falling
swing.
first, it was still a big responsibility
That
for
was
him
weird.
and allowed King to get into a good spot behind the back of the B site.
But they have the wall like this. They have 2 lurkers in mid. All of the fighting should be happening on this side of the
King,
wall.
however, with the op now on that Yoru, going to be pushing B main.
When
as
Aspas swings like
Icebox
this, he's
brings
just going to
out
meet
the
all of the
knives.
people up here.
To follow
And
that
he's not
drone through
coordinated
mid.
with the
So
push from
this
mid.
may
Those
be
are really late.
The main way they try to
Strange
open this
swing.
round with Icebox is the spear.
This is a key component to bring that operator out. That has to be the other big win condition for Leviathan, because actually it's a positive against MiBR. The only way to really scan him is from
Why
the
is
zone that Verno
Shinam
already used
here
at the very beginning. So
when your
this
team's going to
work
exec
might
A?
get punished by Shinam if he wants to overextend.
That's a
So far, it's
really
just
long
a natural form
backstab
for the rest of
timing.
MiBR to start plowing into the A site.
1-2, a hit backside. You saw the concuss. Shenum's now going to
There's
push
no
forward.
way King is
We saw
holding
him
that.
Just on the edge.
There's
King gets
no
one.
way.
Gate crash isn't going to bring him too far
What
back. So
the
now
ever-loving
knows they
fuck is
have
King
time to
doing still
work.
holding
It's
that
watching
angle?
Lev formulate the protocol here to get back into sight. It
I'd
looks
be
like they're
scratching
gonna
my
get
head if I was
King's
Sheen on
screens, and
there.
everybody's gonna
Like,
work
why
so
hasn't he
much
rotated already? We're literally planting on A.
Cortesia see Inferno insta headshots coming through there. A nice retaliation as the utility finally comes
Icebox is having a bit of a miserable game so far.
Follow this up. The Rolling Thunder hits now from Rossi. He gets a 3K. Verno's trying to hide blind to all high heaven, and Demon 1 finalizes the round for Leviathan.
Okay. Lev looking clean there with their ramp fight. They left A completely open and just sparked them out.
Towards the A ramp. They've already identified that King is still towards the B side, has the op, has the dimensional drift, but before they're able to give Leviathan the opportunity to get value out of that, you just don't want to give them a chance to set up. So again, punished here for Shinum. At least they've identified now for the first
He didn't even take the bait on the jiggle peek.
They're going to be a little bit more careful moving into the later rounds. But that was still a nice attempt.
Insane, bro.
Gassing himself up.
I mean, he is the player that put up huge numbers, as Ades mentioned, during the offseason with Cloud9. Beating down some staple names like Fnatic, G2. Yeah, losing in the grand finals versus T1, but still putting great numbers and being on top of the scoreboard in terms of kills.
And that's that voice we hear Com say. He's kind of just like Boostio, man. He's all about building
Unusual
the team, building
spot
himself
to
up right there.
pit. Most people
It's
pit in mid,
for him.
but
4-3
not
as Lev starts
crazy.
to fire back a little bit. It's going to be a lower
They've
bottom
left
side
mid
of
very
MiBR
open at
as they
the
slow
start
this
of this
round down.
half.
Yeah.
Lev.
Both initiators
So I could see
working
them.
together.
I
Looks
guess
like they
actually
tried to
round
do a
one
little
they
bit of
fought
noise at the
it,
very beginning here. I
but
think
then
the fault line went
since
towards the
round
B heaven
one
just to try
they've
to
left
keep
it
some
very open.
players isolated and kept towards that B site, so they could all meet up and go for that explosion towards the A site. Potentially
MiBR
without the
taking
fault
A
line,
again.
as you need to tempo up with the lesser weapons that you have.
Ah, Ardazine took so much body shot spam. Trip into heaven. Planted for main.
Comfortable.
Looking for Sheenom still.
Right in. So even the low by
Tex is like,
confidence
where
and
is
working
this
with the
Sheenom
team.
guy?
They're going to try to go up ramp too. They want to take away as much space from
This
the
round
Vietnam
though,
to make this uncomfortable
just sticking
as
with the
possible,
pack
since they
after he
know
got
they're
punished
fighting
previously.
Against the advantage on their
Sheenom.
side.
Sheenom,
This
sorry,
is tough,
not
though.
Sheenom.
The fight back towards A ramp, it's not planet for them, so the read is actually not the best for MiBR.
They're going to have heaven.
Rossi flashing himself onto
This is gonna be a
angles.
tough win. Never mind. They don't have anything. Tex takes that backs with nice shots. And now Cortezia waiting with this Vandal. Money's
Confident
not gonna be there,
breach,
so it looks like
but
they'll try to keep
not
this in hand. And Leviathan don't even lose anyone.
Not
This
probably the way that
flawless
most people
round
would be
coming
playing
in.
it.
A beautiful hit back onto site.
Very good synergy. Something very similar to MiBR is maintaining calm.
Don't think that works on a rifle round very often.
Staying back towards that spawn, protecting the VIP, which is
Fucking IGL breach, yeah.
Spamming with the Vandal through the smoke.
Basically saying that's what happens if you try, because he just got a nice little shot through the smoke in the wall for the headshot as well.
All right, so now round 9, they're going for a big heavy mid fight. So they've been leaving mid open since round 2, and now they're playing heavy mid again.
Now at least a drone. Seeing that pressure from
Drone
King.
sees 2, but also forced the teleport.
MiBR to move a little bit more quickly, where again it's another 4-1 setup. Big responsibility for Demon 1 to try to delay.
Yeah. Plays the smoke for a bit, but plays his life once it goes away. Very smart. They back up to more anchor positions onto A. Lev, very good at having everybody ready for these
King
side takes. Demon 1
missed.
wants to peek
Didn't
out.
get
He
punished.
wants to back a one, but Cortezia is able to capture that one before and get the first blood for the side of Lev.
That's tough to do.
Or side of MiBR.
They're still trying to do that crossfire setup, but it's an op with a rifle. King comes out of it with 2 HP.
Now last time,
has to
Lev
TP out and
crushed
kinda
them
leaves
on the
Demon
ramp
1
fight
out
in this
on
kind
an
of spot.
on an island.
But that
Not
time
his
they
fault, and this is
used
gonna make the retake even
aftershock.
harder.
Yeah.
Trying to retake with a 2 HP op.
They don't have much util here.
Crossfire's already set up.
How is King alive, man? How is he alive? He's missed 2 up shots on close range angles.
But it looks like MiBR has their eyes ready, set on the prize. 10 HP for Arts.
Ooh, the double flash there is tough to deal with.
Position the rest of the team on ramp. Like you said, it's going to be tough.
Cortezia and Sheenom have got to be able to win those. Com just defending heaven.
No time.
That's no defuse.
But yeah, no defuse.
Great job by MiBR, even though
Wait, sorry, why? Sorry, how did they not get the defuse through there?
He's set on the prize. 10 HP for Artson, though. This is a tough task to add.
How is-
Shen him now just out of position. The rest of the team on ramp. Like you said, it's going to be
Oh,
tough.
just the pull.
Now has the sight.
Wow, the pull used like a second before.
No time.
He died?
That's no defuse,
Damn.
though.
Again,
Just a
because of
tad
the
too
op.
slow.
If maybe King got that first pick onto, I think it was Cortezia there, down towards the orb, maybe that would have changed the tempo.
Very close. Very close.
But now you talk about good delays coming out from the side of MiBR too. It continues to be
But
very
just a
close and
fraction
back
too
and
slow.
forth, just like when they played. in split the last time during kickoff.
And now conditioning towards A after these last few rounds.
Yeah, they're Tejo ult
MiBR
anyway.
wants to test their hand
Yeah.
at B.
Fair point. Fair point.
Setting up with a thought that there'd be a quick push mid. Eyes already from Shenum looking back. King's push up has no effect this round as Cortezia comes up big, and that's the activation.
King's found himself in a lot of close range angles. Tex almost caught. Aspas is getting fucking cooked on a lot of these entries.
One little thing is just that smoke that didn't
What happened there? Again, why isn't... Nah, I'm missing what's happening in some of these rounds, weirdly. Is that salvos in the choke? And so Aspas was forced forwards into the paranoia?
Now just resets the round. But the more that
I wasn't looking at that. I was looking at the attacker's Tejo ult.
Looks like they want to rehead towards this B site, just waiting.
Oh, it was a Viper molly.
Verno and Artazine, because they don't have flashes to move inside the site this time around.
The Tejo drone's just jumping in his face.
Yesterday we saw a lot of our Vipers put in the orb there, so that hold wasn't possible, but also the retaliation here from Cortezia.
Ah, that's a ridiculous double kill from Tex. If he gets traded, maybe it's a round for a MiBR.
3 in the site alone for B, and now Verno calling the shots for himself. Last man
I'm surprised though. It feels like a lot of the time Aspas is committing to entries without a full exec going
He's
on.
been in scenarios before in challengers, even when he was.
This is a save, so I'm going to go back, again, and just have a look at Aspas's death.
Thought that there'd be a quick push mid. Eyes already from Shenum.
I'm expecting this to be like a big exec here. Stun salvos, or pull salvos. Yeah, stun salvos, dash in. The others... Yeah, the others just get Viper mollied and nobody commits forward. And they don't have people going through heaven, so... And he'd already used double smokes. He dashed into a smoke and then he used another smoke immediately as well. So he didn't have a smoke to stop the paranoia that came through from Demon 1.
Fast. Hard to see everything because it's just happening over the shoulder of players and in the moment. But yeah, right there you get to see how much effect the utility's having here to make the plays. So 5-5 as LEV bring it back up to a tie. King goes
That's definitely one of the spots where you're wishing you had an Omen.
on the side of MiBR.
So that the Omen could like TP forwards with you into
in
the
their
site.
economy to make sure these purchases can go through till the end of the half.
They are playing with two very slow, very lurky agents on the attack side. And then Artazine's also playing pretty supportive too. So Aspas is on a bit of an island. There's the stun value. You know that nerf that causes you to dash half distance when you get stunned? Just what Aspas killed there.
For this world as the utility continues to pile in and MiBR have nowhere to hide.
Yeah, LEV looking pretty good here. The early rounds, maybe a bit dodgy.
If you're looking at the extremities, you have the
but since King has been able to get an Op or an Outlaw online, and he's been like holding down areas of the map, the rest of the team has been able to cook up some nice... They're still playing quite like loose. They're not holding set positions and set crossfires. It still feels a little bit on the fly, but plays like this are definitely very well rehearsed.
But I think what LEV identified, Vance, is they're...
Or at least well set up in the moment if they're not rehearsed.
They got early info from King peeking, then a gate crash, they push back.
Dance, let me see you twirl.
Wait, is that your bestie?
I ice both of y'all like Gretzky.
Never mind, I was wrong. That wasn't the combo. They were singing. So, yeah, being able to identify
There's the same Viper ult again, round 12.
But that's the thing. Crushed them. Trying to find him before the refresh of the util, but not this time.
Now that looks the same as that weird round where they just pushed out A last time. Like, what are they cooking over there? What are they cooking with Demon 1 and Rossi pushing out on A? They've tried that twice and it has looked shit both times. Hello? 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 Oh my god, Verno wins that.
Hard, still gets the kill though. Nice retaliation on that Tejo. And it's going to be Tex walking around. MiBR fire back just as hard. Both teams are honestly just on a fuse right now.
Let me see you dance and twirl this time.
This isn't going anywhere. Right? Yeah, this isn't going anywhere. And this is the half. Let me have a look at this one again. What are they doing at the start of the round on A? What is this on A?
So, yeah, being able to...
They TP aggressive. So they stun down the line at the beginning. They salvo that comes down ramp like that. And then Demon 1 TPs forward, so he's in like an aggressive spot. He can catch somebody that tries to take a timing past it.
Identify early
And then he
just get in the face.
is basically going forward solo here. He doesn't use Paranoia. He doesn't have a breach flash.
Of MiBR.
He just runs forwards and tries to take the fight. And then Cortesia's behind cover. Peeks and kills. I mean, Demon 1 just had a free kill if he just throws a Paranoia and teleports. But the thing is, though, if you do that, you might just get cooked by someone who's playing around the corner over there. But if you've got to read that the guy is playing solo on the other side of the map on his own, which they should do at that point, there's like,
Zero is here. 100%
I don't think you can run a play like that where the end point is just our Omen runs at them. But I think if he throws like a Paranoia out, and you only do that set play against teams that hard lurk a single player on the other side of the map, like you don't do that against teams that play like, you know, heavy A ramp control and you see more than just the Cypher. But if you only see the Cypher over there, then like fair enough. I think you can just send Paranoia and win, but the fact they did it twice and it failed twice, and they just basically ran at him, was rough. Yeah, and he's so far ahead that Rossi can't even send any great flashes. But Rossi could have flashed himself in. Even then, though. It feels like the kind of play that you should probably have a duelist for, but you don't have a raise. So, hot take. What if Valorant already has the replay system, but they don't want to make it public because it's going to be so easy for pro players to counter the enemy? But if they don't, can you explain how they do the replay on mainstream in different angles with player and observer? Because they have everybody's POV, and then they have 2 free cam observers as well.
It's really painful to play against
So if you see a free cam from this direction, there's a different free cam somewhere else on the map.
Bucky's
And
playing the mid side and doesn't really
they
give a
just
chance
running
to
the
the
replay
attack
from
to
the
get
free cam
mid
observer's
control.
POV.
That's why looking at this round,
They do not have a
all
replay
grouped up towards B main,
client
just looking to pop
that
at
they're
the very
getting the
beginning
replays
scene.
from. I promise.
Trying to see what util
If
is
they
being
did,
announced
I would
back
be
here
doing
on the
much
side of
better
MiBR. At
analyst
least they
test
pull up the
segments.
drone.
Drone back. Drone for drone. Gate crash
How many
destroyed.
observers are there in a game?
Looks like it's going to be a re-hit, though.
I'm not 100% sure about that, actually.
Make sure they clear the backside. Oh, Shenham in that spot gets hit by the salvos right away.
I know there's 2 free cam. And then I think there's...
Flash through. That's going to be King looking for one. He
I
is
think there's
traded.
4 total.
Very
I could be
fast
wrong.
Flicks coming through on both sides, and oh my word, rack him up for MiBR. Com's going to get finished in the corner here, and it's going to be a double swing. A little work here from Cortezia and Icebox.
I hope he's... I hope he's on board for that.
Start off so well
Getting
for
finished in the
Leviathan, 'cause
corner.
when they first tried to get site control and fake the B site, they only used the fault line. Second time they use the salvos just to keep Shenham in the back of the site, and they actually catch him off guard and pick him off. But towards the end, look at these picks
They
coming
usually
through.
have
We didn't
one
really see
player
where Vernon was
POV
coming from. He
observer?
was coming
Oh,
in from the
right.
spawn area.
So it's
while
3 then?
Icebox was
2
fighting
free
towards
cam,
main.
1 player
And while he's
POV?
pushing through, he still has support from Cortezia. Yeah. So the funnies, the buddy system out from MiBR, staying aggressive as they are on the defense, continues to shine with this change in terms of composition.
Oh, I love it. Icebox Marshall usually keeps that a few more rounds. To see how
1
much
free
work he
cam?
does
I
with
thought they
this.
had 2.
Big hit towards A as we get a bit of the heaven clear.
Could be wrong with that, though, as well, obviously.
A ramp is now controlled by the side of Leviathan.
King made it through. It's such low HP, just walking through the salvos. Yeah, they got him inserted, but to try to get more value than that will be definitely difficult when the camera from Cortezia is actually set up on the top. And with this push, you talked about the Marshall from Icebox towards B main. He's already moved up now towards middle. They know this hit's coming towards the A site.
Yeah, he said, hey guys, everybody cover A.
I also love that he doesn't overextend. Well, Artisan would judge.
Boom.
What did we talk about
He got the
before?
big boomstick. He's getting the ace. Oh, nearly. Nearly.
Cortezia with the medium to long range stinger headshot. Yeah, pick up that judge. Holy moly, what is happening? Just a double on the first one as they start cleaning house. And you're right, the push from Icebox just calming in so much so they could make those early moves to A.
And watch he doesn't overextend is just in this moment. If there were too many players coming through and there was actually a trade onto Artazine, then if they escaped through...
I'm so good at this game, bro.
Isn't that literally what Rossi was just screaming?
I feel like a god as well.
Xenom nearly got caught by that.
We'll hold that thought. There's an attempt to take control towards B main. A push forward as well.
Oh, that is so aggressive by Xenom. And it actually works because Demon 1 stands inside the aftershock.
Trying to be ducked and dodged, and they finally get a few kills through. It does
So they had salvos here and here, so Demon 1 couldn't teleport to a safe place until they had disappeared. But then Xenom kind of got baited into taking the fight. Now neither team has a smoke. Which, I mean, if all things being even, probably a little bit better for... Well, to be honest, I'm not sure. I was going to say a bit better for the defenders, but... Dude, Artazine is ripping under the judge. They're gonna win the. They're gonna win the thingamajiggy bonus.
Doing what he can. 49 HP. Watch out, Arts and sniper judge here. They're just gonna let him hold it. Oh, we hit the Vandal. 4K.
Big 4K.
This is amazing to see from Artazine as well. Yes, it's some judge plays, whatnot, but it's just him IGLing. Remember, this roster change coming out from MiBR is they pulled out Nosworth to put Verno in.
Has anyone got Artazine on their roster? Anyone pick up Artazine thinking he was going to be getting you 4K after 4K?
When you look at his trajectory of what he did in terms of roles since joining MiBR, he went from duelist to sentinels in 2024, and now went into the flex role at the end of 2024, and now he's going into flex and duelist whenever he needs to in 2025. So yeah, being very cerebral right now.
You picked up Xenom though. Yeah, Xenom was decently rated. Like he felt like a little bit of an underrated player.
And great calls as an IGL.
And you have him as well, fragging out of his mind some games. He can
Yeah,
be the
fuck that
starting
penguin
player,
up.
A player like
Yeah,
that
punt him
to
right in the
also
gooch.
help train up Cortezia and Xenom as new
God, if I was
rookies
there,
on
I'd
the
stamp
team
on his
who are
head.
Very moldable, but already in their own rights, amazing. Like it works out so well. And you bring
Don't decode
Verno
on
in,
that.
who's supposed to be that voice, like you were saying. So yeah, there's so much to work with, and we're seeing the crew that's been there for a while. Still doing great.
And right now, if you're looking even at the results of this map, 9-6
All right, they're getting
for
back in.
MiBR, and it's actually even the rookies that are stepping up, mainly Cortezia on his lurks, on moving in with the team.
Aspas picks up the outlaw.
Leviathan's has been doing a good job, kind of like shutting him down, not giving you too much value of what he could take on the attack side.
So
But now
far,
on the defense, you're starting to see it. He's able to block down some good lanes.
we've got
Artazine's
a
covering middle
couple of
every
questions
single
about
time.
what Rossi's going to be doing on the attack side IGLing. But way too early to tell for sure.
Really need to care for
Big
middle
shot
they trust
for the
Artazine
defense
with what he could bring with
sets
his
you up for a
util and
potential
also
big retake
his
on B.
judge/rifling.
So you can play the outlaw there and then just kind of let Aspas play it soft.
Push towards mid. A lot of util use here, so expect this one to get quiet
All
unless
right.
the site hit proceeds right after
Artazine,
this engage
chill,
towards
bro.
mid. The shotguns are getting a lot of love this game.
Fucking chill,
That
bro.
allows for you to pick up a rifle left behind by Verno. They're faking the drop as well. And I love this. You're jumping inside the vents, you're picking up the weapons, but unfortunately I was going to say maybe they could try to insert
Why
the
is
link towards the
Artazine
B-side, but
on
the
such
early
a committed
drone
angle
coming out here
against
from
an
Tom
eco?
maybe gives them
This
a
just
the
feels like
indication that they
how
can
to
read
throw
back
away
to
your
the
weapon.
B-side into a split. So Artazine will be ready for
Oh,
this.
he did catch a nice timing there, though.
The flash a little late. They thought they could
There's
encroach a
no
little bit
way
more on
you're
that try
using
peek before
breach out
hitting.
there. There's 50
Archie says,
seconds
"Get
on the
away."
clock.
We don't really have the positioning
50
to hit,
seconds
so
4v4 and you're
Thunder
not getting run down.
slow down
I mean,
left,
maybe
but
he thought
that
he was
may
getting run
make
down.
them even more hungry for this B site.
I guess we can see the
Almost felt like they were
mini-map.
trying to go for some sort of a double pump.
Felt a bit scarier for him.
The fake towards the B site, the pressure and lurk from A.
They salvo towards A.
Artazine does die, though.
But now they try to take it.
That
The
rifle's
positioning
not
right now
really
by Tex
recoverable.
is so good. Creeping around, looks like he made it around that trip in sight too.
Xenom
Check towards the E-ramp.
might
Xenom's in
feast
a
on them
great
here.
spot to surprise some players, and there's only 13 seconds left.
That's the spike. Oh, yeah, it's over.
Gonna happen as he tries to hopscotch around the wall.
Tech's got a nice...
Demon 1 can't make it count. And
Oh, wait. Who said they had Xenom on their roster? There's a 4K for you.
And that's, again, some great understanding and individual play from Xenom. The idea for Leviathan in the pause at
He
the
feasted.
was just
He
trying to get
feasted.
players inserted. So yeah,
I mean, I thought Tex was going to be able to at least get the final kill. Led to one sheriff body shot, but nice headshot.
Clear, but it never cleared back towards the A ramp. Where Shinam knew that the hit potentially was going to come back towards from heaven because of the initial pressure that came out from Leviathan. So very nicely done.
Icebox op.
Making sure that there's no thrifty that came out of Leviathan from the previous round.
This is the round to really focus on Rossi's
Now
edgy
turning
yelling.
into an operator that's grown up. Enough kills came in.
I like this mid
big
take
one now.
where you TP into this corner with your Omen, and then you have like vent
really focus
salvos
on the
and
map. This
get
fight is
your
something perfect
Yoru in
now,
there.
but King
I think
slaps
Verno
down
just
Verno right away.
got killed while King was stunned.
They continue to take that vent area. Just
I think
ruthless.
King was stunned there, right? The fault line came through,
How he's playing so
and he hit the
far.
headshot.
Quite okay for him to peek to
That's
try to get an info
brutal.
and potentially isolate a 1v1. But now that you still have
They're rotating
King
A,
inserted
even though
into
the
this
camera
middle
has
with the
full
ult,
ramp
it
info,
will definitely help them get great information moving
and they
into
have a
these
trip at
fights.
the choke. They're leaving Aspas on an island.
Spotted the op, and
They're
still wanna go
committing
into
to
it,
A heaven.
which is fine.
I mean, they
I
are
was gonna say they can dimensional drift
leaving
right
Aspas out to
there.
dry
Aspas
here,
might
and
be
they don't have a
forced to play
retake
little bit
ult.
more of an anchor
I mean, I guess they do have a
position.
retake
Safety,
ult, but
the team should follow this in. Demon 1 smoking from the back. He'll
not
still
one
be
to
somewhat
actually get
alert
into
on
the
this
site.
towards mid as they start to plant in B site.
But yeah, Lev can't play
When they do, a
all B
cosmic
main.
divide's available for Shinam.
They need to play some
Full
on-site
kit
here.
for Artazine as well on the top of middle because he was never pressured. There's a late lurk coming out from Demon 1 though. This might be the key piece that allows for them to win the round.
Demon 1 lurker. Even when he plays smokes, he doesn't normally play the
Demon 1
lurker
so
role.
patient. It's almost the same problem we saw Leviathan having when they had the op on retake. It slows everything down, but cool, just on the right.
He's got the timing.
Whoa! King caught right as he was about to kill
As
Aspas.
he runs back with the op.
And
Common team are
Tex
trying to grab position,
dies?
see if they can figure out where MiBR is going to be coming out of the woodwork
Good
here.
shots,
and the
Rossi.
squad just drop MiBR left and right. The operator now left in the scope, left looking.
Aspas not able to do anything this round.
Aspas still hits
He
the
just
shot, but
updrafted,
shoots
so
it
now he
down
can't
this
escape.
right here.
Oh! He just
And that's
updrafted
gonna be Demon 1
and
getting out
didn't
of
bounce
line.
his head on the
Just an
inside
distraction,
ceiling,
just that anchor
so
out of
he
the
blocked
play.
himself from being
Another
able to
round
save
for
the op.
Leviathan.
Well, this whole time I was counting on the play from Demon 1.
Brother,
And even if
Aspas
it's
is having a
delay,
rough game,
in the
but
post from
also
Leviathan, but
his
they were
team are
slowly
not setting him
dropping
up
down until
that
Rossi
well, in
steps
my
up to the
opinion.
plate and just isolates every single player and allows for Leviathan
Like
to
that
stay
round,
alive in
they
the
just
fight.
let him
'Cause look at
hold
this,
the
people
whole
are
of B
dying
on
for
his
the
own,
util.
and then
After
he's
shot
got an
from
op and he's
Tex.
retaking.
And then Rossi,
Because
beautiful, head
he's
on the
one
slope.
man, he can't hold B
Two
main
nice
and B
little
heaven at the
kills
same
up
time
towards
with one
orange
op.
and back sight.
He's bought
If
another
anything, that
op.
allows Demon 1, if anything, to go down to that 1v1 and play that time in his favor.
I think that's one of the things that impressed a lot of people, Vans, was that, you know, Rossi goes from team to
That's a
team. and he's
nice
still
Tejo
able
ult.
to put up even
Gonna cover
mid
all
spots
of
or
this
bragging
space.
games.
Force you to walk into
They're
mid.
trying off the Armageddon to split towards his B site.
How on earth is Shenom not getting both of them? Okay, it doesn't matter because Artazine cleaned it up, but oh my God, Verno, you're droning from in the
In the
open.
middle of the round. The operator still alive over towards A, and this leaves MiBR in a tough spot at
What
B,
in the
but
Lord's
then
name have I been
Spike
watching
making
today in
odds a little bit
Americas?
better.
Cameron's watching towards orange, but the cage comes up. That may allow Calm to pick this through. And again,
As
it's up
soon
to
as
him
the
and Demon
tempo
1.
increases, the amount of
Even
mistakes
if you try
being
to
made
reset, move back towards the B side, they know the
multiplies
setup, at least for Cortesia, is towards
massively.
the B side. So if they avoid it and try to go towards A, it's into the op. Very difficult scenario for the last two players of Leviathan. I mean, they got all their bases covered. Even if they walk towards that spawn, MiBR is just counting on this camera to get the info, and there it is. If they push
Did it see
towards that
both of
spawn,
them?
there's already two
Yeah, I
players
mean,
back there for
paranoia.
MiBR.
You know they're both here.
Little
Rewrap
ring around the
heaven.
rosy.
Do they think about the rewrap heaven? They're going to start to think about it.
Oh, they split? Oh, I was going to say that tripwire.
Oh,
can
that
really
is a
mess them up,
fast
but
trade from
taking out
Artazine.
Cortesia real quick here. Leaves Demon 1 and a 2v1, and it's
Artazine
with
is
the
playing
4K.
really well.
Artazine again. This time it wasn't really an attempt to try to surprise.
Yeah,
players
yesterday
as
was
they're going through
pretty
the plant with util.
pretty meh Valorant. It's not necessarily meh, it was a mixed bag. There was some good stuff, but it was mostly a bit shit.
Leviathan dropping that spike quite early towards the garage when Rossi peeks solo, trying to go for that hero play, duel it up against a player on pillar. And that forces the last timeout.
That lion is too close.
This is also Leviathan's map pick. And for MiBR coming through on this one, I'm quite intrigued to see what will happen on Icebox after, because I would have thought going into this series that a lot of the changes with Vernal coming in this roster.
Isn't that a tiger? Surely a tiger would be stripier than that, wouldn't it? It's a lion because it has like. If I was to draw a lion as a child, I would draw a face.
What can he pull out on Icebox after?
And then I would draw a mane like this. And that's exactly what that looked like. If I was to draw a tiger, I would draw basically a fucking cat with a jaw problem.
I feel that there hasn't been enough.
And then I would make its body stripy.
Capitalize on it, especially when he's not playing that judge anymore.
We're just seeing outright plays, right? B and mid. We're not seeing second hits. You have the double initiator, early sell, early
this is a tiger.
Again, play within the window. Not even watch towards A on the lurch.
That's a tiger.
Team's taking ramp or
that's a lion. That's a tiger.
So switch it up a bit, right? Give him something else to look at. At least at this point, you're far enough in that I think they've conditioned B quite a bit.
That looks like a house cat. Okay, well, if I was doing it properly, let's say that's the body. You do it like, you know, you do some stripes like this or whatever, and then you'd like color those in. You know, that's kind of more tigery. Tigers famously with oblong bodies. That's a tiger rug. What I was drawing.
So their timeout
purchasable from IKEA.
There has to be something huge. Maybe even a Demon 1 TP, because they have that from available.
You do round ears? No, because round ears make it look like a fucking bear. You draw round ears on something, that's a bear immediately. I don't even need to draw the rest of it. That's a fucking bear.
Or the A ramp control.
Drone.
Isn't there, so
counter stun.
Can't follow it as much as they want. But still, they're going to get a fault line back at least. Artsin predicting that there would have been.
You now know where the breach is. And he's been playing very alone. I mean, Artisan's position is super abusable.
Going to just slow this one down since nobody sees anything.
Maybe not this round because they're focused stay round.
Leaning rotations coming in now
Icebox
from
takes
both
the
teams.
op down the line. This op is going to be a little bit sad though because it's got so much Vibutil in its face. Icebox is basically just out of the round here for a while.
They still have to find the information of where potentially an op could be, where the cipher is set up.
This angle seems like a pretty good one to play on an anti-eco. Because, like, what... Okay, King did actually have a rifle, but everybody else just has, like, sheriffs and stingers.
Aspas still alive and
Advert?
well. Make sure that lurk
Whoops.
does not have an effect on the map.
Sorry. My bad. I keep forgetting about the adverts.
Demon 1 goes down as Rossi falls quickly after eyes on Calm. A flick and almost Shen him as well, but he cleans it up. The rookie's good for another, and to bring MiBR to match point on split.
Basically just running this off.
Flashing through, giving their tell that they're moving up towards that B heaven. Yes, it's nice.
I can't really see the vision, if I'm being honest with you, from Rossi's calling. It feels a bit purposeless.
On the outside, out in the open, and still wins a duel against King with no trades. But that's also the util that followed across.
Doesn't look like Itapada's
Battlestar down on
happy.
the ground to start the concuss to split off that hit from
Because then, like in that previous round as well, they're not actually taking ramp.
Here again, just on the other side of the wall towards A. It's always just a straight.
This does seem like a really. This seems like a good position to deal with the Aspas op. You know that Aspas does like to take this angle.
Just to the right.
How is he missing that?
That's a rare miss.
Yeah,
that is a really rare miss. Aspas is having a bad day today.
A little bit of shake up there, and that's a big first blood going in the side of the
I can't remember the last time I saw Aspas miss such an easy op shot. Body block? No, not quite.
Artsin takes down Tex in the chaos.
Tex though dies trying to take a timing in.
One back there, but really no movement.
There's 3 players here, 2 walking up to B heaven. These players at A ramp have got to not die.
Going to be huge. What's the call coming in for this LEV team that's trying to get
really have to not die here.
Oh my gosh, Genum from the spot of Artisan last time. They always have somebody deep.
They're just walking around the map. They're just fucking lost. This is a
Inferno drops another one.
this
All
is
these solo kills.
this is an Asta class.
Tried to TP across, but Verno was already close enough to hear that Demon 1 crossed over that trip. Is already ready for that pick, but now
It's Pooh.
King is trying to turn it back. Give some sort of retaliation from Leviathan. Rolling Thunder to stop him, and it's up to Calm now to open up the A site.
Just the indecision there. They wanted to peek together. They wanted to try to make it.
God, that was a bad half from Leviathan. They played fine on the defense. They were a little bit like here or there, had some weird moments, like the weird A pushes that they were doing. The execution didn't look great, but like fundamentally they were doing fine on the defense, and then on the attack, horrible. Horrible. It wasn't even like that was. You just played against MiBR on probably Icebox's worst day of the year, and you got shit on the defense side, like when they were defending, and Icebox wasn't even doing anything.
I think we're seeing from this MiBR team too. Well, it's
That's not a good sign for Lev. That is not a good sign for Lev. How did Verno do? He had some big rounds, but he also had some weird moments where he was like, he was droning in the middle of the open, playing some of his positions a bit wonky, but I think he was fine.
Exactly. So for them to try out with this composition, it was a nice try to have King back into a duelist role that he hasn't played since 2023. Comes out with the Yoru, but it definitely didn't shake up MiBR.
Kind of not a great game though, honestly.
Approaching this game.
All right, we'll be stepping away, but when we come back, GB and the crew will break down map number 1.
Yeah, Artisan was going nuts, but he was also just picking off Lev players who were walking into him, either as a group on the ecos when he was using his judge, or one by one, like playing B Heaven and stuff. Artisan was very confident. He wanted to take the fights. He was finding some decent timings on people too, but don't know. Don't think that was a great game. Aspas got 8 kills. Did he really? I mean, it was a bad game. You could tell it was a bad game. I just didn't realize how bad. Artisan had 574 ACS on defense. Good. Let's never use utility to take B Heaven. And I mean, he did. Artisan also just picked the right spot every round when he was on an anti-eco with the judge. Hello chat, it's me, Positivity Paul. What? I just came back from visiting family abroad and I can't wait to see my friends again when uni starts. I also finally found a therapist after 6 months of searching. Anyways, I came by to tell you that you are loved and you are amazing, even if you happen to be bald. Now, you just had to throw that bit at the end in there, didn't you? You were doing so well. There was so much love that you were putting into the world. And then you highlighted a specific characteristic that a large proportion of people in the chat will have, by the way. Because, like, 90% of my audience is male and young. So you motherfuckers are on a ticking timer. People talk about women's biological clocks. Guys, you're on a fucking biological clock. Your hair, it's a finite commodity. It's running out fast. Maybe you can't tell. Maybe your back's crazy hairy at the moment and you're thinking you could just take some of that and slap it on the top. Statistically, 60% of you are fucked. Okay? And you're going to look like me sooner or later. Maybe a bit better than me. Okay? But honestly, I've seen some of your pictures and you're already doing worse than me. Not in the balding department, just in everything else. So anyway, what was my point here? I don't know. I've just started flaming you. But, you know, be kinder to the balds because you're all going to end up there anyway.
Strong start for MiBR on Split and Fraud. We got the chance to talk about the roster changes and things that Verno is bringing to the table, but I want to ask you more specifically about the meta. We just saw
Bro,
the
I am already balding. Stop talking, bald fucker.
Dragon was saying that,
no, that's my wife, the bald fucker.
So how do you make of this meta and how it is fitting MiBR?
We think it's great. We just didn't really get much practice against that kind of style, those kinds of comps when we were training in Brazil. Once we made the team, once we came to NA, we realized early on that we were a little bit behind on the meta, so we just started to focus on our game, our plans, and trying to make some of these drastic changes. We obviously made drastic changes as far as changing our IGL mid-tournament and stuff, but at the end of the day,
I'd say LEV made more drastic changes
inside the game. It's always good to rely on comfort. Not saying that you should always do that way, but I felt like that was the best way to give us a chance at kickoff, and we're just going in head first.
They're definitely
after,
changing stuff up now.
Kickoff, we've been practicing really hard at understanding the meta, and you never know what we'll pull out.
I'm excited to see it. Best of luck.
Okay. Good answer from Fraud, I think. Good answer from Fraud.
And there you heard Coach Fraud talking about what the potential of this MiBR is, especially after that.
I'm going bald, but I won't stop flaming you, you bald fuck.
Good, but the question is,
that's fair enough. Bald on bald crime.
2-0. Guys, I mean, let's actually.
That's my point. You don't have to be ashamed about the fact your cranium reflects sunlight. It's perfectly normal if you have more hair in your butt than the top of your head, and you deserve to be loved, even when faced with such a challenge.
Yeah, but that's my point. It's not a challenge. It's not a challenge. It's normal. There's nothing challenging about it. I don't look at myself in the mirror and get blinded every morning.
But here they've kind of shown their own twist, where they're playing the Breach, the Teo, some new stuff, but still leaning into comfort.
In fact, if anything, it's a benefit. It's easier to style my hair because it doesn't exist.
Definitely interesting that we've now
I don't have to worry about shampoo. Showers are quicker.
With the Teo Breach on Split, and in both cases, it working really well. Yeah, it's not something that we've seen outside of this little moment in time, but it's pretty.
I'm struggling to think of a fourth good thing.
Back in the second half, some really impactful rounds that allowed MiBR to really wrangle control.
I can wear hats but without having to worry about my hair getting messed up.
Super back and forth. It was kind of a muddy first half, and let's be honest, this round with the judge is not giving the best case for it to not have been muddy in the second half. But
I gotta say, after that round, Artson being silly on the comms, from there on out, it really felt like MiBR were just vibing. The game was just coming.
I think
to
LEV
them.
made
They
it too
were
easy for
silly.
them as well,
They made it
though.
look very effortless in that second half.
I think we also got like a tiny look behind the curtain too, in his reaction to that judge round. He's like saying in perfect English, "I'm the best player in the game."
How tall is
or something
Sideshow?
to that
5'12".
effect. So it's clear they're doing some kind of combination, talking in some English, because 3 of the players who are Brazilians.
But I've been told that I give 4'24" energy.
It just looked on point. It was a very clean second half. They only dropped 1 round on the defensive side to close out Split.
Yeah, honestly, couldn't have asked for a better showing if you are an MiBR fan. But I do want to check in on the new
No, you haven't. Yeah, I fucking have. Surely 4'24" implies that you have short energy.
Rossi and Verno joining up. First thing we'll start
You made
off with
$100 because you had the opportunity to butter your head. Couldn't have done that with hair.
Actually, maybe I could have done that with hair. I feel like buttering your head, if you have a head full of hair, is more weird.
No, definitely tough for him to.
I think that's worth more money.
Where he try to take over the game, but that's going to happen when you're playing the Breach on the map.
Bald people are usually tall, though. Feels that way.
Absolutely lights out either, but I thought he did as well.
Apparently, being bald does have something to do with T levels sometimes, so maybe that could be related. But I think what you're doing is conflating two things that are not correlated.
A new, pretty young, pretty new player into a very different team culture than what he's experienced in the past.
And I think for both guys, it's a very clear, good fit, right? They're going to
You
get
claim
slotted
pity
into
about
the
being
thing that
bald,
they need to
yet
do.
make
They're
fun of
not
short
here to
people.
be superstar, do the most amazing things ever. Just get the job done. It seems like so far so good.
Being bald is worse.
But still, like, the expectation for those
Short
guys
people
to
are
do
like
this season is great.
people
Right?
think of short people as cute. People think of bald people as creeps. You know.
On your team. But let's shift over to the Leviathan side. We have Idopata standing by to get us ready for map number 2.
Bald people are cute. Oh, thank you.
Map too. And Ito, I'm a little confused when it comes to the IGL lane because I saw King talk about it. I saw Ross saying that he's the IGL. So can you clarify how these roles are working out, not only for the IGL lane, but also is Demon 1 going to be in controller? What is going on right now?
Can't believe I have to pay a tariff to import UK live streams.
Right now, Rossi is going to be the IGL for us, and Max is Demon 1 is moving to the smokes role.
So King Duelist.
King Duelist.
Okay, that's good. I mean, we saw a little bit of it, so I'm excited to see it on Icebox. Best of luck.
So, what is he playing on Icebox? Is he playing Yoru again? Is he playing Jet or Waylay?
Is IGLing King in the Duelist. Mimi, what do you make of this?
Rossi was doing the same thing on Cloud9 during the offseason, had a lot of success in that role there.
Yeah, is Demon 1 playing Viper here?
Almost 4 years IGLing for this
That is weird on Icebox. If you wanted to optimize comfort roles, you would have like Demon 1 Jet, and then you would have Rossi and Com playing like flex roles, maybe Rossi on KO or something, Com on, you know, maybe the Harbor with the Sober or something. And then surely you'd have King on Viper and Tex on Senti. And instead of this like normal Icebox setup for this team, they've got King on Duelist playing who knows what. Demon 1 on Viper for the first ever time? Has Demon 1 ever played Viper before? Des Moines. Max Mazanov, which is a base name, by the way. Phenomenal name. Hello? Everybody in their fucking nan is looking at whether Demon 1 has played Viper. Apparently, these are all the agents he's ever played all time. What in the fuck is going on here? Okay, well, don't know. Yeah, that's all time. He's actually only ever played 6 maps of Valorant. It's crazy. I really thought Demon 1 had played more Valorant than this. But apparently he's only ever played 6 maps. Okay, what about Run It Back? Wait, that is not the right website. There we go. Verifying you are human. How dare you take the authority of being able to Turing test me? Demon 1. How does this website work? Match history? Analytics. All time. Agents played. What? Why is it repeating the agents? What? This is not all-time pick rates. What the fuck is going on here? What? Go to overview and press all again. Ah, there we go. No, he's never played Viper. That was only his second time ever playing Omen, and he's now playing Viper for the first ever time. Presumably, if he's playing Smokes.
It's going to take more teamwork. You play that layering to get into sight. You use the walls, you use the cascades. Verno can double clear or double check with Bolt and with drone.
Okay,
so
Demon 1, first ever time playing Viper. King playing Yoru again. Yeah, so I think he might only be playing Yoru and Raze right now. King.
Trying to come out strong here and make a mark on the map.
And they're playing Sova Tejo, so they have double drone. And MiBR are playing the LEV comp, which is still a good comp, actually. It's still very, very doable.
A few shots in with that 55 damage. Not going to tick in just yet.
I'm not mad about the Harbor Viper in the year of our Lord 2025. Big 2025, still good, in my opinion.
But at least Shunnam is still up. So if there's a next wave from Leviathan, the Viper wall could come through. They could delay even more. And potentially even cancel out this.
No, Yoru is good even if you're not playing Vice on the other side. Icebox loves playing that angle. He does play it a lot.
3v3, but Calm is limping into the site with the spike here. High ground is
Double
taken
sheriff
over
from
by
Rossi and
MiBR.
Demon 1.
This wall drops and all hell is going to break loose.
The call from Rossi is, do you want to peek off the wall? And it is.
One enemy remaining.
Great.
Nice shots from the MiBR players. They didn't even take a single body shot from the
Yeah, and in the end,
double
getting
sheriffs
that
there.
will be pretty decent here for
God damn.
Leviathan. A silver lining if they could come through and get that plan towards that B site, but Shenam's already hearing it all. By the time he comes across, coming through the orb,
I'm a big fan
be down to 1 HP.
in my rank games of literally just putting this wall every single round. Wall here every round.
So to look back at the
Orb
competition
here
for both
every
MiBR
round.
and Leviathan, it's
And
nice
then if
to
you
see
go
that
A,
even Verno
fucking
goes into
figure
his
it out.
strong suit into a Silva for this team. Calm also is allowed
Because
to
you
play
never give
a
away
Silva for his team
with an
as well.
early
I think
Viper
he's
wall
mentioned also in a
that you're
conversation
going
with
in a different
Pedro
direction.
Romero where, you know, he kind of likes the Tejo because you kind of have to follow up with it with the meta.
And this
But he
Viper
finds
wall
C Agent
lets you
not
like
really his
walk in
strong
like this
suit
as
because
well.
it's too easy to play. So now you're able to have a Silva and cook up some stuff like he's able to do here on a Silva in the past.
No, I
So
don't
that
think
might
A
be
really
something
needs
that might help
smokes.
Leviathan to fight moving forward.
Some people in ranked will get mad about it, but I genuinely think
Always love to
it's
see what kind of darts
like, because
Calm
in
comes up
ranked, one of
with.
the best ways of
factual
winning on
ones are always a
Icebox
pleasure to
defense
see
is just
here
like,
on
oh,
Icebox.
they Viper
We'll
walled
see
this
if we
site.
find
They're
anything
definitely
different
hitting
to
this
do.
site.
A little bit of a check down low
Oh,
for
they
MiBR,
didn't
but
Viper wall
this
B,
whole
but they've been
squad
Viper
of
walling B the
Leviathan
last
keeping
5
these
rounds in a row.
together to
I
see if
guess
they
they're
can
going
move
A.
forward and get a plan down.
You know what I mean?
All this delay from the harbor makes it so much more
In ranked, people don't
look
think
at
about
how
that stuff, so it's
Artisan's
just the
cycling
easiest
through
tell.
this. As soon as that cascade comes down, you have the high tide that comes through. He'll have an orb or a second cascade, and if they cross this line and want to use util, then you have the Viper wall. So right now for Leviathan, at least they're just full classics. Sticking back towards the back of
At least they haven't invested any
I don't know if
money
they're trying to sell a fake from the
because
B-side
they're
and
shit out of
block
luck.
contact after.
The
Seems
elite
to be the
ranked
case.
strat is to
Recon
not
already got
wall B
pumped
and
out
then
here
just
by
go
Calm.
B anyway.
And a recon instantly shot off by a classic, so that
I don't know
will
about
not
that one,
force
man.
any rotates
I
from
don't know
MiBR.
about. I don't know how I
There's the
feel about that
It's for like
strat.
a minute and 20 seconds you've seen Harbor Utility here at Maze. Now we're down to 30. A pressure cooker hit onto the A site. It's going to really make things tough for King and squad as we see one fall. Demon 1 can trade back a classic shot, but it is just the rest of MiBR peering
Can
down
they
here on
not
the
deny
heads
that?
of the side of the Leviathan. A nice cove plan.
All
So
right.
they do get that money through at the
I
last
mean,
second.
you say nice cove
How
plan.
long
That's fucking
can they
Artisan's
spend
cove.
inside is the question.
I don't think too long, and that's why I chuckled a bit. It's just nice to see that they're just able to use Artisan's Cove to get
That's
a safe plan
interesting.
to bring some money at least for Leviathan. So
Kinda
300 across the board, but
close here
let's
to maybe
not
getting
brush over
an
the fact
early
that
kill
Cortezia just
joy
had some
ult.
nice anchoring, despite being in an anti-eco. Great positioning, playing around the smokes, playing around his team's smokes, and getting a nice little 4K.
I
towards the
think
end.
Breeze
10
is
HP to
better
remain.
than Icebox.
I double teamed him. Where did the bullets go?
Only into the helmet.
I feel like I say the same things in my game. That's crazy. All right.
3 away from
2-0
Killjoy
here. Can
ult.
they carry the bonus
And 3
over?
away from Harbor ult,
Arsenal's just gonna
actually.
go with the sheriff.
Both
Seems like that may
pretty
be a weapon
huge
over
if
to
they
somebody
could come
else.
online this round.
Actually just 1400, so yeah, buys his own and gets the armor through. So just a low buy, shouldn't hurt him too bad. Lev is going to be looking towards B with an A lurk though.
Actually doesn't even get armor. I think right now for Artisan is
Oh,
trying to
you're
build
right.
the economy up so that
They want
getting
an
into
op.
the later rounds, if Aspas loses an op in the next, so they'll be able to afford another one for 2 rounds in a row. But the rest around it, the rifle's still pretty good for MiBR. 2 Bulldogs, rifle for Cortezia, good positioning.
Using
coming
the
out
orb
from
to get a crossover towards
get,
yellow after the drone has already been
may get
used.
punished
They
around
do
here,
still
but looks
have
like with
like
the high tide,
tools
that
to be able
will
to deal
pull
with
and
this. Com
push
could be
the
using his
players
drone.
away, and should have been a free kill. Another
That's
rare
a
miss
filthy
coming out from
angle.
Aspas.
Because
Taking
you
these
can't
stay,
hold
though.
that for that long. Because what
He
if they
always
pick
likes
you
to
from this
play that
direction?
You wouldn't consider that I do this, right? But he is in a one and done position.
Oh, they use the drone to
may
clear
have
him.
actually seen him on the side. Easy dash out so they can set up in an anchor
Yeah,
spot.
the value of the double drone is
It is
pretty
the right site
clear
choice by
from
Lev.
Lev's comp.
The good part is that the drone was forced out at belt just to get Aspas away, so they won't be able to use it towards the 410. So they have to move as a group for Leviathan to try to get the plant down.
Cortezia goes down on top
Cortezia won't
of
be
the
getting a 3K
rafters,
on
I
this one.
guess.
He drops first. The rest of MiBR is going to be forced to do the full retake here. And let's see how Lev pushes forward. Com gets on high ground. Doesn't look like anybody's going to be able to get on that rafter.
Verno missed that shock dart.
All right. Cascade in, dropping together, just trying to create chaos and break crosshairs, but all the shots are clicking here for the side of Leviathan on the retake.
A clean round from Lev. Pretty clean anyway. And also didn't feed ult orbs, really? Cortesia is now 1 away from his ult. But they limited Artesian to only 1 death.
Capitalizing on the mistakes coming through like this to move in as this pack mentality. And imagine if you actually did take Tex down.
Yeah.
Cortesia maybe could have stayed alive towards the back of that A site.
They flooded, and I see Aspas is here.
They flooded, and I see Aspas is here. Were they talking about Aspas baiting?
Be doing some weird things in this, pushing up.
Wait, what is Com laughing about that? I really want to rewind and look at that. I wasn't paying attention. I think he was saying, I think he was laughing at the fact that Aspas was not anywhere near the front of the pack when they were flooding.
Focus up towards the A side.
Even his former, teammates taking the piss out of him for baiting. Oh no, Brent's narrative.
Oh no! Oh, he threw it in his shorts. They're not going to get that flash to go working. Com and Demon 1 coming up with some quick frags there as they do get out of that kerfuffle. They'll be fine for the situation. The rotation now coming over.
This round should be over.
It's going to be hard to get the operator back in, and they don't even know it's on the map yet.
The good part about this is Aspas is able to rotate back to what seems to be Leviathan trying to go for that re-hit into the A site. So if he's able to get 1 or 2, this is definitely the call to try to fight back into the site. So Leviathan have to be
They don't look like they want to fight back into the site here.
Available for that re-hit. Salvo should be going back towards that spawn in screen, and there they are. That should allow safe passage for a plan into the A site.
Nice,
but I mean, if you just safe plant here and King doesn't die,
pushing players out, trying to find out where MiBR's defensive
gotta be a save, isn't it?
Yeah, they have 1 snake bite for this.
It hurts to save in this spot though as well, because Cortesia's 1 away from being able to get his ult on line. So you'd love to try, but if they're not giving you any way in, you're probably just gonna lose and end up having to eco the next.
Just well positioned in the pulse plant. So Leviathan will be able to tie up this game 2-2, and also have already realized now.
What was the little play that Lev did to get those 2 kills?
The comp coming out from Leviathan is
were they
quite nice as
just double facing off the drone?
Teams trying to force up
because they got heavy onto pipes, right, and then they Sova droned, and then they just peeked with the drone. Or was there more to it?
Potentially a KO or the Sova to try to knife out, recon out.
Yeah, Rossi is IGL, which I was very surprised to hear. But it makes sense if King is on full-time duelist. I would imagine King is probably doing some calling on defense side, especially based on like where he wants to play, especially when he was upping quite a bit on split. We didn't see a replay of that round. Unfortunate. Alright, Aspas is going to op on A.
How to work around it now that Aspas has the op, so his job may get harder at this point. He's going to stick at A.
Aspas likes taking some unconventional angles. Deep harbor wall. King doesn't give a fuck. But they do drone early. Com loves droning early to get us overall kill. Didn't get a tag though. Any round where Com has Soverall, they're going to start the round with him droning from stairs.
Did he do the far peek? Yeah.
Recon, does it tag? There you go. Com, he loves doing this shit.
Ping ping. How? Almost gets him on the second.
How did Verno take
just look at the side of MiBR chipped away
that other damage?
I think it was a flash dart. That's why they couldn't break it. So the double ping almost allowed here to get a couple of kills out. But at least you have some weakened players on the A side for MiBR. Leviathan though,
he did damage, but like
A, now focusing towards this B site where Shidam seems.
Sorry, I don't mean Verno. I mean Artesian, I guess.
One of our first B
like, where did the extra damage come from here? Because that wasn't from the.
They just kind of have to dry peek it, whether it's going to be this flasher on the corner. They have 1 more piece of util. They don't from.
I guess maybe he took a small skirmish that I didn't see against King or something.
Just touch and go, touch and go. King finally gets Shenum. They're just asking for fights out in the middle of the site at this point as Rossi's Armageddon drops.
Wow, that is a filthy Tejo combo. Look at that ult. Like this, and then you use Tejo's salvos here.
He sees a whole
that's gross.
Tries to get away and still
that's a gross Tejo ult.
A triple mid stack. And MiBR still limping around here. Icebox looking for one more shot, but he may actually lose the operator real quick to none other than a Comlurk.
Classic com, but timing's good towards the end. It won both. If anything, yes, they lost Vernal, but Icebox may
Is that a
now be
rounding
able to
error?
save his
Him
operator,
being on
knowing
69?
that
Did he
Lever
take
closing that
81
gap, so he's
damage
just
from
trying
this
to make sure
overall
he's
somehow?
staying as safe as
That's
possible
weird.
and watches that single angle trying to take down Com.
Dude, Icebox is having a nightmare of the game.
But overall,
Hunting.
looks like
He's
it should be
opping
okay.
against a double drone comp.
But the thing is, you're looking
Against
back
a
to MiBR,
team that knows
we've mentioned
exactly
he's
the
one
kind of
the
angles he
positions
wants to
where they
play.
did catch a couple of players of Leviathan,
And he's also having like bad individuals. Look at this Tail ult. There is nowhere safe. That is actually just an insta-kill on somebody. If you're playing against a Tejo that has ult, you can't hold in any spot around here. I guess you could hold like back here because you could run out if their Viper Wall is up. But if the attackers drop the Viper Wall and then send the Tejo ult like that, you're just forced to run forwards. You'd have to be playing so far back so that you could exit that.
Aggressive spot too. Spike down, default across the map here, so Lev can feel it out
Disgusting.
themselves and see what they want to do. Oh
with
my
the
gosh,
Owl drone missing in this position from Shenom, he'll get so much info, a free kill. Oh!
and stunned up, doesn't even have Demon
Brother.
One able to clean that up. They hear the
Brother.
close drone as well coming in from MiBR.
That's a
over at A, 'cause
freebie.
they're still lurking on that spot.
Rossi saw his life flash before his eyes.
MiBR is going to be out of position.
That could have been the biggest kill to start things off here for MiBR to get a round with the much lower buy that they had, but that whiff again from Shenom.
Oh my gosh. They're so much farther ahead. Cortezia not even expecting anyone to be that close. Com is in the same spot too. They're just able to get these.
Com is the entry for this team, by the way. As you can see, with his wide swing into Aspas in kitchen, while his team plays off-site. They changed up the roles. Rossi is IGLing and Com is now the entry.
Exactly. And then Demon One still has potentially a lineup with a Snakebite later on, but you see this come through.
It's not a perfect plant. It is not a perfect plant. What? Why did he stop?
And there's the lurk. Demon One comes back around.
I feel like he could have stuck that. I feel like the only way he wins that round is by sticking
They
that.
had a few things, and lockdown is still iffy to use if you're trying to retake B anyways on a low buy, but still.
Your only win condition there is to stick it and just believe that they planted badly and they're going to miss their spam.
Was on that late lurk towards the end, because if that was being stuck and nobody was trying to crunch in,
I'm acting like I'm the GOAT.
He actually is, yeah.
Dude, was that Aspas?
That's very funny.
Aspas cosplay. He also
That's
definitely
really
is
funny.
the GOAT for many.
Yeah.
But that's quite fun to see. You know,
Oh
he's going
fuck, I
to
forgot the
start
adverts
coming out
again.
here from Common
I'm
after
sorry,
75
chat. I'm
minutes
sorry.
conversations with,
I'd like to
interviewers.
apologize.
I've been mentioning that Rossi joining this roster
Sorry.
has
Sorry.
kind of like a mini Boostio.
Yeah, he's
Comes out with
Boostio,
great
right?
vibes.
Honestly, the tag timeouts are going crazy for stopping the adverts from ruining the game for people. The tag timeouts could not have been more perfectly
on
aligned.
the map of Split.
Right.
They're still staying quite calm, and you're seeing now forcing out the timeout on MiBR's side with how good they've been working around.
Do I think Steam Deck OLED is worth? I mean, I think that Stream Deck. Oh, Steam Deck. They're like portable Steam Switch looking thing. I have no idea.
Split looking for a solution here. The operator again seeming to be slowing them down, but it also could turn the game around if Aspas is the first person to see somebody. It just looks like Lev is really not allowing that and avoiding it at all costs.
And just before we get in, or we got back into the game, you just noticed that Verno was actually very vocal talking to his team. So there's probably something throughout this timeout that he's been reading through to allow here MiBR potentially to get some good defense, and it's potentially now to walk down and take control of middle. And when Aspas takes this, get ready for the extremities.
You can see the harbor wall here for Aspas towards
Okay.
mid, giving him a little bit more
King
safety.
realizes that he's in a pretty
Now
safe
they back
position.
off. They don't fully like the situation, and King is already
Nice
in
usage
the
of the
face
Yoru ult just to
everyone at
take a
A.
free site,
Lev is
basically.
moving so quick on these rounds.
The thing is, the
Harbor ult
they've got
retake?
map control, but that's it. There's a lockdown, and you also have a reckoning out coming out from the defense. That's going to have to push them all back.
Are you really going to fight forwards and break this lockdown? You're really going to try to break the... Oh my god, it's not on the high ground. 3 players players detained. 3 players on both sides detained. Demon One's just got like a free snack on the flank. This is silly. What a decision from MiBR to send it though. They might actually still. Nah, they haven't won. Dude, Icebox is having like no value, man.
I feel there was maybe a little bit of a
Oh, hello, Liz Marchini. Would you like to have a conversation?
Already, both ults are going to push all the players back towards the extremity of where the spike has already been planted. Look at the radius you see from the replay right now. And with that, you're already going to be in an area on the attack side to protect your own lockdown. All that gave once again.
Nice! Let's go! Let's go! Come on, guys! Come on.
All that gave so much time.
Hello.
Hello, Elizabeth.
To wrap around into
Hello.
And
I won my games today.
In these scenarios,
In the tournament?
Or in the grand finals tomorrow.
Oh, nice.
So Leviathan might still be able to.
You know, they say I'm the fucking best.
Are they playing them right before VCT?
Later on in this half.
Right and into, yeah. So like I had the game up on my other monitor, the Furia game, and it was like updating my team. I was like, guys, Furia's up 0, Furia's up 0.
Before MiBR pushes through, but they're still.
But how are you doing?
I am watching some. Unfortunately, rough Valorant today. There's been some shite. G2 Furia was funny a little bit. Well, there's just Nico. I'm not judging them on this, but they've if you didn't watch the G2 Furia game fully, it was a weird one on the first map. Furia went 8-0 up and then lost. So that was fun. And then played an atrociously bad Ascent attack half.
Playing the Jet in this composition where again, before we started
so that was fun.
We're getting silly in VCT Americas?
We're getting stupid. I don't know about silly, but we're getting stupid. Jorgamo was getting a bit silly on the Waylay.
Oh yeah, I saw he picked Waylay.
He did,
How'd that work out?
He got a lot of kills, but it was against Furia, and I'm not sure it was necessarily because of the Waylay.
What was it? Last time we played crew, he had a 4 KDA on this. I think he was like he had blades every round. He was flying through. We saw him in the spawn side.
I have a question that I've been sent to ask.
Defender spawn when he was on attack. It's much different here. MiBR still cleaning up a few to try and bring it back into their favor.
If you do co-stream with Josh again today, you should ask him why he calls it hair and makeup too. Like what hair?
Not much time on the spike.
Was that Alice?
Yes.
Yeah. She already hit me with that fucking bar earlier today.
I don't know what it means. Can you explain it?
What do you mean you don't understand what it means?
Why he calls it hair and makeup? Like where you get hair and makeup from?
Yeah.
Really nice push and pull, re-hits.
You know, like when when we get ready for the show,
yeah,
and we go to wardrobe, and then where do we
you're
go?
bald.
Because of these high tides during their gun rounds, because of the cascades,
well,
we were
whatever
on the side of MiBR with what Artisan's been doing. But that doesn't really affect.
Some people don't even get makeup done.
Too much when you have
you don't see people asking questions about that.
Yeah, but we don't have like the headless horseman on the broadcast where we can take the piss out of him for not having like a face to get makeup on. You know, that's the equivalent. I don't even have the option. They don't ask. They're not like, oh, Josh, do you want your hair done today?
Watch your head.
I just walk in and they just go like, L bald.
We could start doing little jewels in your mustache.
I don't need you to get ideas about
Oh,
that.
wait, no, Josh, no, wait. Oh my God, wait. Hair tinsel! We hair tinsel your mustache! Wait! That'd be so cool! Can you do it?
Right.
Look what you've done.
On the defense, so this
what do you mean?
Look what you've done.
Back into this pit.
Hair tinsel would be so much fun!
I don't want my mustache vajazzled.
To lurk towards
Vajazzled?
Very powerful group here moving through.
Don't know.
Backwatch.
You can say bedazzled.
Bedazzled.
Not
That's what I meant.
vajazzled.
Yeah, that's what I meant. That's what I meant.
They just walk right in behind. Oh, the spam is perfect.
The rare A split working kind of round from Lev. I mean,
figure out what they want to do with it.
AGLings looked a lot better from Rossi on the attack side here compared to Split, but it is fucking Icebox. Like I think a chimpanzee could IGL a team to success on Icebox.
Is Rossi taking over as IGL?
Yes, he is the IGL for this team.
Early in that round for MiBR. That was key coming out from Comm in the very beginning to kill him with the Hunter's Fury. Because the responsibility for Verno was to try to not only dart for information at A main, but to drone.
I'm sorry, I just saw someone in your chat. Liz is very nice, but she looks like someone who was very racist to me once. I'm so fucking sorry.
It wasn't you.
It wasn't me. I just want to. I want to be very clear.
You're apologizing for your doppelganger's behavior?
Yeah, fuck that bitch, bro.
Yeah, this is the only time he sees people when they chase.
If I apologize for everyone who was bald with a mustache, I'd be apologizing for like war crimes in the 1800s and shit. I don't have time for that. There were too many bad people who look like me.
You do? Yeah. We can start with like Dr. Eggman.
Yeah, I apologize for the Chaos Emeralds. I'm sorry to Sonic and the gang. I didn't mean to unleash Shadow upon you all. If that's indeed the lore of Sonic, I don't know.
Yeah, is that what happened?
I don't know.
But Lev, it just seems like they have X-ray vision to where Aspas is every time and says no thank you.
It is kind of crazy that Aspas is having such a bad game, and yet he's still 6-5, you know? Hasn't he already got like as many kills? Oh no, he had 8 kills, didn't he, on Split? It's so easy to call around ults on Icebox, because you just don't need to use them to take map control, ever. It's like, alright, well let's use our lockdown this round. Do we want to use it in post plan, or do we want to use it... Okay, so they use it at 410. Verno could break that. They're going to use it to deny plant instead. Ooh, going for the shock dart snake bite combo. Alright, so now they might
I just
be able to
fucking
get
noticed
in.
there's a harbor. What the fuck?
Yeah, they're playing like the
Where have I been?
tank comp. Against Lev. They do eventually get the plant down then, in the middle of all of that.
However, looking good so far. 5v4. Can they keep it going?
Is Com going on a flank? The legendary Com 2023 flank is happening. Oh, I've prayed for days like these. Wait, he died to the fucking turret!
Fucking turret! Oh no!
The Com flank lost to Timmy! That's criminal! Oh, we gotta get Com. Like, a snippet from Com at the end of this.
Lose it. Dom Toretto. Oh my god.
He went for the Com flank in Big 2025 and died to the turret.
Using the Hunter's Fury not to stop the lockdown.
Holy shit. Show me the replay.
Please.
That gives a chance now for MiBR to start flooding through because you're forcing out so many early ults and not be able to use it for the pulse.
The pause.
Don't tell me that was gonna
That's a good catch.
But yeah, just being able to do that and
that's a
then
great
replay.
Shout out replay up.
Yeah, mini turret engineer. Very viable.
See Fry cleaning the sweat off. He's like, all right, we're doing it. We're coming back now.
Oh, walk down tube.
They're sweating this one out for sure with the power that Lev's been hitting with.
C'est possible.
They can find a way.
They have been dodging Aspas so much. And then even if they go into Aspas, they have double drone. It looks like such a pain in the ass for Aspas to be open. That's huge from Tex.
So fast on the flicks today.
Survives at 30 HP. Drone to find info.
They're using the Teho ult. Sorry, they're using the Teho drone early to like bait out a wave of util from the defenders, and then they're going back in with the Sova ult. Like when they actually commit is when they use the Sova ult.
I wouldn't be surprised if we hit and finish towards the A side again.
You're not wrong. They have such a good insert there with Rossi. And you see Tex moving in, keeping that turret alive.
Yeah, I don't know. They could end in both directions here. They're droning with the Yoru clone. This feels like the fake, but the spike isn't here. So that has not pulled players over. They are so ready for this rehit.
Again, we
could be a 7-5 half.
Are always available from MiBR, but you got salvos and everything else to try to hit back and flashes to counter.
Dude, I have been looking at the chat. You guys,
Oh, no,
you guys
no,
are crazy.
Here after being vulnerable himself, they're not going to expect it. Oh, he gets the 3K collapse.
Yeah, that's just a good macro read from him.
Okay.
Leaving it all to Icebox.
Rotation now to come over 1v1, but it's not going to be enough.
Dabanero, what do you want to say to me? I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it.
A huge kill.
And I'm reading the YouTube chat as well, Del Taco, actually.
It was a very big 3K that happened first, so a little bit of a misstep.
Monochromis, thank you for the prime.
Leviathan by not clearing behind that wall in front of Jenny.
Hot take. I think we should all stop making fun of Sideshow for being bald. It is not something he chose. It's a genetic and out of his control, and honestly, I think he looks good bald. I think instead we should make fun of him for things he chooses, such as his Valorant utility usage, horniness, bad takes, donor rolling, lack of timeliness, personality, etc. I didn't choose my horniness. It chose me.
Whoa, he's holding. Oh, he's gonna stay. Oh, okay, he doesn't stay. I would say that's a real risky play. They go all the way through, and I think last round what we've been waiting to see is for MiBR's rifles, the things in A to actually
Read your super chat? Oh shit, wait, did someone actually super chat? Because yeah, I don't have those on my screen.
LEV choosing the lower numbers again.
You have found the one thing that I do hardcore donut wall.
Nice delay.
Oh, they're actually using a reckoning for the delay for sure.
They didn't find the timing to actually take the fights while the Harbor ult was up.
Double play here. Verno just with shock darts. They've already used the find for the site.
Shock sniper.
But Arxen does have the walls to kind of get them a little bit of an entry in if they can layer themselves forward.
For Leviathan, they don't have their own wall.
You're getting married this year. Congratulations, Dabanero. Have I got any advice for you?
30 seconds left.
My advice is, it's a bit too late for advice. If you're marrying somebody, in theory that's supposed to be forever. If you haven't figured shit out with your relationship at this point, then like, have another think about the marriage. It's alright to wait.
Did not have an angle on anybody during the action.
Not that you won't continue to develop your relationship while married, but
everyone bearing down on him.
You should have the bare bones kind of laid out well.
And he will not be able to buy an operator coming into the next round. It is half anyways at 8-4, and what a half from LEV it was.
That's the beauty again of Leviathan.
I'm as ready as I'll ever be. Been together for 6 years. Nice. That sounds wonderful. Oh, congrats. Any advice? Try to be patient and communicative.
In the back to give him a chance, but they didn't. And now they have a great start for Leviathan in the second half.
Very aggressive attack side coming in from Leviathan. Can MiBR answer back after the break?
I don't have great advice. I'll be honest with you. I've only been married for like 3 years. I think one of the keys to being good to anyone is to assume that any slight towards you is done through ignorance or lack of communication rather than any form of malice. That normally helps you feel a lot better about things.
Josh, would you say you're a baller?
No, I wouldn't say that. In fact, I've never said that. And if I did say that, I would expect people to laugh at me.
Do you think you have swag?
I would say I have not just no swag, negative swag. I think I suck in swag from other people and destroy it. Like
a succubus?
No, not like a succubus. No. I was going to make an antimatter kind of. I think I'm anti-swag. I think I collide with swag and explode in a giant swag field that is not good for anybody. But no, I wouldn't say I'm a succubus.
Okay.
Yeah, swag hole, you might say. Thank you, Jack Knowles. That's a +2.
Take it in 2, but LEV very much so looking like they're going to push us all the way to Ascent. A map 3 here in our second series of the day. And it has been a stark difference for both teams.
I think
from Split.
If you wanted some genuine advice on
very much so
your relationships, everybody has an inner child that you have to treat with love and care and affection. It's that like needy or anxious part of them. But then you also have to balance that with
towards this A site. All 5 of
not
them,
treating your partner like a child. You have to still, you know,
thankfully, though,
respect
for
their
Leviathan, or at least for
capacity
MiBR,
to
we
make
are playing
decisions and
soft
make
side over
mistakes
towards A.
even. And
Texas all the way towards the back under the rafter, and they're
make sure
trying
that
to
you're doing
tempo out of
everything
this. So
together.
There should be a flank coming out here for MiBR, but a triple flank is what's
But
going
I
to be
think there is a lot of value in
Leviathan
thinking
in this
about
round of the pistol.
the amount of like
Okay, Tex.
patience and love you would give to
Just
a
tears a head off in sight as they jump up, I
and
believe,
nurturing that
onto
you would
that
give
top
to a
part.
child without adding the condescending factor
Spikes
of that.
down. A quick check back before everybody comes through, but that whole lurk is coming back around through mid.
They've kept 2 players all the way back for MiBR, and now MiBR doesn't have the composition to play the pulse plant delay, so Leviathan flooding back. Cortezia has to come up huge with the Icebox in here.
All right, displacement goes through. They got to wait for this decay to come back up. All 5 members of LEV in sight, healthy and ready. They have a flash now from King. They need to get a little bit more room. Oh, the teamwork. They're just setting up
There's
walls
one
of
shot
pistols
on
for
com.
retake, but
One
Icebox
shot on
should
com.
fire back.
Oh my god.
No
he
shot.
He hit. Oh
Wait.
my god. That's his
Oh
first
my-
good round all day, by the way.
Oh,
First
he's
good
back.
round
He's so
all
back.
day. He hit a headshot
he's so
collat kill onto the 2 players on the spike.
He's crazy for
Jesus
that.
Christ.
Reload as well. But as soon as he
Wow.
gets new chamber, those were not shooting blanks.
Shooting
And
blanks,
he gets
man.
a Red Bull clutch here to save the pistol for MiBR.
Oh.
Like, what do you do? Right? That's what I do.
I simply
That'll
don't line
start
up
to
with my
spark
teammate because
some,
I
things here for MiBR,
sound perfect.
especially for Icebox.
I think he was just trying to body block, but
but
unfortunately, he did not work out.
But it's good to see MiBR be able to.
I don't know if you
frag
ever
them out as well.
played
Double
Fortnite.
phantom or double rifle, sorry.
Fortnite?
Triple rifle for MiBR.
Yeah.
I was goated at Fortnite.
in this second round.
Did you ever play Protect
Anti-eco.
the President with Fortnite?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Heavy lean towards
I have
Yeah.
no
site
idea
where
what she's
there's
talking
So
about.
it's kind of like that, you know, like
players for
I used to
Leviathan
be the
ready to
president.
fight back with
People would
Util.
just pile on top of me.
I do not know what that game mode is, but I'm trying to feel like I'm hip.
Were
and
you
with
a
the kids.
security guard or were you president?
Yeah, I was a security guard. Thank God she's given me multiple choices. Thank God she's given me multiple
Are you
choice
lying?
questions.
Just nice
Nope.
to see Tex back on the stage here for the stage 1 because he
You know how I know
is
you're
so
lying?
hot with that sheriff.
Anytime you talk
Incredible
about
stuff.
something you did in your past, you always follow it up with a
Com should be
story.
able to find an upgrade here on the way in.
You know, that's funny you should say that because I do have a good story about that time that I was playing Protect the President in Fortnite.
Oh, doesn't even give it up. He wants the
Really?
positioning.
Yeah. So
There's
this one time I was playing as a security guard, right? And
Close out the round.
my friend Johnny Knuckles, he was playing as the president.
Oh, Johnny! Yeah, Johnny.
Johnny Knuckles, and we always made Johnny Knuckles play the president because his middle name was Fred, so he was JFK, and he used to die fairly often. But so you know, we weren't the greatest safeguards, security guards, whatever you call them. And dude, the problem is I can't. It's a fleeting memory. It's a fleeting memory.
Right.
Just good
Yeah.
times, basically. Good times.
Sometimes.
Yeah. You know, I was born on November
Cascade
22nd.
pressure
Right?
from MiBR.
You were born on
towards A
November
here, so they
22nd.
start showing themselves early at both sites on this half.
And the significance of
Just to
that
give Leviathan an
being
idea
that you
the
think
whole
that
map is
you've
gonna be used for this half.
inhabited the soul. Do you believe in reincarnation? What's the?
And it starts off well with this lure from Shanam.
Well, it's just because it's like, oh my god, I can relate. You know.
That is not a timing
Like
as
I know about
anybody expected.
the only
MiBR
reason
is
I know
working off
when
that
JFK was
cut
assassinated
so
was because
fast
every
right
single
now.
old white man
As they
asked me
quickly get A
anytime
site,
I
and it looks
ran
like
into them
Lev
as
is
a
just gonna
child.
go ahead and
What?
see the
Like, oh, do
safe
you know what
zone
happened on your
for the
birthday?
lead.
Yeah. I
Oh right, I see. Do you know what happened on your birthday? But you also weren't born in the 60s.
I was not born in 1963.
Yeah.
Even Texas bought all the way down to 0. You have to
And my
save this right
parents,
now, so
this is a
Icebox
weird thing.
definitely
My parents
on
told
the
me
hunt.
at a very young age I was
Closing
not
that
allowed
gap.
to date a
Beautiful lurk in the
Kennedy,
beginning of this round.
as if that was like an option.
What kind of circles is your family moving in that needs to be a
Dude,
conversation
not,
with a child?
not the Kennedy
Continue to push
circles.
and pull left around. We saw that
I
on
think I
split
saw like what I
quite
think
a
when
bit.
didn't Taylor
Mid-round
Swift
calls
did
were
one for like
so
2
good
weeks?
for him.
Yeah. I got told as a child as well I wasn't allowed to date a Windsor. They were like, don't mess with the royal family. They're all inbred. Don't fuck around with them. And I was like, yes, mom, whatever you say. I'll go for one of the baronesses then.
Because of those weapons he lost in that round number 2 of this half, but still turns out again a beautiful lurk.
So you're born on the anniversary of JFK's assassination. Did you know that Seth Achilleos is born on 9/11? We could potentially create a group of casters that all have birthdays on iconic days of misery for the United States of America. And then every time there's a birthday on the broadcast, it would be such an unusual situation. You know, it's Bren's birthday, I think, in 2 days. I mean, technically tomorrow, I guess, for me and my time zone. But
At least that util being used really
like, as far as I'm aware,
nice little forward position and break the timing of MiBR.
there wasn't some kind of large terrorist incident.
Later rounds when they do have rifles, you might be able to see that again here. That seemed to have caught
I love how
MiBR
that's where
off
your
guard a
mind
bit.
went.
Well, yeah, we were just talking about it.
Although no recon was thrown.
You're like, but you know what I need to do? Make a team. I'm for.
Right.
I can change that. No, chat. No, you can't.
No, do not do
you
that.
can't.
Do not do that.
We're not advocating for you to go out on each of the talents' birthdays and commit atrocities. We are not advocating for that.
What a push through. Taking more space, encroaching into areas.
On March 24th, 1401,
right now.
Timur attacked the city of Damascus, the second city of the
Timo,
Mamluk
the League
Empire.
character?
No, not the League character, no. I think it was a grandson of Genghis Khan? Was it? Timur?
So big respect here
Is
given
that-
by MiBR to use a reckoning to find the information to allow Shenum in the first place to get the triple.
Is that accurate?
TIMUR? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, TIMUR, yeah.
Yeah, he's
Something like that, wasn't it?
he was a Mongol. I think Turco-Mongol.
Oh, Ito's got to be. You mean see him smacking the desk a bit, but watching three of your
But here's the
players
thing,
almost
he
swing
could
on
definitely
each
share an
other to
ancestor
try
with
and
Genghis
retake
Khan. What's
that
that fucking
site.
stat?
It's definitely not what you
It's
practice.
like 1 out
It's a
of
little
what?
bit of chaos
How
here.
many
Yeah,
MiBR
yeah.
has quickly
A lot.
brought this back to
As a
8.
fun fact.
But I mean, the
I did a
further you
DNA test.
the further you go back in time,
Top of the list, but Shenum up there too.
like eventually everyone's fucking everyone.
I do respect Ito Pada being angry in this moment, but this you have
Especially if you're in the
to
Habsburg,
understand
everyone's
this
fucking
was
a
an equal
hoof.
from
Well, yeah,
Leviathan
that's
the
true.
round before.
But like,
So the reckoning
if you go
being
back far
invested,
enough,
you
there
can't
just
really
haven't
play
been that many
fallback
people
and flip back into
alive
the site
for
here
everybody to not
Leviathan.
have
You know that Texas has
incestual
been very good in
bushes
assuring
as a
some
family
somehow.
tree.
So why not try
You
to
know in
attempt
Iceland
to
they have a
at
dating
least
app
try
to
to
make
get
sure
the
you're
trade
not
off onto
related.
Shenum.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you know, he kind of swung out one by one, which maybe was the reason why he got angry. But I still like the play here that Leviathan tried to do to prevent Shenum or even MiBR.
Do you think Sliggy
I would love to see
had
more
to
trickery from
do
King.
something with that?
We're
Because
getting
like
a pretty,
he's an immigrant to
well,
Iceland,
crash and then I'll get out kind of stuff. He's not
so
pressuring MiBR. He's not
presumably
saying,
they
"Oh,
wouldn't
Mayor
be
is
as
really
bothered
gonna
about
cause
it.
you chaos
But
in
do
the
you think
middle
they
of the
like
round,
double
make you
checked?
make your strategy sweat.
Probably.
King play react.
They were just
You
like,
never know.
because like
Life is crazy.
a lot of people in the UK are gonna have some level of like Viking heritage, aren't they?
So they'll try to delay
Yeah.
and maybe force
I mean, my
the fighter
surname
outside
is
of our position.
comes from something like
Nice
that.
early TP coming through. Already from King to support towards this B
23andMe
side.
told me I have like very like the 700s. I share DNA with like a random like seafaring Viking, and I was like, oh,
Joan
my
Rock
brother.
was captured on Sideshow's birthday.
Nice shot.
Unsurprising that his birthday coincides with the downfall of powerful historical
Missing the
women.
second one, so MiBR now broken the site once again. This is where
There's no way you found that. That's a good 2K from Odyssey.
That's another high-low double kill coming in for MiBR to wipe the site.
Well, what can you do now when these players are feeling hot for MiBR? You've
Yeah.
talked about so many flakes happening through in the past. Yes, a couple in from
Yeah,
Tex,
they're
but
heating
mainly
up coming
coming
out the
from
pistol.
MiBR in the second half. And Tex already dying in the very beginning. It's just
I need to focus on the
Yes, he
game
gets a nice
again.
pick
I've
to
been
take down
distracted.
Icebox, but we talked about the delay that he could have had with a Nanostorm and Alarm Bot. And it just didn't give a chance here for Leviathan to answer back as soon as Tex fell down. Now in the pulse
What
plan,
if
it
we took
delayed.
a
It
tactical
comes down
timeout
to
and
Demon
Lev
1
figures out
on
how
the
to play
flank.
defense on Icebox? Thoughts?
Just to ensure it.
It'll just come down to Demon 1, and I think that's
If they
going to be the
do just get
decision to
owned in this half, it's exactly the same as Split, but with opposite sides.
for the player of
Like,
Leviathan.
they were really competitive in the first half,
Into the top of the site,
and
easily
then
caught off.
collapsed.
And unfortunate there. I guess a little bit of a miscomm coming through. Now MiBR on the attack side will take the lead in this game. And even in the series, remember, this was a 13-7 first half,
I love that bomb
or
plant,
first map,
honestly,
rather,
yeah.
on Split, on Leviathan's map pick. And now you're starting to see that Icebox.
Himmler died
Take
on
attack,
May
take attack.
23rd.
MiBR seems to
That
have
doesn't...
the
Want to take attack so bad,
That
Fraud.
doesn't fit
Fraud,
the
Pita-pata.
brief.
with
Like,
what
we
they're
were
doing
talking
from
about...
slicing out the map here with the high tides out from Artazine.
It was like seeing these shots.
We would... anyway.
I'm kind of looking on the map too. It's like, are we not seeing kind of what LEV is if they're on Raptors and lower? How many people are behind them on elevation and then?
That's
on
kind
the
of good
ground
from a
from
coaching
MiBR, right?
POV.
They
You
also
just have to
a lot
work
of
on
shots
one
to
side
hit.
of each map.
And for MiBR,
I
it's
mean,
right front, high, low.
I'm
So
not
the
sure
distraction MiBR is
they'll feel about
creating
it like that,
in
but
site
yeah, I
chases,
understand what you mean.
just causing that indecision in LEV's shots. Who do they shoot? Which high, low? There's just so many options because MiBR is moving so damn quick.
One suppressed. Drone actually spotted the Viper, and they know that there was an updraft coming out from MiBR on the top. Demon 1 trying to find a timing, but protected by Artazine.
I think that's what we're seeing altogether. The protection.
Call
here,
her George the way
cooperation
she got
being
that
played. As I say
W
that, though,
bush.
let's strike back exactly what they need this round on that low buy. If they can collect any of these weapons,
That's
it would be
incredible.
such a
I've never
boom.
heard that before.
Spike goes down, and it's going to be that much tougher to get this round in their favor.
And they might invest this.
What
I
is
was going to say they
W
have three
bush?
ults to work with. Now the dimensional drift
Like
can
well
help the Hunters here
groomed,
from
well
far, and they're hoping to
designed,
get a
just
pick.
large.
They got text that Vandal. See if he
One you can
move
get
it.
lost
He is coming
in. Like
through
what?
mid right now.
I guess it's personal preference at that
Using
point.
the Hunter's Fury on one. Just a quick tag onto Artazine. They're not able to get another one as Verno fires through the ult. And now Tax still in the chase of Cortezia. Spike ticking low. This is going to be tough. It's just for the kills now.
What happened? They're doing such a great job to run that clock down.
Okay, rifle round. This is where Lev need a win. Please win one round on defense.
Guys,
Please win
we can do
a
it.
single round
Hunter's
on
Fury
defense.
ready to try to get a pick off the dimensional drift. So I feel again just a second round of miscommunication coming
Bit of
out
a
from
retake
Leviathan.
ult, bit of a plant deny ult, or a retake
Dropping
ult as well.
down Cortezia
And you have
inside
to
that
deal with the
baseline
harbor.
Would have given that space to allow here King to get that forward position back into sight outside of dimensional drift. Then start moving as a group. Recon Dart to fight back towards yellow. But unfortunately, it was just too much utility being
The
used.
Harbor
and MiBR
Sova
was just
ult
able to
combo
dance through all of that. Verno winning
is
a key
really
fight.
strong on
And now
attack
you're
side.
I like
getting
it.
push. A silent walk up on a defense with
boys.
rifles for Leviathan.
This is going to be a pivotal round here.
Live
10
boys.
to 8. This is
Oh, wait,
Lev.
tail ult.
They're using all that money they have right now.
They're tail ulting their own teammate for the value. Cortezia just killed 2 of them. Oh god.
Pushing that to 3 kills to take the advantage.
And raw.
Yeah, that's so much damage from Verno there.
Ross is low on HP, but if Demon 1 is coming through and cuts across and gets a pick, I mean, the timing is still out for
Shenum
Shenum.
serves here. Watch this.
We were talking about some great lurks coming out from Cortezia on
I
split.
mean, there's no way that that is a set play that they've done before. Putting the Yoru into nest and then tail ulting their own Yoru for the kills and running forwards to try to capitalize. Like that was.
No, that was a. Sorry, this is how it's gonna work out.
Yeah, this was an on-the-fly, half-baked kind of idea.
Thrown out here by Verno. That will definitely help Shenum. He's already got the first one and picks a second.
Yep.
Jesus Christ. Oh, I fucked up the ad timing again. Oh, you guys have got to remind me.
We can see it clearly on the mini map, and MiBR
Sorry
is following
for
through
real.
100% with what they need to do each round. No mistakes almost.
Sorry. Sorry, chat. Sorry.
Great half, no notes.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Seriously, like how do you stop this?
I gotta remember to run these adverts. I gotta remember.
Separation in the comms right now. It feels like in the order.
Hot take Donnerwald? Yeah, I read it. Listen, I read it. You really want me to read that out? You want me to read that aloud? You want me to use my larynx to vocalize that? Does it deserve it?
Look back at what Leviathan's been doing here towards these changes, but we're
We
gonna hold
missed
that
the
for a bit.
first
There's no
7
timeouts. We
seconds
continue
of
with
the
action.
round.
There's an aggressive push coming out from King from the drone of Calm in the very beginning. They are trying to pinch very early, but a double ult coming through. Hunter's here to drop here. The lockdown being used. I mean, it's a plethora of ults on both ends. And it's won this time by MiBR,
Okay.
who will get a safe plant on the A side.
And now there are no ults, and you're playing full retake.
Game point. On the other end of this,
Shannon is holding for the flank that was thinking about coming through a long time ago. I wonder if Shannon goes for a walk down mid. I think he's probably better off just playing belt. Dude, they're scaling back through heaven. Looks. Oh, hello. I was gonna say looks shite, but he's. This is tough for Shannon.
Dino.
Bites down. He's trying to pull this out and just get the fake shots. Try to find where the Vandal is outside the smoke. Shenum's in.
Oh,
Shenum gets the
man.
headshot and takes down
Demon 1 just took way too much damage there to feel comfortable about tapping and trying to make him run towards it.
Even in the further weeks for MiBR, for Shenum to
Warning,
win
this
a
stream
1v1
contains Icebox.
against
Yeah.
one of the best players in the world of Demon 1, changing roles into this one.
That does not look sensible from Com.
Under the pit to be able to
The,
win
the,
this.
the coordination of how they get back into the site
I know I'm
doesn't
not a
look
world
sensible.
champion. World champion MVP. I would not have played it like
Yeah.
that. First, personal.
What, the way the Demon 1 did?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I would have been tapping inside the snake bite, but he was also quite weak.
If MiBR can push us over this last round and take the series 2-0.
Yeah. And the point I wanted to bring up
It'd have had
earlier,
a,
talking
yeah,
about
at
this
least he knows which side to focus on. He has not won a single round on Icebox defense, and the attack side is split. Looked shit as well.
We're just gonna fast forward through VOD review until we get to the side. That's
You
fine.
owe us content until 3 a.m. You said this stream was going to go until 3? Yeah, because I thought this was going to be a fucking close game. And instead, LEV are like putting up a fight and then planking in the second halves.
A marathon, not a sprint for Leviathan.
Look at this. Look at that. Look at that. That's disgusting.
To pull through. As you remember, this is a roster that's what gotten
Can I tell your
fourth
chat
place, a
my
chance,
favorite Josh
won
Wilkinson
split
moment?
2 of America's last year, and had
Yes.
not the best
Demon
start
has
to the
no
game
armor.
towards kickoff of last year.
Yeah.
Let's
Leviathan
go.
definitely turn it around. But at least for now, in this present moment off this timeout, is how the hell do you stop MiBR on these aggressive pushes on the A site? And they're stacking all their players on the side. But MiBR has done such
No,
good
they're going into
conditioning here
Demon 1, who has
that they're now
100 health.
choosing towards the weak side to hit
And the
towards B.
dream.
Wild stuff. Really great calls by Verno here to bring it back from
King
down
is 6 and
in rounds
16.
at the half. Now 12-8.
Yeah, he keeps trying to find some like early engagement on defense, and either not finding it or kind of putting himself in a position where he just gets
by Demon 1 just
whacked.
on timing. He's trying to play
or like
delay,
flushed out.
and they have moved
Okay.
accordingly. Lev is here to defend. This is
I don't
their
think that's
best
the
chance
reason
here
they're
at
losing,
keeping the
though.
game going.
This recon dart could be huge
Oh,
here.
oh.
He'll get a few
I think it's because they're getting baited into taking bad fights like that. The amount of times that Lev have taken a bad aggressive fight is huge.
That's how quick MiBR is
Yeah, it's a
trading
very
each other,
GG.
swinging together.
Did you say you had a story? Because this game's over.
Yeah, so basically, I was sitting in the green room alone with Josh and we were watching the game. And one of the casters was talking about one of the manager's interviews. And unprompted, Josh goes, you know, that stuff's sexist.
The chances are looking
I'm like,
very thin for the
What?
last two players. of
And I
Leviathan
look at
and for
him
the
and he
roster as a
goes,
whole.
yeah, like, manager, why isn't there a womanager? And he gives me
Pinged on that too.
the grin of grins.
Nothing working in their favor here. Nice
And just
shot,
looks at
though.
me.
Tex takes a little
Minus
bit of
2.
damage on that one.
Minus 2, that one, I think.
Wall just hitting him for vulnerability.
GG.
Is there. MiBR with the kills.
Was it a GG though? I think it was a SG.
Oh,
It was a game. It was just a G.
It was a shit game. That was really bad from Lev in those second halves.
He took the matter into his own hands, and
Scramble,
MiBR
please,
once again
thanks.
has
It's like decision
to
making
going
wise.
into the split one
I already
against
did
a
scramble
very
earlier,
strong team
Monkey
of
D.
Leviathan. There was some good,
I can't
Crossing
believe how
short, I thought
early
it
we
was.
ended. I actually could wake up and do the Pacific games.
but overall here, MiBR definitely did
Hold
come
the
prepared,
phone.
and even if they didn't come prepared to come up
6.5
against
hours
propositions
until
that
DRX
Leviathan could come
Paper
up
X?
with, They've adapted well on the fly.
For sure. Fantastic matchup.
Well, I guess
between
Bruno has a nice
That
debut, and
is
that's good.
Fraud
possible.
taking chances.
That
and
is
I'm pretty sure he's
possible.
happy with the chances he took as well. Verno, a new voice on the squad, switching up how they play things.
Difficult,
and they will
but
take
possible.
a bow for their first victory here in stage 1. Dominating back and forth, dominating the mid game. We saw it kind of all here.
Maybe
And
not
a little bit
worth
of a
it,
comeback from
but
MiBR
the
in this
game
series.
should be fun.
Storyline as well as to what Frog was mentioning
The
as to
game
why
should
they
be
picked up
fun.
Verno at this point, right? Because Verno was available on the bench here from Energy, and even Frog mentioned in interviews with the Spike.gg saying that even if they did make it to Bangkok in that first
I
play, or
think
after kickoff,
I'm gonna try to. Here's what I'm gonna do. I've set my alarm to wake up for DRX Paper X.
so he wants to take the risk. He wants to make sure that he
It's
has
at
a roster
8
right
a.m.
now,
my time,
taking all these risks, building around
which is
Icebox,
in
putting all the
like
money to bring
6.5
Icebox in,
hours.
bringing in 2 big rookies that are
So
unproven
I'm
onto
gonna
the
set my
center
alarm.
stage,
I'm
but has
gonna
enough
wake up
trust
at 8
into this
a.m.
roster to try to
and
win
then I'm
champs, not
gonna
make it a champs, but win
see
champs.
if I feel
So now
like
it's up to
shit
Frog's responsibility to
and
make
go
sure
back to
that all of
sleep
this gels
if
well,
I do.
and it has for a lot
So
of these
I would
moments
say
in this
there's a
series against
solid
Leviathan.
And we'll have to see if LEV still, they have growth to do,
40%
switching out your
chance
duelist. We've heard
that I
all
co-stream
July
DRX versus
18th
Paper
of
X.
2023 was when King was playing duelist, and we did see
I'd
more
say
of just a basic
a
defensive
40%.
rotation.
But I'm gonna go to
Coming
bed
out.
right
The
now
Gatecrashers
so that
were to
I
get back to
get the
site
most
to
sleep
help
possible.
And flash for retake.
Are you carrying on streaming, Liz?
I am.
There.
Yes.
We weren't. It's not going to be.
Are you gonna wait me?
I am going to raid you.
OMG. Well, thanks for watching with me, friend.
You are very welcome. I'm gonna try to go immediately to sleep.
Honk shoe. Goodbye. Bye.
Okay. All right. I'm out. I'm out. And hopefully I'll be back in 6.5 hours, but we'll see. We'll see. I normally require like a good 8 hours of sleep. Otherwise, I feel ruined. I feel like a torn paper bag, just flapping. You know,